The Princess and the Plumber in Beast to Beauty, Volume 1. Written by M. David Lutz. Narrated by Bill Allender. Introduction. Once upon a time, in a land far, far away, there were 20 kingdoms, dripping crystal things, evil villains plotting schemes, sulking dragons hidden in dens, helpless women, and many other enchanted things. For now, only the tale of one kingdom will be told. Not at all like King Arthur's Camelot, in the kingdom of Parking Lot, daily life was more of a comedy than a musical. In the beginning it was nothing more than a tiny settlement, with a sparse number of peasants doing whatever they could to produce enough food. Eventually they had prospered sufficiently to where they had become a small hamlet known as Lot. If anyone knew why, they have since forgot. Some years later, General Parking, with a dozen former military men, claimed the land deeded to him by the emperor for his retirement. He set about building a modest fortress of mud and wood. He offered protection to his neighbours in exchange for labour and goods. Through the years, the community grew, as did the wealth and estate of the Parking family. There were squires, barons, lords, and ultimately kings, who reigned continuously up to the time at which this story begins. King Public and Queen Ample Parking were descendants from a long lineage of inbred monarchs, though most of the time one could hardly tell. They were not wickedly evil, merely greedy, corrupt, and mildly cruel, yet they had their fun side too. The kingdom, throughout its history, had been graciously spared from any major calamity, plague, or Viking raid. The village was relatively prosperous, and the outlook for continued success was positive. The stock market had increased so dramatically they were going to have to extend the fence to hold in all the cows and sheep. Bordering on boring, life was so persistently peaceful now and then when there were minor revolts, stampeding goats and disgruntled dolts. It was almost welcomed. The peasants, however, were always revolting, as they did not believe in bathing, saying it was bad for their health, no matter how bad they smelled. In the fall, for homecoming, when the national jousting games ended, that very evening there would be a roaring bonfire, into which a witch would be thrown in, sort of a popular tradition, though understandably not among witches. The annual ball, held each year, so it was called, was the grandest, most gala event where the nobles and other notables would congregate to celebrate, and witness weddings take place. This year the king and queen were even more determined to find a husband for their daughter, soon to turn 14, 2 years beyond the usual marrying age. This was causing them to be even more self-absorbed, self-centered, and self-conscious, especially as it pertained to their only child, Tundra. Such a name might conjure a vision of a portly, pimply lass, with a big posterior, braces, thick glasses, and a blonde page-boy haircut, and such an image would have been brutally apropos. To describe her as ugly would have been a compliment, for anyone who saw her would spend the rest of the day trying to get that image out of their head. This was especially unfortunate, for there comes a time when all princesses were expected to wed and have children, so kings would have heirs to continue their kingdoms. Even with her parents' manic obsessive efforts to find a gentleman willing to take their daughter's hand, success had eluded them. Tundra had lived mainly secluded within the castle walls, surrounded by chambermaids and her nanny for company. Her only true comfort came from all the food she ate. Since she was a princess, her attendants were not able to refuse her anything. Tragically, Her weight was approaching more than her slender frame could carry, so she needed the aid of a wheeled chair to go anywhere. The future of Parking Lot, like most other kingdoms, would depend upon the succession of power that would normally pass to the king's children or closest relation. The princess was this kingdom's only rightful heir, a fact that filled everyone who saw her with despair. Scene 1. Tum-ta-ta-tum, tum-tum-tum, ta-ta-tum-tum-tum, da-da-da-dum. The trumpets trumpeted. It was a typical day in the kingdom of Parking Lot. King and Queen Parking were seated upon their thrones, ready to pontificate of matters of state, adjudicate disputes or debates, and generally obfuscate on issues they did contemplate. The court announcer guy boomed loud, called out, "Your preposterance! Your loyal subjects come before you to plead their case and beg you give an ear to their supplications." "Their what?" "Supplications. You know, their pleas, requests, and other stuff." "Were you formally trained in the art of announcing, or are you improvising?" "So nice of you to ask about my qualifications. As it happens, I'm taking a correspondence course for announcing in the evenings." "And is one of your assignments to anger your king and risk a severe beating?" "'Tis hard to say, positively. I'm only on chapter 3. "Well, let us proceed, for I am not sitting on this cold throne of gold for my convenience, you know." "Your Majesty, presenting Madam Heidi Spice. She owns an establishment just beyond the city's limits." "Be more specific. What type of establishment is it?" "It is an inn offering a particular type of comfort and amusement for gentlemen." "You mean like dancing, drinking, singing, and arm wrestling?" "I imagine there be some wrestling. But the matter at hand is your citizen here is seeking compensation for services rendered, though no fees were tendered. The tab of your nights, night after night, has swollen and become quite stiff. She is requiring immediate reimbursement. Otherwise she will be forced to cut off each night's membership." "Madam Spice, the tab, what would be the size?" "Surely you understand, my lady, that would vary from man to man." "Certainly, but if you were able to combine them all together to make one," the Queen said with a wink, letting the madam know she understood what sort of business she was in. "Ah, I see," the madam said with understanding. "All of them combined would still be disappointing." The Queen and the madam broke into a fit of giggling while the King sat there trying to comprehend. Once Ample was able to control herself, she turned to her husband and said, "I recommend you give this woman her recompense, and privately I will explain the matter sufficiently, whereby you will be able to deal with your knights accordingly." She stopped talking and just looked at the King while grinning broadly. The King knew from experience he had best to do what she had said. "Madam Spice, present your bill to Lord Pennypincher, our treasurer, and he will settle up with you immediately." "Thank you, Your Majesty. If you are ever in the vicinity, please stop in, where we would treat you like a king." "Over his dead body," the Queen said semi-seriously. The court announcer guy prepared to announce the next supplicant. "My liege, are you ready for the next matter to come before you, or do you need to visit the privy?" So good of you to be concerned, but in the future let me determine the timing of my bodily needs, if you please." "While I heartily agree," said the Queen, "now would be an opportune time to do that exactly, if you will excuse me." The court did recess while everyone took care of their personal business. One had to pity the poor serf who had to clean up that mess. "Oh yay, oh yay, oh yay," droned the court announcer guy. "Now that everyone has gotten an opportunity to pee, the court will reconvene. Your Majesty, direct from the Vatican, here for a 2-week engagement is Archbishop Michael Thomas O'Brien." The assembly greeted him with polite applause. The cleric, a short, stout, middle-aged, pious-looking individual, strode reverentially across the open court in his priestly robe. At the foot of the throne he bowed slightly to pay his respects to the King and Queen. "Your Excellency, I wish to thank you for this opportunity to appear before you as the representative of His Holiness, to convey to you his personal message." "Let it not be said parking lot failed to receive dignitaries properly. Since it is time for the midday repast, let us proceed to the grand dining hall to discuss business while we mess." The custom was to sit in small groups to dine without the benefit of utensils at a banquet, each dipping from the same bowl with unwashed hands, or having a dog lick them. So if the meal wasn't called a mess because of that, it should have been. Seating had been prepared at the far end of a long grand table, where the king and his visitor could converse in relative quiet. The rest of the invited guests were at the other end, sounding like a riot. The dining would go on for several hours, as it was part of the social structure. This was a time when there was such a thing as free lunch. In addition to food, there were various forms of entertainment and amusements. While the king had many faults, none of which anyone would dare mention to him, tipping wasn't one of them. He was known to be very generous to those entertainers who entertained him best. "Now that we are seated and the mess has begun, let us resume our conversation, Bishop O'Brien." "Yes, Your Grace. As I said, I speak for the Pontiff, who has sent me to parking lot to obtain your official endorsement of the Church and the Pope's unquestioned authority over your domain." When Parking stopped choking and could breathe again, he had to wait until his blood pressure returned to normal. It was too late to save his sense of humour. Slowly and deliberately, he formed his response to the Archbishop. "Please understand that in this kingdom I do not attempt to suppress the beliefs of my subjects, and there are many here who are followers of your faith. Be that as it may, I am their king, and they are required to do as I say. If what they believe does not interfere with what I require of them, then there is no problem. Moreover, I have not prevented the establishment of a monastery or parishes within my borders, nor do I plan to give such orders. However, as for me personally recognizing the Pope as having any authority over me or the ruling of my kingdom, well, sir, I would just like to ascertain what type of punch the Pontiff is drinking." "Do you not realize that His Eminence is God's representative, and you are bound to give him your allegiance, or suffer eternal damnation?" "Oh, that is quite a kick in the tarry-wags, and such heavy rhetoric before they have even served the pheasant. Tell his reverentialness, until I hear from God personally, I will continue to rule this kingdom as I please."
"Bishop O'Brien, allow me to enlighten you about my husband,"
Queen Ample interjected. "He is not even remotely religious. You might say he is the epitome of a heathen. I should know, for I have to live with him. He never prays, makes no attempt to read the scriptures, avoids religious ceremonies like the plague, and as far as the 10 Commandments, he has broken most all of them often. He is ill-tempered, slothful, insensitive, and guilty of wanton lust, more often than I would care to mention," she said, as she cast a look of disgust at her husband. "And those are his good points." The king just sat expressionless, since this was not the first time he had heard this from her lips. "You would not want him to become a part of your organization. He would give it a bad reputation." "Thank you, my wife. I know you meant every word sincerely," he said sarcastically. She nodded vigorously. "Bishop, the end of the matter is that as king I will do as I please, and what I please to do is uphold the right of every man, woman, and child to worship, or not, as they wish. For myself, I consider religion much as I do medicine. I avoid it whenever I can, but if absolutely necessary, I take it sparingly." The cleric offered no more arguments, but said, "With your permission, I will report to His Eminence, as it is written in the Scriptures, 'Whoever is not against us is for us.'" The king held up his mug for a toast and said, "Fair enough." Then everyone continued with the meal in casual conversation, which concluded with the king promising to hook his guest up with some companionship later that evening, gender undetermined. Scene 2. In these days of yore, people were poor and could barely raise a few crops, hogs or chickens, besides many children. If they had more than they could afford, they would leave them upon someone else's door. We're speaking of children, of course, for if they had too many hogs or chickens, all they had to do was eat them. Not politically correct when it came to children. Giving birth to daughters and sons was essential for producing food and income. The mortality rate for women and children was inordinately great when one figured in wild beasts and plagues. Add marauding hordes and gypsies carrying off offspring, it was no wonder folks had to spend a lot of time procreating, something they were happy to do anyway. Given that it was the Dark Ages, i.e. before electricity, people spent more time in bed at home, though not necessarily their own. With a life expectancy of 25, one had to settle down while still in junior high. It was a man's civic duty to propagate with concubines, mistresses, wives, and maids, especially if the next-door neighbour was off fighting in some crusade. With limited years for the family to expand, one needed a helping hand, if not always welcomed or planned. However, as Mom and Pop advanced in age, the plan to have more children had to be replaced. The benefits of matrimony became the next major source of financial security. It would vary from place to place and time to time, but the general plan was for marriage to join families and strengthen the clan. That is why parents had to be vigilant when it came to whom their children associated with. There was too much at stake to let a daughter hook up with a skateboarder named Scooter, with undescended testicles and a collection of boogers, a high school dropout who wanted to become an apprentice to the village idiot. King Parking and his wife had given up hope of advancing their kingdom by a marriage of convenience with their daughter to one kingdom or another. Conquest by contest was rare and risky, considering their knights were so fond of whiskey. Conquest by combat would require an army that would cost a pretty farthing. No, the most expedient way to join two kingdoms was to arrange a marriage between the noble's children. The Queen insisted the king delay his afternoon routine to meet with her in his study. Despite her wishes, it would include Shecky Hackett, the royal adviser and fool. Once refreshments had been served, parking began.
"All right, my love. What is the urgent business we must discuss that is preventing me from going on a hunt?"
"My husband, do you not realize our daughter will be 14 without the remotest possibility of marrying?"
"Sire, can you pass me the lemon and sugar for me tea?" "When did I become your waiter, Shecky?"
The king gestured to a servant to tend to him.
"I had not realized she had become so advanced in age. She is becoming an old maid."
"We have offered her everything, but all she wants is food. She can hardly move."
"My lady, have you enlisted the aid of Jenny of Craig?"
"We have, Shecky, but unfortunately Tundra ate the poor woman's entire inventory."
"She is now as round as she is tall, making her a royal ball."
"Shecky, I do not find that very amusing."
"Sorry, my queen, I only meant she weighs approximately the same as a wild boar, 400 pounds or more. In a famine you could eat her, and have enough to last the entire winter."
"Shecky," protested the king.
"In a famine you would be the first to be eaten, though, like your jesting, your body would be distasteful and not worth ingesting."
"Enough, gentlemen. The issue at hand is what can we do to increase the opportunity for Tundra to enter into matrimony?"
"That will be a challenge, since you keep her locked away. Quasimodo, the hunchback of Notre Dame, stands a better chance of romance than your daughter has, though they do have some things in common." "Say on."
"Well, sire, he is a 20-something deformed hunchback with a huge wart on his face who plays for Notre Dame as a fullback. In his off time he is chained up in the tower of the cathedral, where he is a humdinger of a bell ringer. However, due to the incessant ringing, he is now deaf and communicates by signing. Yet with what he receives in commercial sports endorsements and workers' compensation, he makes a fairly good living." "Not exactly the Prince Charming I was wishing for our princess, but as you said, they are both hideous shut-ins, and at least he has a steady income."
"Should there be any possibility of them becoming a couple, we should arrange a meeting immediately."
"Hold on, sire, love is blind, but in their case, love would have to be out of its mind." "As loathsome as they would be, would it be possible for them to have beautiful offspring?"
"Anything is possible, my lady, but that would be asking a great deal from biology. He was going with a gypsy named Esmeralda, but you might say she had more baggage than Feudal Express, and came to the end of her rope for a murder she did commit. Quasimodo is currently in mourning, but maybe we could get him to visit at least and meet the princess."
"I could be convinced, unless of course he is Irish."
"I do believe he is French, my liege."
"Not much of an improvement, but it would be sufficient."
"I've got it!"
Shecky exclaimed. "What if we arrange a love connection?"
"Explain exactly. What would happen?"
Chuck of Woolery would arrange a date between Tundra and some unsuspecting gentleman. An invitation would be sent to meet at some obscure establishment.
He would provide only the essential details, and once they were put together, say, over dinner, with the right setting, candlelight, starry night, soft music in the background, who knows what sort of romance could abound?
What would happen next? The Queen asked.
Woolery would lead them to discuss their time together. If they both agreed that the date had been successful, the couple would be reunited and congratulated for making a love connection, and would be given the opportunity for a second meeting at your expense, I would guess.
I would be agreeable to that, Parking said.
There is the risk, however, that the evening could end in dismal failure, said Shecky.
True, but that is a risk I am willing to take, said Parking. After all, one cannot bake a cake if one is unwilling to break the eggs, if that is indeed how cakes are made. I can only assume, as I have never actually been in a kitchen. Though I must confess, when it comes to cakes, I have eaten my share of them.
And then some, for your waist doth surely attest to it, your immenseness.
Shecky, asked the Queen, how will you get Tundra to even agree to leave the grounds? It has been so long since she has been beyond these castle walls.
Yes, my wife, you raise an important consideration. What sort of inducement would it take to get our daughter's cooperation?
I've got it again, exclaimed Shecky.
You are certainly full of it. The ideas, I mean.
Thank you. I do seem to be at my all-time best.
Too bad you do not have such success with your comedic performance.
Gentlemen!
We will tell Chuck of Woolery to tell the Princess a new restaurant has opened, and she has been invited to sample free all the entrees in exchange for a critique.
Brilliant!
Tundra's favourite food just happens to be all you can eat. Then, with your permission, I will put my plan into commission and get word to Woolery immediately.
Excellent. Keep us apprised of your progress. That reminds me, exclaimed the Queen. I need to make her a dress for that evening.
Use black fabric, said Parking, for I hear it has a slimming effect.
If you ask me, said Shecky, there isn't anything black enough to do that. The King and Queen said in unison,
We did not ask.
Scene 3. It was already late in the morning when Meredith, the royal nanny, entered Tundra's chambers and found her still sleeping. Throwing open the heavy, thick, dark curtains, flooding the room with sunlight, she called out cheerily, "Wake up, darling! 'Tis mid-morning!" The young girl moved sluggishly. "Why should that make any difference to me?" "What's wrong, sweetie?" "There is no significance to my existence if I am unable to wed a prince. Am I that hideous?" "Nonsense! You just haven't outgrown your baby fat. One day you will blossom into a beautiful young lady. I'm sure of that." "My parents are so ashamed of me. They never let me accompany them publicly." "That's not true. They're merely concerned and want to protect you. They only seek your happiness." "By offering a small fortune for some old man to take me off their hands for marriage so I can produce offspring to one day rule the kingdom?" "Why don't we change the subject? What shall be prepared for your breakfast?" Tundra's face brightened. "The same as I have every day." Meredith turned to a maid. "Go and see the chef and have prepared 6 eggs over easy, a dozen bacon strips, 2 slices of ham cut thick,
a heaping mound of hash browns, 4 muffins with fig jelly, and a bowl of baked spiced apples. Do not forget the biscuits with sausage gravy. Yes, Mum, right away.
Meredith helped Tundra off with her nightgown and washed her all over with soap and water from a basin brought in. This was the custom, since Tundra was a princess, to be washed and bathed by handmaidens. It was also fortunate, in her case, due to her enormous weight, she would have been unable to reach every place.
Do you think today I could go into town to walk around? Oh, honey, you know you can't walk but a few steps. That is why you must use the wheeled chair. What if we start out small and you walk a few paces each day in your chambers, and then later in the private garden when no one is around? I suppose if that is what must be done, so I will have more freedom. And what say after breakfast you try to start eating a little less? I guess. If you make sufficient progress by your birthday 6 months hence, for a present, we persuade your father to take you to town. How does that sound?
I certainly don't want to spend the rest of my life in my room. Except for you, I don't even have anyone else to talk to.
What about all the ladies in waiting? One of their responsibilities is to provide you with company.
They are not very friendly. They always stop talking abruptly whenever they see me. I believe they are making secret jests at my expense.
No matter. I'll always be here for you, dear, just as I was for your mother from the day I helped deliver her. Come on now, let us squeeze you into your gown. Then, when you are decent, I'll call a few stout young men to assist in tightening your bodice's lacing.
Scene 4. Life, in the very least, was difficult, at times even heartbreaking. The entire community depended upon farmers producing crops and raising livestock to bring to market. After the harvest was brought in, it was most appropriate to rest, celebrate, and give thanks, especially to one's deity. Though King Parking felt no unction to participate in any religious function, he had no objection if anyone else joined in. His attention centred on the annual ball, held each year, so it was called. He was most especially involved with the National Jousting Championship. Each year he would wage a small fortune on it. To protect his investment, he felt it necessary to dictate every facet of the planning and execution to ensure a profitable outcome. This year was to be no exception, or so that was his expectation. Aside from the money to be made, he too wanted to have fun and garner praise from everyone. Tum-tum, tum-tum-tum, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-da-da, the trumpets sounded, and the court announcer guy announced,
Your Majesty, the noble ladies from the Auxiliary Committee are here to assist in the planning of the annual fall festivities.
Oh, is it that time already? It seems as though we just finished with the celebration, and it is upon us again. Very well, let us adjourn to the small hall, where I will instruct everyone in how things are to be done. Are you ready, my love?
There needs to be a discussion before we begin. Could I ask you to try to conduct yourself with some decorum and cease in arguing?
What do you mean?
The king asked innocently. Why do we even have a committee if you insist on determining everything?
What is the point of being king if I do not get everything exactly the way it should be, according to me?
That is what I mean.
Did it ever occur to you that others might have something to offer that might result in a better outcome than what you could have done?
No, is that even possible?
She met his remark with a furrowed brow.
However, I see by the look in your eyes that now would be an opportune time to try.
She smiled weakly.
Now, I am ready to meet with the committee.
After the robust ladies of the auxiliary committee, who were also members of Watchers of Weight, though with little success to date, had ravenously consumed all the refreshments, the king made an announcement.
I wish to thank everyone for being here, even if it was a royal command, and if you had not been present, you would have been hunted down and put to death.
Everyone looked at the king aghast. Under the table, Ample firmly pinched her husband's leg.
All right, maybe I exaggerate. While not death, I would have been really upset. The Queen has persuaded me with much persuasion to change things. This year, I am going to listen to everyone's suggestions.
After the applause ended, he added,
Then ignore them.
He caught a glimpse of his wife's expression, which meant he had better amend his position.
What I meant to say is, we are going to, we will, yes, that is it. We will select a chairperson, and they will lead us in the discussion. Right, my love?
He glanced again at the Queen and could see she was pleased. Lady Thornindabutt gestured she wanted to speak.
Your Majesty, let me be the first to nominate our Queen as the chairperson for the committee. It is a well-established tradition for a Queen to be called upon to entertain, receive dignitaries, and ensure that guests are treated with utmost cordiality.
I wish to second that motion, chimed in Mistress Meddlesome.
Besides our Queen's passion for fashion, she greatly enjoys planning and organising events and celebrations.
Duchess Dominatrix forcefully said, It would be a natural extension of her talents. Before Parkin could offer any comment, everyone raised their hand and voted yes. The motion was passed. Ample turned to Parkin with a look of complete satisfaction, a look he had certainly never seen in her bedroom. The captain of the guard, whose name was Gerard, entered the hall and approached the king, saluting and speaking in hushed tones, so only the king would know. Sire, forgive this intrusion, but the princess is trashing her room. She is throwing personal effects at everyone and yelling at the top of her lungs.
We can replace the furnishing. At least she's engaged in a bit of exercising.
Understood, my lord, but she is also refusing to eat. The Queen overheard the conversation and jumped to her feet.
Call Dr. Benedictine immediately. Tundra turning down food is an emergency.
My dear, before we send for the physician, what say we visit our daughter and see if we can determine the situation?
What will she think? We have already had our visit with her this week.
At the risk of setting a precedent, let us learn for ourselves why she is so upset.
They excused themselves from the committee, but promised to reconvene later that day. They sent for more refreshments, so the ladies of the committee would not wander away.
Knock, knock, knock.
Public opened the door slightly, calling,
Tundra, are you decent? May we come in?
Tundra was lying upon her bed, exhausted from her physical tantrum. Her maids and attendants were huddled in a corner, waiting until it was safe to resume their chores. The king entered, and everyone bowed and curtsied low, then hastily retreated out the nearest door.
"Tundra, why such an uproar? You have made a shamble of your room, which is a minor concern. But we hear you are refusing food. What has gotten into you? I do not know if you need a bleeding or a beating."
Such threatening meant nothing, for when it came to his daughter, Parking was incapable of doing anything but spoiling her. No doubt that was part of her problem. Her mother, on the other hand, had never been that tolerant nor patient.
"Tundra, sit up and tell me what is ailing you."
It took a moment to right herself, moving on the bed like a beached whale in the sand. It would have been comical had it not been so sad. She wiped her eyes, caught her breath, then softly said,
"With all due respect, it is the both of you making me so upset."
Looking at each other incredulously,
"Stop trying to look so innocent. I know perfectly well what you did." "Darling, I have no idea of what you are talking about, but I have no doubt it was your father's fault." "Mother, please. Are you telling me you were not involved in the plot to lure me to a restaurant, with free food as a ruse to hook me up?"
"Oh, that," her mother sheepishly said, turning a shade of red from embarrassment. Her father queried cautiously,
"Did the evening not go as well as could be?"
"I don't know what you envisioned, Father, but how do you think I felt when I was sitting at a table in the centre of a room, making a spectacle of myself, surrounded by a dozen plates of food? Everyone was staring at me like I was an oddity. If that wasn't bad enough, the waiter led a man with a red-tipped white cane to my table, accompanied by a German shepherd. He took the seat next to me and explained he had been invited to dine with an eligible young lady for the purpose of matrimony. I almost choked on a heaping helping of cheese and macaroni. Later, when we were beginning to engage in a civil conversation, he took my hand. The shepherd said something to him in German, I would imagine, and that is when he bolted for the door, bumping into tables and knocking people over. I was left alone with everyone staring at me. I was so humiliated. I was barely able to finish a dozen entrees.
"We were just trying to give your love life a helping hand."
"Next thing you know, you will be trying to fix me up with some hunchback from Notre Dame."
Parking whispered to his wife,
"Remind me to talk to Shecky."
Once again, I have my parents to thank for making my life even more miserable than it already is. You never stop reminding me how utterly useless and troublesome I am, because you haven't been able to marry me off to bear you grandchildren, so you will have heirs for your kingdom.
"Tundra, that was not our intention," said her father. "At least, not the part about trying to make you feel useless and troublesome. It is just that you will be 14, 2 years beyond the prime marrying age, and if this kingdom is to survive, we must have heirs to take our place."
Neither of you have talked to me specifically about the birds and bees, as you have been promising. Nor has anyone else educated me, not even my nanny. So, I may not understand, but if it is so important to have children, then why don't you two do whatever it is you need to do to have another child, and leave me to my solitary supersized existence? leaving me to live the rest of my life in loneliness, which would be better than this."
Her parents' mouths fell open, which was followed by even more silence. Finally, her mother felt it was up to her to provide a response.
"Dear, you have brought up an overly complex and intricate situation. It is true, and I will not lie to you, that ability between your father and me physically is within the realm of a remote possibility, but you have to trust me. There is more to having a baby than biology." "Can you provide more details, please?"
Her mother paused, looking at her husband for assistance.
"Well, do not look at me. I would sooner be tortured in my own dungeon than deal with that question. Ample, you will have to lead the way, but I am more than willing to agree with whatever you say."
"Now is probably not the time nor place, but let it suffice to say that years ago your father and I loved to dance, and you were born as a consequence. Now, even though we still remember the tunes and could rehearse the moves, the band has packed up their instruments, and we have put away our dancing shoes. Do you understand, honey?" "So you are saying dancing causes pregnancy?"
Her parents paused to look at each other musingly. Then her father said, while slightly grinning,
"If you dance too close, certainly."
"Darling, you must admit you have not made it very easy for us to find you someone to dance with."
Her mother was desperately trying to change the subject.
"Your mother is right. If only you looked forward to finding a mate as having a cake, you would already be married with a bun in your own oven."
"Are we talking about food or children? Because either way, you are making me hungry."
Her parents looked at her with hopeless expressions.
"It's true. I have not made it easy for you. It is just that I have no one to talk to. I become depressed, and food is my only friend."
When her parents expressed sympathy, Tundra decided to seize the opportunity.
"Father, I have struck a bargain with Meredith to start walking daily in the garden and reduce the quantity of food I am eating. If I were to make progress, would you take me to town to walk around on my 14th birthday? I have my heart set on being able to visit such places as Ye Olde Sweets Shoppy and talk with Mr. Sweetums in person."
Her parents exchanged hopeful glances.
"Oh, Tundra, that is an excellent plan, and if you accomplish this feat, I will escort you personally."
Upon hearing that, Tundra's countenance brightened with a wide grin, and her eyes danced with excitement.
"There, my wife, I believe we have ended the strife."
The Queen turned to her daughter.
"I will send your attendants in to put things back in order. In the future, you need to take your anger out on your staff, more of which we can get, but furniture is difficult to obtain and expensive. Goodbye, dear. We will see you next week as scheduled."
Scene 5. Shecky Hackett was not your ordinary fool. He was formally schooled and had a bachelor's degree in foolery as well as psychology, which arguably could be used interchangeably. Thus, unlike the rest, he did possess twice the BS, which was clearly evident. He began his future profession in elementary school, spending day after day in detention for not paying attention to the subjects at hand. His natural talents did abound as the class clown. As a young man, he was repeatedly sacked from his employment for not applying himself to his assigned tasks. He preferred instead to amuse his fellow men, and even more so, his fellow women. He left town to follow the circuit and perfect his act. He learned a bit of everything from entertainers, jugglers, dancers, and singers by carefully studying them. Slowly but steadily, he began to command the attention of the nobility and became a fool of some notoriety. Then, by happenstance, he received an invitation from the King and Queen of Parking Lot for a command performance. While Her Highness was less than impressed, Parking became a fan. Hackett was offered a permanent position as the royal fool for the kingdom. Over the years, the two men privately became fast friends, but publicly, by tradition, the role of the fool was to be the antagonist, a devil's advocate, a way for someone to openly challenge royalty, question their policies without fear of retribution, usually. Generally, those who chose a career in jocularity would retire in peace and financial security, though there were some who, when negotiating with the enemy for their liege, were dispatched summarily, and an unfortunate few who, having given offence to their king, not only lost their employment, but also their head. It was an afternoon of such fair weather, the royal couple decided to engage in a game of croquet in the courtyard. As usual, Shecky accompanied them, to give his opinion even when it was neither solicited nor welcomed.
"My husband, you promised you would find an eligible gentleman for our princess, to court her, or in the very least to give her some motivation to enhance her appearance."
"My love, I have made many inquiries. I have even resorted to bribery, but there does not seem to be any takers that I am aware of in this vicinity." "That's because in this vicinity everyone is aware of your daughter's, how shall I say this delicately, beauty deficiency. You need to look in a place where no one has seen her face." "Well, what say you, Shecky, if I send you to a faraway place, and you stay there indefinitely? How would that be?" "Oh, your Majesty, what would you do if I were gone and unable to give you the benefit of my wisdom?" "The same as I have always done, for I am accustomed to hearing none, and there is another name for what comes out of you, and wisdom is not the one." "Could it be my counsel is beyond your comprehension, or are you dozing when you should be listening?" "Your argument that I should amend my ways are most convincing." "Now you are speaking, your Majesty. What say I start with the elimination of your position with an execution?"
"Enough, you two!" cried the Queen. "You sound as if it is you two who are married. Can we focus on Tundra? We require a young man of noble birth, of marrying age, whose family could be persuaded by the size of the dowry to form an alliance between our kingdoms by entering into an engagement with our princess."
"Wife, you need to be realistic."
"Please, my lady, considering your daughter's physique and countenance, you must be willing to settle for anything wearing pants." "Surely it cannot be as hopeless as that."
Shecky nodded his head.
"Yes, it can, ma'am. The princess stands a better chance of being abducted by a roving band of Vikings than she has of marrying, after the age of 17, even without her disabilities."
The king's interest was piqued.
"If she were to be abducted, would she be given to someone to raise a family?"
"Good Lord! Are you so desperate for grandchildren you would allow your daughter to be carried off to a foreign land to be impregnated by some barbarian?
My love, we were merely speaking extemporaneously.
It sounds as if you were speaking excrementitiously, if you ask me.
We must consider every possibility, think out of the stocks, redefine the paradigm, as well as other management jargon we do not really understand. Later we can decide on which ideas to discard and those to keep. Do you not agree?
Ample nodded reluctantly.
Really, my lady, there is little need to be concerned. While Norsemen are ruthless, merciless, vicious, savage marauders, plundering and ravishing across the countryside, they do have standards. I do believe our livestock is at greater risk of being abducted and ravished than the princess.
How reassuring, Ample said dryly.
You might have a better chance of success by selling her to the Mongolians. I hear they are not nearly as particular, and if you were to charge by the pound, I'd say you'd do very well in the bargain.
I find this conversation about my daughter very depressing, even cruel, and, worse, so true.
She stood and glared at Parking.
Our daughter needs a husband. You are the king. Do something. I am going to my chambers to design a dress. At least that would give me some measure of happiness.
When the Queen left the room, Shecky said,
I get the feeling the Queen likes you even less than me, Your Majesty. After Tundra was born, she began giving me the cold shoulder, and that chill has spread all over. But enough of my love life, fraught with frostbite. We need to pay heed to my daughter's needs. If I were king, in your dreams, I would just select someone subject to my authority and compel them to court and wed the princess, no matter how much they did protest. And if they refused, off with their head. Make an example of them to everyone else. Shecky, I do not say this often, and for good reason, but this time I believe you have had a stroke of genius. I am, after all, the most supreme authority in the land. Everyone is subject to my command. It could even be said, I am God's personal representative, though not by God, I am fairly positive. The fact is, I can do anything I please. I can have Tundra married within a fortnight, simply by issuing a royal decree. Now you're ruling, Your Majesty. Send out a proclamation for the town criers to spread the word everywhere, to every corner of the realm, for all eligible men to present themselves on the day appointed for a chance to win an opportunity of a lifetime. Talk about shock and awe once they learn the prize is your daughter. We might not want to reveal any specifics until we have made our selection and have them secured securely. I agree. Now you are dispensing advice that I can use. Make it happen before the next full moon. When? In 2 weeks, by close of business on Tuesday. I am all over this like a fang-toothed rabid razorback on a kitten. Oh, you have given me cause to hope. What say this evening we go down to a pub and troll for trollops? As you command. It will be an honour to be your wingman.
Scene 6. And it came to pass, in those days, that there went out a decree from King Public Parking, that in all the domain every able-bodied, single, marrying-age male should present themselves to the king's representative on the appointed day for a chance to win a fortune. In fine print it read, "To be eligible to compete and potentially win this contest, sponsored by the king himself, all entrants must be a human, or as close as possible, conscious single male, old enough to shave whatever is hairy. You do not have to be a citizen of the kingdom, but must be willing to relocate. If selected, all expenses will be paid. Judge's decision will be final. Trolls, ogres, and other objectionable beings need not apply." The word soon spread far and wide to hopeful contestants lining up every day outside the castle gates. Each man, more or less, was escorted to the medieval idle judge's chamber, where they were carefully examined. One judge was especially brutal, named Simeon Cromwell. "Who do we have here?" he asked, yawning, adorned in a t-shirt that looked like it had been beaten on a rock. "I be Stephen, the mildly incompetent Tinkerson, from the outskirts of Tinker's Dam, just on the other side of the tracks of this kingdom." "And why have you entered into this competition?" "I'd heard I could get me a fortune, and my mother says I can sing." "What else are you willing to do for it, if you don't mind my asking?" "Just about anything, I imagine. Probably have already done it for nothing." "So, you would say you do not possess incredibly high standards?" "I won a pie-eating contest." "What was so significant about that?" "They be cow pies, my liege." Cromwell whispered to the other judges, "Any guy who's willing to eat dung should be willing to kiss the princess without any objection." Duke of Randall, Jack's son, asked, "Do you have any aspirations?" "I developed a slight case of them, riding all the way to this competition, but the ointment I got from the physician seems to be healing them." The two judges looked over to Baroness Abdominal, who made her fortune with her workout programme, to get her opinion, only because she was on the panel with them. "Well, I am certainly no judge of character, when you consider all my former affairs, but I'd give him a thumbs up and sleep with him if he wasn't a contestant, unless, of course, I was drunk, allegedly." "That would be most evenings," muttered Simeon. "Randall, what say ye to this lad Stephen?" "His lack of intelligence would be an asset, and his appearance is somewhat normal. None of his extremities are missing, and aside from the worst case of acme I have ever seen, unlike the other applicants, he does not drool when he speaks. I believe a sack of oranges will clear up his rickets." "Yes, I believe we have a major contender here." "Brilliant. Then we will mark Tinkerson as one of our finalists and reserve judgment, until we have completed the inquisition of all our contestants." The Queen once again demanded a private audience with the King to discuss their daughter's unmarriageableness, which may not be a word, but it does describe Tundra's situation best. Parking dismissed everyone from the court except Shecky, so they could confer privately. "Something must be done about the problematic proportions of our daughter."
"Yes, my dear. 'Tis clear she would fare better on only bread and water."
Parking squeezed her knee. "That will be enough of that. If I wanted a jest, I would ask our fool here, who I hate to admit is funnier than you." "My lady," Shecky now beaming, "I believe this is the first time you have ever paid me a compliment."
Do not let it go to your head, as I am confident there will be little reason in the future to do it again. Husband, it breaks my heart to confess I will never have the opportunity to design a wedding dress for our princess.
Alas, the lass has a wee too much booty, and not nearly enough beauty. Additionally, she lacks any semblance of sophistication or refinement one would expect of royalty. She is what is known as a hot mess, lacking the heat and having the mess only.
On any other matter I would gladly give you fight, but you speak truly of our daughter's plight. To make matters worse, she is again refusing to eat, even turning down sweets.
Is that really a problem? Why not let her be depressed until she has shed a few £100 then?
If it were as simple as that, I might give my consent, but I fear she might do something even more rash.
Such as exercising, perhaps?
Parking chuckled. Why do you have to be so callous? You are acting as a horse's—
As if you were a bastion of consolation, when all you have done is belittle her for her appearance and physical condition.
There is no question. I love her since she is my own flesh. The problem is, she has too much of it. She has become, I hate to say, an embarrassment.
True, even I have avoided taking her out to where people could gawk, as if she were one of the misfortunate freaks royals like to keep as pets for their amusement. I do not know if I am protecting her or sparing myself embarrassment. Probably both, I would guess.
Public. Even if our marriage has become little more than a political obligation, we have a child that desperately needs our intervention. Surely, as the king, you can resolve this situation?
Ample, you have inspired me to double my efforts, and I will not rest, except for my daily naps, until our daughter is wed.
Shecky, who was no fool, knew when to speak and when to be silent, decided now was the right opportunity for counselling.
My liege, if you truly mean you are ready to try anything, then possibly the time has come to go beyond conventional means and enlist the aid of your magician.
Both Public and Ample looked at one another, desperately trying to think of any other, until the king said,
Black magic? Has it come to that?
Are we that desperate? The Queen protested.
The three sat there, silently contemplating, until Parking stood and said,
I know of no other course of action. I go now to speak with Marvin, our black mediocre magician.
He headed for the dungeon, leaving them with looks of apprehension. Scene 7. Marvin the Magnificent, as he was known, though only to himself, was deep in the bowels of the castle, conjuring up something which he hoped would make him as rich as a king. It wasn't easy growing up in the hood. He had to wear his brother Leroy's hand-me-downs, and went around town with a hood over his head, because he was the only kid being ox-carted to the all-white peasant school on the west side. After graduation, he tried his hand at making hemp rope, but was fired when he fired up the rope, which he smoked and called it dope, because after he smoked it long enough, all he did was mope. One day, while taking a toke on some dope which he'd made from the rope, he wondered what else he could toke. In former times, to get high, Marvin had to go down to the swamp to lick a toad. The toads thoroughly enjoyed it, but having warts all over his lips wasn't hip. It was Marvin's fascination with drugs and potions that gave him the notion to become a wizard like his idol, Merlin the magician. Though Merlin wasn't a brother, He was one righteous mother, with drugs better than any other. The king entered the dimly lit dungeon and heard the magician singing.
That old black magic has me in its spell, that old black magic that I weave so well.
"What is up, magician?" Marvin spun around and fell back.
"Oh, hail, king! You almost caused my heart to attack. Why you gotta be sneaking up on a brother like that, when down here it's all black? You coming up all in my business without a light, while I is higher than a kite. Gee whiz, that ain't right."
"My bad, homie." Marvin visibly relaxed.
"No big thing. What can I do for my main majesty?"
"I have come to speak to you about the princess."
"Hope you ain't looking this way, sire. For your daughter I ain't got no desire,"
Marvin said aloud, and muttered under his breath,
"nor a 10-foot pole neither."
"That is precisely the problem for which I have come. How can I expect a suitor to wed her if no one is even willing to bed her?"
"I only do potions and spells. Chasing that booty would be above and beyond the call of duty."
"If we cannot find her a mate, is there a spell that could at least get her a date?"
"You want me to put a whammy on some dandy, making him so randy he'd want to jump that enormous fanny?"
"In that exact manner I would not have expressed it, but I believe you see the direction in which I am headed."
"Trouble is your well-intendedness. With the DEA cracking down, I got nothing over the counter that is strong enough to counter the countenance of your daughter. What we been needing here is something to make the princess more appealing, make her finer than frog's hair, make a silk purse out of a pig's ear, turn your little heifer into an eye-catcher."
"I get the picture. It is a magnificent idea. Have something ready for the annual ball held each year, so it was called."
"My lord, I shall do my duty to turn your little beast to beauty."
The king left highly elated, well, mostly high, after the magician showed him the ropes, which the king did smoke. Scene 8. The court announcer guy cautiously approached the king, who was napping in his study. "Your Majesty, the medieval idol judges are here to report on the outcome of the contest, to select the one your daughter will wed." "Oh, excellent. Summon Sheki and the Queen. When everyone is assembled, show them in. In the meantime, I will resume my meditation." "Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Simeon Cromwell, and on my right is Duke of Randall, Jack's son, and to my left is Baroness Abdominal." "Baroness, this is a pleasant surprise. I have followed your workout routine routinely for a long time. It has done wonders for my thighs." "May I say, my queen, you look marvellous, and if you were to make a commercial endorsement of my products, it could be very profitable for both of us." "Indeed. Then shall we arrange a business luncheon as soon as this matter is done?" "Ladies, if we can get to the matter of most interest to all of us." "Certainly, my lord," said Simeon. "As directed, we held the contest and examined hundreds of eligible bachelors from all over the realm, and had selected 5 as the best and sent home the rest." "Then, sire," explained Duke of Randall, Jack's son, "we disclose to each of the selectees the true nature of the contest, i.e. a courtship and marriage to the princess."
Yes, yes, get on with it. The Queen was impatient. Since none of them, said the Baroness, had ever seen your daughter or knew anything about her, we had them hidden in the private garden until the Princess arrived for her daily exercise. It is with regret, Simeon said, that after the contestants beheld the Princess, no one had taken the precaution to guard the gate. Thus they escaped. The King and Queen looked very disappointed. When they were finally apprehended and offered death or marriage as a proposition. The royal pair looked hopeful. They're in your dungeon awaiting execution. The monarchs just sat upon their thrones, completely perplexed, not knowing what to do next. In an effort to lighten the dismal mood, which was Shecky's duty to do, he quipped, "That must be what is meant by 'if looks could kill.'" He waited for the laughter. He waited still. The king was so caught up in his own dark thoughts he wasn't listening, thus missing the opportunity to threaten his fool with a flogging, which he would never do. It was time for the weekly tea with Tundra and the unmarried ladies of the court. She was running late, having sprung a lace in the lattice of her bodice that was massive. The ladies-in-waiting, as they were called by tradition, had not waited nearly long enough, and calling them ladies now would be pure fiction. Their function, among other things, when they were not having dalliances with gentlemen, pages, clerks, stable hands, and who knows what else, were to accompany their mistresses, such as the Queen and the Princess, to engage in activities such as reading correspondence, composing letters, singing, and other activities for entertainment. They were a sure source of gossip, and when it came to scandal, they were often in the middle of it. "Where is the Princess?" "She is most late. Maybe for tea, but not from a date." Tundra stopped just outside the door, determined to know why they were laughing so. "I pity the king. He has had to triple her dowry, and still no suitor has come forward to woo her." "The poor man, or surely will be, for even a king's ransom has not been enough to get anyone to take her hand." "Apparently there isn't enough money in all the treasury to get a man to take her for a wife, not even to save their life." "What do you mean?" "Recently, the king had every eligible bachelor in the kingdom compete for an opportunity to gain fame and fortune. What they didn't tell them was that to get it, they would have to marry the king's daughter. The judges took the 5 men selected and hid them in the garden to gaze upon the princess when she came to graze. One look was all it took. Like a scalded dog, they bolted for the gate, which had been left open, and they did escape. Eventually they were apprehended and given an ultimatum. Agree to marry the princess or be put to death." "What happened next?" "They are all in the dungeon waiting to be hung by their necks." "Can you blame them? If she were merely rotund, she could be locked in her room until she lost a few £1,000. Recently she managed to lose some and was taken to town to walk around. Yes, I heard it caused quite a commotion. The citizens thought the circus had come to town and one of the freaks had gotten free from their bonds. If the royal carriage had not arrived when it did, the villagers would have captured her with a net." In retrospect, that might be the solution to the king's problem. "Oh, what do you mean?" "If he were to sell her to a zoo, at least he could make some money and save a fortune on her dowry." "Don't be foolish. The king is the only one that could afford the amount of food she eats daily." "You forget. Even if she were not obese, she'd still be very homely." Tundra is like Helen of Troy, whose face was so beautiful it launched 1,000 ships to her rescue. In Tundra's case, one look at her face and 1,000 ships would launch to get away. That caused the ladies to laugh hysterically. Tundra had heard more than she could bear. She fled to her chamber to find sanctuary and an eclair. After a whole roasted chicken, a slice of ham, 2 yams and 3 apple tarts, which did not heal the hurt but was a good start, she moved from her bed to look in the mirror. Then she remembered it had been removed now for a number of years. Am I really that hideous? Shall I live my entire life manless? What do I have to do? Starve myself until I'm as small as an elf? Those ladies lie to my face, talk behind my back, pretend to be my friends, but it's all an act. They're jealous because they're not royalty. Yet I'd give it all up just to look like one of them, instead of me. Tundra continued to lament that her father had to offer such a vast sum because she was so troublesome. She gazed longingly at the painting above her mantel. It was a portrait of her true love, her one and only prince, or, should it have been said, the one and only artist formerly known as Prince, but now is represented only by a symbol that cannot be pronounced. One day his concert tour will come my way, and when I'm seen in the front row, he will fall in love with me, and we will live happily ever after, or, even better, he will ask me to be in one of his music videos. In the midst of her solitude, Tundra was startled by a huge dude standing in the middle of her room, looming large over her, and perceived to be most lewd.
"May I have a peek at your flu?"
She gasped upon hearing something so crude. He was visibly shaken at having upset the maiden. He tried to restate with a crimson face.
"I mean, I need to crawl up your shaft."
She let out a shriek, and upon her bosom her hands did clasp. He became distraught, and in a panic blurted out,
"Relax, ma'am. I just want to see if your damper is tight. I promise you'll be satisfied. I've done it many a time."
Upon hearing that, Tundra collapsed into his muscular grasp. When the princess came to, she found herself looking up at a dopey smile and the most beautiful eyes of blue.
"Sorry to have upset you. I should have introduced myself. I'm Olaf, an oaf." Abnormally large elf, usually male, who is generally regarded as clumsy, awkward, boorish, uncultured, unintelligent, and lacking in basic manners and refinement. "I am the owner of Olaf's Ye Olde Heating and Plumbing Service. It is time to have your chimney checked."
Oh my, I feel like such a silly oaf myself for fainting like that. He helped her to her feet, which ordinarily was no small feat, but for him it was easy. It is just that no one has ever asked to see my flu before. Not that anyone would want to, I'm sure.
"Silly oaf is my sister, but as for the rest, I'm confused, I must confess."
Never mind. You say your name is Olaf? I've never met an oaf before. Please, don't let me keep you from your chores. Olaf set about his tasks, as Tundra watched with fascination, perched upon her canopied bed, as her chimney was swept, the damper was checked, and the flue was flued. He even inspected her privy, free of charge, too. She noticed how slowly and awkwardly he moved, as oafs were known to do.
Something about the big, dumb, happy smile he wore made her not nearly as unhappy as she had been before.
"Tell me about yourself, Olaf."
My father was a goblin and my mother was an elf. When I was in high school, a large tree fell on my home when my father and mother were there alone. Since I was the oldest, I quit school and cleaned toilets during the day to support my sister and my brothers, lazy and crazy. We are the only oafs in this vicinity. After I got my GED, I went immediately to night school to study for my AS, BS and MBA.
Sounds like alphabet soup. Please explain.
After I received my General Education Development Certificate, I completed my Associates, Bachelor's and my degree in Medieval Business of Administration. It was through sheer determination I inched my way up the sewer to success and was able to start my own business.
I'm impressed. You like your job, Olaf?
Oh, yes. I am quite fortunate to be my own boss. Pardon my saying so, but I would think it must be very nice to be a princess, such as yourself.
Tundra was about to brush it off with "sure," but tears flowed down her plump rosy cheeks before she could maintain her composure.
"No, it's not nice, not one bit. I'm miserable, lonely, and I feel like not talking about it."
As she sobbed, poor Olaf just stood there thinking.
I would give anything to be a handsome prince, brave and clever, knowing just the right things to gladden her heart and make her think I was charming and smart. Instead, I am a big awkward oaf who knows nothing more than chimneys and commodes. Princess, would it make you feel better to know when I crawled up your shaft, I didn't find any furry critters or nothing like that?
She knew he wasn't being clever and meant nothing more than what he said he meant. That, however, did not stop her with a twisted sense of humour to turn his saying into something impure. She began to shake and explode with such a fit of laughter, it made Olaf think she was having a seizure. When she looked at him, standing there so puzzled, it only made her laugh more.
"Thank you, Olaf."
She wiped away the tears.
"You have brought me more joy today than I have known for years."
He had no idea what he had done or how he had done it, but he thought,
somehow I made her smile, which makes me feel so important. A feeling I like almost as much as I like Princess Tundra of Parking Lot, of whom I've already become quite fond. How lovely she looks when she is laughing so. Her eyes dancing with delight, her cheeks all aglow. She is as beautiful as an orchid in bloom. Her very presence lights up the room. In the succeeding months, whenever the pressure from her parents to attract a husband became too much, she would deliberately stop up her commode or block her flue, hoping it would result in a trouble call from you-know-who. Whenever Olaf finished his tasks and cleaned up, the princess would coincidentally be dining in her room on his favourite meal, critter stew, with an extra plate and enough stew for two. Since he was an oaf and Tundra ate like one, that would be enough food to feed a family for a week. Olaf was slow, but he wasn't stupid, you know. He enjoyed these visits so much. He gave her father a 15% discount. The relationship between the princess and the plumber was growing as fast as his bank account, turning him into an oaf of means. Scene 9.
Nobility lived mainly sequestered in their fortresses, surrounded by their complement of servants, maids, cooks, guards, as well as permanent guests, distinguished gentlemen and ladies-in-waiting. The administrative staff, which managed the lord's business or political affairs, were also quartered within the palace walls. In the immediate area were soldiers and reserves, made up of farmers and villagers, who would be required to serve in the protection of the kingdom. It was the knights, however, that occupied the spotlight as an elite fighting force for the monarchy, a sort of heavy infantry, who in small numbers did command obedience and allegiance to their liege over the entire realm. Knights predominantly came from noble lines, or were knighted for conspicuous deeds of bravery or loyalty by the king. As combat weapons specialists, they trained continually, when they were not engaged in some contingency. They enforced the king's will, preserved the peace, and maintained order in the cities. In times of peace, they demonstrated their prowess by contests, such as jousting tournaments. A young boy would begin as a page, then work their way up to becoming a knight. They were required to observe the code of chivalry, which meant that they were to conduct themselves at all times in a Christian manner. They would stride around all gallant, displaying a lofty etiquette and acting especially charming to all the ladies they met. Parking lots knights, on the other hand, were not like any of them, especially not those noble heroic members of King Arthur's Round Table. No. These guys were more ignoble, less loyal, though much more affordable, forming the Order of the Knights Most Sober at the square table with the big round lazy Susan in the centre. Here are named but a few. Sir Laugh-a-Lot, the king's favourite for his quick wit. The Black Knight, hired under an affirmative action programme, travelling everywhere with his R&B minstrel band. Sir Elton of John can always be called upon for a song. The White Knight, most able in a fight, but during periods of peace prefers to scrub and clean. Sir Speedy was given his title by all the ladies hardly waiting, who are still waiting. Sir Galahad, a most notorious ladies' man, spreading his charms all over the land, as well as a number of illegitimate children. Sir Ulysses, a bit of a sissy, acting prissy, and has a hissy whenever he does not get his way. Not much use in a fight, but he can whip up a batch of salmon croquettes that are out of sight. Sir Prancelot, very light on his feet, has perfected the feat of the quick retreat. Sir Grifflet, also called Sir Fils de Dieu Grifflet, was kicked out for being too French. Lastly is Sir Jonathan the Merry, cut from a frilly swatch, with sunflowers painted on his shield and sporting luminous pink cut-offs, often rides side-saddle on his horse named Buttercup. A slave to fashion, he is accredited with starting the movement known as Knights in White Satin. Those who knew him treated him with respect, since he could best any one of them with any weapon. Do not be misled. While these knights were dishonourable, ungenerous, and lacked in personal hygiene, the only thing they loved more than a fight was a drink. Little wonder, since they were rarely sober. Thus, when it was time to fight, they were too drunk. They were asleep when it was time to make love, yet it was not entirely their fault. Peace had prevailed in this realm for so long there was little reason to even bear arms. It was only during the jousting tournaments these knights got to prove themselves in mock combat, and show off for the ladies. Hoping for their hearts to win, but would gladly settle for their bodies as a consolation. By the end of the week, those knights still standing, along with the elite, attended the annual ball, held each year, so it was called. There were exhibition and pre-season games, though everyone took it easy so there would not be any injuries before the regular season began. The intent was not malevolent, yet there was always the possibility of an accident. Thus, the saying, "dung happens," was often heard, even back then. Scene 10. Each year, right after harvest season in the fall, the king would declare a week-long holiday for all. The rich, poor, and those in between got involved. In other realms, a fair might be held in conjunction with some religious function. King Parking had no such intention except to bring some joy and merriment to his citizens. He certainly spared no expense and sponsored sizable portions of the events. The fair had an economic benefit as well, for merchants came from everywhere to set up booths to sell their wares. This gave those that could afford it an opportunity to sample goods from other places and to acquire a taste for such things. While not a major producer, Parking Lot did have several notable craftsmen and artisans that were featured each year. There were also many stands for food and refreshments, as well as amusement, jugglers, animal acts, outdoor concerts, feats of strength and other contests. The king called for the captain of the guard, whose name was Gerard.
The ball is drawing near, and I fear the beauty potion will not be ready in time. My wizard has a penchant for getting high and soothing his throat with way too much wine. Captain, take a squad of men and search out Marvin, so I may know his whereabouts as well as his condition."
The guard set about seeking throughout in search of the errant magician. An hour later the captain returned, and bowed low before the king. "Your Majesty, we did find Marvin, but he had no word for thee."
"Really?"
"He's as soused as he can be."
"Sober him, then bring him to me. But first, I go to oversee the jousting tournaments. I have made a healthy wager on the outcome, as I understand Sir Jonathan the Merry will compete, a most colourful competitor, who can be counted on to possess a few tricks up his sleeves, even if his sleeves be pink with sparkling sequins."
The court announcer guy, at his part-time job, announced, "Your Majesty, lords, ladies, good citizens, and greetings to those visiting. I give you the Crimson Knight from Worcestershire, sure to add some flavour to this tournament, and his challenger, Sir Speedy." A chorus of boos came from the section containing the ladies-in-waiting. The flag signalled to begin. The contestants charged one another from opposite ends. Clash! Speedy had made a valiant attempt, though he merely glanced his opponent. However, the Crimson Knight's lance landed just right and knocked Speedy off his ride. Incredibly, Parking Lot's knights had made a fair showing this season, for some unknown reason, and could even achieve the overall victory if they were lucky. "Next is the defender of the realm of the mysterious kingdom, dressed in black armour from head to toe, black shield and lance, riding a jet-black horse, known only as Malevolence. His challenger is Sir Jonathan the Merry." The flamboyant knight rode out on his chestnut steed, Buttercup, whose tail and mane had bright flowers braided in, and was draped in white satin. Jonathan was adorned in pink-painted armour and a cape of peacock feathers. All the visitors wailed with laughter and did mock the outrageously dressed knight, while the citizens of Parking Lot remained respectfully quiet and merely smiled, knowing secretly just what a formidable competitor he would prove to be. The signal given, Malevolence started slowly, even menacingly. Jonathan charged steadily. He turned and saluted the king, which created confusion. Before Malevolence could react, he found himself lying flat on his back. The audience gasped in astonishment. When the furious knight got to his feet, he shouted curses at Jonathan, who wasn't listening or did not care. He was too busy looking in a mirror at his helmet hair. The second bout was about to take place. Malevolence paced, ready to race. When the signal was made, the Dark Knight charged hard, ready to vanquish the frilly upstart. At a frightening rate, Jonathan took aim and allowed his lance to be pushed away. Then he swiftly continued to swing it around his back, smashing Malevolence in the chest. In the air he did fly, landing plop like a cow pie. The locals cheered with exuberance, while the visitors sat in stunned silence, not sure of what they had just witnessed. When Malevolence finally came to his senses, he vehemently shouted more curses. He vowed the next bout would bring his opponent down.
"Jonathan," cautioned the Black Knight, "you'd better watch your back. That dude wants to take off your head."
"Then shouldn't I be watching my front instead?"
"That's what I meant. It's just what you see when you're black."
"Is that a fact? Can you teach me to talk like that?"
"Sorry, bro. You have to have soul."
"What do you then propose?" The Black Knight took Jonathan's helmet and ran off to prepare it. The last bout would commence right after the next two contestants. Just as Jonathan was about to mount Buttercup, the Black Knight returned with his helmet.
"Yo, Jonathan, check this out. Wear your helmet with the visor up until just before your opponent lowers his lance. You got that, frilly man?"
"I do not understand, but I will do as you command." He put the helmet on his head and mounted Buttercup, ready to begin. The angry bitter knight from the mysterious kingdom uttered one last curse before he spurred his horse when the signal to commence was given. Everyone held their breath as the two warriors bore down the track. No one noticed Malevolence had replaced the tip of his lance with iron that would be sure to kill if it struck Jonathan. He wanted revenge on the flamboyant knight who had shamed him so badly twice. As the two combatants bore down on each other, Jonathan dropped his visor. Malevolence turned his head and was hit square in the chest. He had to be carried off the field on a litter. The crowd cheered and cheered. Later, after Jonathan claimed his prize, he caught up with the Black Knight, who had served as his squire. "Why did Malevolence suddenly turn his head?" he inquired.
"I fear I polished your visor to that of a mirror."
"And when I dropped it, the sun's reflection—"
"Blinded him, the wretched scum."
"But would that not be deemed cheating?"
"You tell me."
The Black Knight pointed to the lance belonging to Malevolence. "The tip is iron. He intended me mortal harm," exclaimed Jonathan.
"What is fair about that, Jack?"
He gave the knight a hug. "Thus it could be said, you had my back, my friend."
"It should be said, Jonathan. I saved your rear end."
Meanwhile, back at the castle, the king was in an extremely cheerful mood due to his huge winnings from the jousting tournament, which be fortunate for his intoxicated magician. Marvin was brought before the king, more specifically, pulled, dragged, and carried.
"I am getting weary of making allowances for you. If it were not for the fact that magicians, even poor ones like you, are few, I would have given you the boot."
"That's so cold, royal dude." However, magician, my patience is wearing thin. Why are you tripping when you should be mixing a potion to make my daughter less loathsome?
Dang, boss, chew my butt if you must, but could you whisper, my head's about to bust?
But what about the beauty remedy you were to have ready?
I got it right here in my pocket.
He showed the king a pill that looked like a purple Alka-Seltzer.
When I drop it into your daughter's cup during the ball, she will become the fairest maiden of all.
Just when I thought I could not become any happier today, you have shown me the way. To demonstrate the excellent mood I am in, I am going to put all the minor offenders on an early work release program. They can work off the rest of their sentence in my fields,
where they will slave away 16 hours a day under the hot sun.
But I never said it would be fun. Look at it this way. They will get a change of scenery and a really nice tan.
You are the man.
That I am.
Scene 11. Ever since the king had first talked with Marvin about creating a beauty potion, he had thought it best to keep it close to his chest, at least until he was assured of success. Parking had simply explained to his wife that there was a remedy to address their daughter's appearance in progress, and for that reason she should cordially get off his highness.
My wife, it is almost time for the annual ball, held each year, so it is called. I promised you I would be diligent in making a way for our daughter to wed.
Did you arrange an engagement with the hunchback?
Oh, better than that. I am pleased to inform you that Marvin, our black mediocre magician, has succeeded in creating a potion to turn our offspring into a beauty.
How exactly?
A concoction will be slipped into her cup before the toast at the ball. Once she has drunk, she will instantly be transformed into the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, and far beyond.
Aside from misguided blind faith, what makes you so sure that this is what is going to take place?
Aside from the fact I am desperate, I have great misplaced confidence in our magician, as I am sure in the preparation he has thoroughly tested the elixir on a sufficient number of rodents.
Let the record show I did not endorse this experiment, nor do I share the same confidence you have in the magician. I have grave reservations, and will only believe when I see the evidence. It is only for the sake of our daughter's happiness that I am even consenting to this.
So be it. I shall summon Tundra now and tell her the good news. I am sure she will heartily approve.
When Tundra appeared, her mother bid her to sit down. What is the name of that apparel that adorns thy form? If you must ask, mother, I'm wearing stretch slacks and a peasant's blouse. Tundra, my love, I beg thee, wear not such a blouse. You have enough fabric there to cover a peasant's entire house. I thought monarchs had more matters pressing than to jest and criticize how I am dressing.
Oh, I see you have your mother's spirit and sharp-tongued wit.
My husband, you do beateth about the bush. Out with it.
Tundra, my child, at the ball 7 days hence, you shall be betrothed before the evening ends.
That's quite a kick in the pants. How do you propose to bring about such a romance?
Ask me not how, for I shall not tell, but know this and know well.
Your attention will every young man demand. Whomsoever you fancy shall have your hand. What do you think now about your old man?"
Before I comment on that, I must insist on one condition if you wish to enlist my cooperation.
"Which is?"
It has come to my attention that you have several men awaiting execution in your dungeon for refusing to court me. Have I stated the situation correctly?
"It is true. They refuse to obey the command of a king, which, as you know, means they must receive the death penalty."
Yet, is it not also true that the king alone has the authority to set them free?
"Certainly. But for what reason would I agree?"
Because if you do not release them immediately, then as for the ball, you won't see my hand or any other part of me at all.
"Young lady, do not try my patience. I am not only the king, I am your father after all, and you will do as I say, and go to the ball."
By the way, Father, why do we rhyme everything we say? Don't you think that's a bit lame? We are simply trying to sound more Shakespearean. It is the fashion. Whatever, Mother. If you need a legitimate reason to issue a pardon, then just say they were released on a legal technicality.
"What would that be?"
asked her father inquisitively.
Since I had no intention of marrying any of them, it would have been impossible to have obeyed the command they had been given.
"Once again, Tundra, I find myself entrapped by your logic, and, like your mother, I know when it is pointless to argue any further. I will agree, and immediately release them all, in exchange for your cheerful, willing participation at the ball."
Agreed. Now, don't you feel better by your act of mercy?
"Not really. I will only feel better when I have a grandchild to bounce on my knee."
Darling, now that you and your father have everything worked out, you will be the belle of the ball. There is nothing to worry about. Just make sure you can fit into your gown, the one I had specially sewn.
This was known as the futile period, because it was futile for children to argue with their parents, who were in charge. During an officially declared famine, they were permitted to eat their children. This especially applied to teenagers who had not performed any useful chores around the home, left lights on, called their parents morons, slammed doors, or stayed out all night with the family's ox and cart, then parked the poor critter in the barn with its tank on empty, all worn out. That alone would have been enough cause for Mom and Pop, with a few townsfolk, to have Buffy or Biff thrown off a cliff. Children may not have considered their parents any wiser back then, but getting into hot water could have meant they were about to become supper. It was no use for Tundra to argue with her parents either. Not only were they the ultimate authority in the kingdom, it was lawful to sell children to lonely trolls or gypsies for any reason. After Tundra's session with her father and mother, she returned to her chamber to work off some anger. She plugged up the privy, tampered with the damper, and took the gown, a drab brown, the one her mother had specially sewn, when she knew she preferred royal blue, and promptly stuffed it up the flue. Tundra appeared calmer as she waited for you-know-who. When Olaf emerged from the privy, having finished his work and cleaned up too, she was setting a small table for two, with his favourite, critter stew.
"Would it be presumptuous, Tundra, on my part, to consider us friends?"
don't be silly. Oops, I'm sorry, that's your sister. Of course we're friends. Have I done something to offend?
Now you're being silly, and I don't mean my sister. What I meant is that as friends you need not stop up your flue or plug your commode if you wanted me to visit, you know.
You're right. I'm kind of embarrassed. It's just that my parents get on my nerves, and I know better than to turn to any of those liars-in-waiting. I hope you're not mad at me for causing you to come here so often. She thought to herself, how fond I am of this big elf, especially because he makes me feel like I am the most graceful, beautiful, and wittiest girl in the world. Olaf, tell me, please, how do you feel about me? She asked him mischievously, knowing questions like that made his brain turn to jelly. He looked like he was going to melt. His heart was in his throat, trying in vain to think of anything to say to keep him from sounding like a boorish lout.
If you weren't the princess and your toilet was plugged every day, I'd fix it for nothing, and not a farthing you would pay.
She knew that was as close to a declaration of love she'd ever heard him say. She laughed and punched him in the arm, then ran away, or waddled, as quickly as she could with her great weight. When she was alone, she said, I should be satisfied with that oath, and because of my appearance, it is time I stop dreaming of marrying a handsome prince.
Scene 12. The handmaidens finally finished stuffing the princess into her gown, all 300+ pounds. Tundra was very fond of the annual ball, held each year, so it was called. She waited with the ladies-in-waiting for the evening's festivities to begin. There would be dancing, music, a play, and best of all, her favourite food, an all-you-can-eat buffet. She especially liked the tiny little plates. They made it look as if she were eating like a bird. No one ever seemed to notice or commented on the endless trips through the line by her attendants to feed her.
Tonight there will be leg of lamb, quail, pheasant, duck, roast pork, beef, goat, pickled pig's feet, cheese, baked potatoes, pies of minced meat, and other treats. Where to start is the problem.
One lady said dryly, It is a long evening. No doubt you will get to all of them.
That is my plan. I hear the sweets are good enough to die for, a young lady snickered.
Another said knowingly,
'Tis true. A beggar stole a cake from the royal kitchen and was hung before it could be eaten. Which only proves that one cannot have their cake and eat it too. Or in his case, one can have their cake and a noose too.
That made the ladies laugh like hyenas. Tundra was not amused by the conversation and made an announcement to them.
I am to be betrothed before the evening ends.
The women sat stunned with their mouths hung open.
I'm looking forward to having a good night for a change.
Tundra thought,
I knew that would shut them up.
She stood, smoothed her gown, and waddled out the door without turning around. When the ladies recovered, one asked,
What man in his right mind would take that beast for a bride? In their right mind, none. Maybe she is to marry a crazy one. That would narrow it down. Will she marry the village idiot? After all, he is crazier than a bedbug. But he's not blind, and that's the rub. Maybe it is someone who hasn't seen her before. And when he does, Who's going to block the door? But even that wouldn't make him consent. True, someone would have to hit him on the head. More than once, really hard, I would suggest. These so-called ladies could have gone on, as they had done on many other occasions, but the ball had just begun, and they were eager to get their pick of eligible gentlemen who would be their quarry for the evening. Everyone who was anyone was at the gala event. There were lords, ladies, dukes, duchesses, counts, countesses, musicians, and good magicians, not like Marvin, who was fixing his potion in the kitchen. The festivities were even being covered by CNN, Castle News Network. Tum ta-ta-tum, ta-ta-tum tum tum, ta-tum. The trumpets blared. The royal party entered the grand hall, and the court announcer guy announced, "All hail the king! Long may he live and reign!" The people replied, "Hail to the king and to the royal family! Long may they live and reign!" His Majesty stood on the stage with his family. He said to the Queen,
"Truly, this is the best thing about being king. Everyone waving, cheering, and genuflecting. I never tire of watching my subjects genuflect."
"Which must be why you insist on it," the Queen quipped. He waved his hand toward the royal trumpeters, who promptly trumpeted, "Tum ta-ta-tum, ta-ta-tum tum tum, ta-tum," which meant there would be an important announcement. Parking addressed his subjects.
"Welcome, one and all, to the annual ball, held each year, so it is called. As your royal host, I wish to greet you, and I do beseech you, eat, drink, and party hardy. We have had a prosperous year with only one minor Viking raiding party. There have been no famines or plagues, and the revolt I treated as a joke, and only hung a few folks. So, all taken together, it has been a most favourable year."
When the assembly did end their cheer, the Queen motioned so all would hear.
"Please, take a mug of the fruitful punch, a tankard of ale, or a goblet of wine, for the king wishes to make a toast at this time."
Everyone scurried about to grab a goblet or mug. Marvin slipped in unnoticed and placed the pill into Tundra's cup. The king proclaimed,
"Lift your glasses high in the air and toast Princess Tundra, my daughter so fair."
Everyone quickly placed their cups to their lips to stifle any laughter that might slip. Tundra emptied her goblet with one gulp and wondered what she would sample first, the pig or the goat. The bell sounded for the dinner to commence. When Tundra went to take a step, everything went dark, and down she went. Her lack of grace was renown, so everyone merely stepped around and assumed she had tripped on her gown. When she continued to lie on the floor like a mat, to her parents' great embarrassment, attendants tried to lift her, but she failed to stir. They cried out with alarm, and everyone gathered round. "What's wrong with the princess?"
"That would be a long list. Where would we begin?"
"She looks so pale."
"Call for the physician." "Fetch her some ale."
"Is she breathing?"
"Lift her legs."
"Is her heart beating?"
"Lift her head." "She needs a good bleeding."
"Is she dead?"
"Send for some leeches."
"Did she choke on a sausage?"
"Someone rip open her bodice."
The Queen rushed to Tundra, dropping to the floor, unable to tell if she was alive or no more. The royal physician, Dr. Benedictine, arrived on the scene, and after a preliminary exam declared preliminarily,
"Someone has put the princess into a deep sleep."
Though virtually unknown to everyone except those of the royal household, Tundra was after all the sole heir next in line for the throne. The news of her illness spread throughout every village and hamlet. The loss, or imminent one, of a monarch's only child made this situation most dire. It could be the demise of the Parking royal bloodline. The fate of the kingdom hung in the balance, as Tundra lied trapped in a deadly trance. Upon a bier in the castle's chapel, Tundra had been placed on display. Mourners and well-wishers passed through each day, creating a mountain of flowers that filled the immense room with a fragrant bouquet. The Queen sat in a private viewing area, so she could look upon her daughter. Meredith entered, and put her arm around her.
"You unfortunate thing! 2 days you have kept vigil here in this chapel, hoping for a change. But you cannot go on this way. I fear you will waste away." "Oh, Meredith, I cannot bear to leave. Should I be having tea and chatting away, only to hear she has slipped away? Would that not only add to the grief I already harbour today?" "Come away, take some food and rest. I will keep watch over our princess."
Ample looked at her with anguished eyes.
"Promise?"
Meredith returned a look, one Ample had grown up with, which meant, "You should know better than to even ask." The Queen slightly laughed.
"Very well. You know I could never resist, once you did insist."
Nobles and commoners from every kingdom continued to file in to view the fallen heir. The ladies-in-waiting were also there.
"She looks to me as if she were already dead." "Methinks that could be an improvement." "I heard she fell and hit her head." "More likely she choked while swallowing a whole loaf of bread." "Maybe she was poisoned by her parents to collect the insurance." "How would that help them produce an heir for the kingdom?" "The king and queen will have to get busy." "She's not that old, and don't ask me how I know, but he is definitely capable." "They had better think of something quick." "I don't think the princess is going to make it." "This is just like Sleeping Beauty." "Maybe the sleeping part, but with none of the beauty." "And which prince is going to kiss that face?" "You might as well start digging her grave today."
These so-called ladies had to hurry out before anyone heard them giggle over their cruel jests at Tundra's expense. Long after the visitors had departed, Olaf slipped in to be by Tundra's side. It was midnight when he was sure no one else would be inside. Fortunately for him, due to his occupation, with the number of privies and chimneys throughout the castle, he could move freely at all hours without any hassle. He looked down at her ashen face in the soft candlelight and quietly cried,
Tundra, you know how you are always asking me how I feel about you, and laugh because, as an oaf, I never know what to say or do. Well, I do know, and if I had the chance, I would tell you so. I would tell you I love you, because I truly do.
Scene 13. From that very night when Tundra succumbed to the ill-fated potion, the king remained secluded where he brooded. Now he was ready to deal with Marvin, who in that same evening had been apprehended and immediately locked away in the deepest, darkest cell in the dungeon. There he had been left to contemplate his fate. The king found much comfort in repeatedly envisioning the magician's hanging, then taking him down while still alive, so Marvin could experience what would be done to him next. It would start with the separation of his little soldier with a rusty sword. Then Marvin would get to see himself be disemboweled. After that he would mercifully be beheaded, which most generally results in death, at least so far it has. His limbs would be hacked off and shipped by feudal express north, south, east and west. This was commonly known as being drawn and quartered. Something the king had never ordered, but with Marvin, he believed it would give him an immense sense of satisfaction. However, as time passed, his anger abated some, and he realized that nothing he could do to Marvin would restore his daughter to him. Mostly he was filled with sadness and just wanted to get the execution over with. Parking ordered Murph the Serf, his personal attendant,
"Prepare my royal robe and garments, for I go now to execute justice, then execute a varmint."
2 guards led the king through a maze of rooms beneath the castle until they came to where the magician was being held captive. It was a dark, damp, eerie concave installed with a massive iron bar gate that reached to the ceiling. There was insufficient light to see all the way inside.
"Marvin?"
Something was heard stirring.
"Nice of you to drop in, sire. Please excuse my attire. Somehow my clothes went missing, and since there is no privy, I'd be careful where I stepped. My crib is a mess. The fact I don't stand don't mean I'm dissing, my lord. It's just that I'm chained to the floor."
"Magician, you messed up exceedingly."
"Yo, gee, like you's telling me."
"Your potion failed miserably."
"My bad, homie."
"You gave my daughter a concoction that you had not even tested. You treated her like a guinea pig."
"I followed the wizard's manual as best I could, but with the ball happening imminently and unable to delay, there wasn't any time to consult with the FDA."
"While I understand and am slightly sympathetic, justice demands you be sentenced. I was going to have your fingers and toes cut off one by one this week, but not before I cut out your tongue so everyone would not have to hear you scream."
"Seems you thought of everything."
"However, now that my wrath has cooled, and considering we have known each other since high school, I will pass over the torture and move right to the execution. How would that be, my old friend?"
"That's really righteous of your magnanimousness. But why do you even have to do me like this? I thought we were tied, and you had my back. We've been like brothers and all that. Why can't you cut me some slack?"
"We are tight, just not as tight as the rope that will be around your throat. And as for slack, I already thought of that. So much slack, in fact, when you drop from the platform, your neck will snap. We certainly do not want to have any mishaps in the execution of your execution. If we are not careful, someone could get hurt, when they should get dead instead."
"There you go. Now you done it. I'm calling the ACLU."
"Who? What did I do?"
"You could have said, 'You will be boiled in oil,' or 'I will have your limbs torn limb from limb,' or even, 'I will make you drink poison.' But no, you gots to go straight to a hanging."
Oh, my dear friend, I never meant to offend.
Then I demand to have my head chopped off, like all the Anglo-Saxons.
Marvin, no prejudice was intended. I may have my faults, though no one would dare speak of them out loud. I pride myself in equal opportunity executions. Please accept my sincere apology and consider yourself unhung. Forgive my cultural insensitivity. I will be happy to have your head chopped off the same as the nobility.
Your apology is accepted. But since we're speaking of forgiveness, why don't we just forget all this, file it under lessons learned, and give old Marvin here a full pardon?
That even made the guards laugh. Everyone assumed the magician had gone mad.
That was rather amusing. I would invite you to provide some fresh entertainment this week at our noon repast, if it wasn't for the fact that you will be headless.
Yo, your righteous dudeness. There's gotta be some way to save my black...
As I see it, the only thing that could appease me and change my judgment is if you can give me my daughter back.
Let me think on that.
Marvin paced back and forth as best he could, since he was chained to the floor.
Now that you mention it, there just might be a way to do just that.
Is that a fact, or are you lying, as you said, to try to save your...
As memory serves me, while attending Wizard University, during one of Professor Gustav Medlin's lectures, I distinctly heard him talk about a cure for a trance, just like the one the princess is in.
I am listening.
With the nectar from the very beautiful and delicious halle berry that grows on a halle wood tree in a land so very far away, I don't remember its name.
Now you surely fabricate to facilitate an escape from your fate.
I'm being straight up with you, noble dude. That's what the professor said. I'll bet my life on it.
For real, Marvin, you are in fact doing exactly that.
What about that pardon? Do we have a bargain?
But what choice do I have? You have got me by my tarrywags. But I warn you, Marvin, if you have played me false, I will spare no expense to hunt you down, and before I take your life, I will take your...
All's I know is what I was told. I will even draw you a map, showing where this place is at.
The king reluctantly signed a decree setting the magician free, with a ticket to get out of town before sundown. With great dispatch, King Parking called for his bravest and noblest knights, which unfortunately would still be scraping the bottom of the barrel, from the order of the knights most sober at the square table with the big round lazy Susan in the centre. He waited for most of the day without any response. He called again for any knight who was conscious by offering an obscene reward to bring back a cure for his daughter. The knights eventually seated in the king's study were Laugh-a-Lot, Speedy, Galahad, Jonathan, and the Black and White Knights. Unfortunately, these guys were duller than their swords, except for Jonathan, of course. They had graduated from night school, last in their class, but ever since the end of the draft, the king had to settle for whatever he had. He continually made excuses for them and overlooked their shortcomings. Yet, if they were anything, they were always there, and could be depended upon to do the least amount of whatever was required of them.
Most brave and noble knights, I am entrusting you with my daughter's life. You must journey to a land far away, and we know not its name."
"Excuse me, my liege, how are we supposed to know when we have arrived, or even how to proceed?" interrupted Galahad.
"You do get ahead of me. In my hand I have a map, which you shall study when you are on your way. Okay?"
The knights all mumbled together, "Whatever."
"There will be many dangers along the trail, ample opportunities to fail. Most of you may not survive to tell the tale, but that is the risk I am willing to take. Wait, come back. I implore. Close the door. Sit back down. There is more. Those of you who return with the antidote for my daughter will receive great riches and honor. You will be celebrated from one end of the realm to the other. You shall be heroes, and be granted lands, servants, and comely maidens to meet your every command."
As the men sat back in their seats, one of them asked, "How many maidens per man? And exactly what kind of commands?"
"Never mind that, Galahad. You're always reasoning with your short sword. What kind of dangers are we going to face, my lord?" asked Speedy. "Undoubtedly, there will be hostile kingdoms you must enter in, flying beasts overhead, blistering heat, numbing cold, temptations, plagues, or pestilence."
"No more than what we men have already overcome." Galahad went to raise his hand to accept the bargain. The king added,
"And upon your success, one or another will be chosen to wed my daughter."
Once more, all the men bolted for the door.
"Come back. I confess it was merely a jest. I promise no marriage. Gentlemen, calm yourselves. Forget what I said. Just for making the attempt, I will increase your wages and throw in a comprehensive benefits package, including medical coverage and 2 weeks' annual vacation."
The men cautiously sat back down to listen. One knight whispered to another,
"I'd rather look death in the face than the face of his daughter."
Scene 14. Negotiations between the king and the knights extended into the night over travel expenses and per diem until there was an agreement. Sunrise found the hung-over gaggle of armoured men and company slowly proceeding past the castle's slumbering sentries. The cool, crisp autumn air helped keep the men from falling out of their saddles. They had travelled in relative silence until they came to the border of the kingdom's limits, when Laugh-a-Lot did what he did best, brightened the mood with one of his jests. "The ladies in waiting told me our princess has been saving herself for just the right man. Judging from her girth, I would say it was a poor plan. She did save too much for too long, for now she has more, alas, than any man can stand." They laughed so hard, one knight fell over backwards and landed with a thud on the ground. "Laugh-a-Lot," scolded Galahad. "You should be ashamed, for surely she would give her husband much warmth in the winter, and in the summer great shade."
"That ain't no jive,"
exclaimed the Black Knight.
"That gal has got the fattest behind. I'd be down with that. But she's also got a big front, thighs and back. Whoever gets that booty will be putting in double duty."
They continued to amuse themselves, bashing the princess, peasants, then elves, until night when they camped by a wishing well. One of them wished for an anatomical enhancement that, when granted, put him in traction. Another knight had to use a wish just to undo the request. After that, no one else dared make another wish. The White Knight at the last minute had changed his mind and begged to stay behind to clean up the mess where the knights lived, which would serve a more useful service than him accompanying his fellow men.
How long do you think this mission will take?
I pray it takes no more than a few months to a day.
Has anyone given any thought as to what they will do with the lucre?
Forsooth, replied Galahad, I will retire and establish a home for fallen, wayward women, to, so to speak, give them a helping hand, or anything else I can to get them back on their feet. Eventually, once I've helped myself, I mean them, sufficiently, I would release them, he said with a most sleazy grin. You're such a cad. If that be your plan, then I would heartily recommend you add a home for pregnant women, since most of your clients will be carrying your children.
A hearty laugh rose from all the men. Galahad took on a concerned expression, then reasoned,
Then it had better be a very substantial reward indeed, for all the child support I would be paying. What about you, Black Knight? What will you do with all your loot?
Shoot, I'll get me a new armored suit, something in chrome, and a huge chain of gold. I might even put some chrome caps on my front teeth. Mainly, I want to get into professionally singing with my peeps, playing R&B. Maybe even open my own club for a little bit of hip-hop and occasional pop for any white folk who show up. If I can get my mum to work in the kitchen, whipping up her famous fried chicken, hominy, greens, gizzards and livers, with waffles and cornbread, I'd expand my business with a chain of restaurants. Who knows? I could become more famous than the Colonel.
Stop it. We have hardly begun our journey, and already I'm so hungry.
Yo, no kidding, my man. What's for dinner, Jonathan?
Am I the only one who hunts around here?
If you want to eat, don't depend on us. We're better lovers than we are hunters.
As I understand from the ladies in waiting, you are all hampered by the size of your equipment.
Everyone knoweth 'tis not the size of the equipment, but the skill of the participant.
Then unfortunately you loseth out on both counts. Wanting to change the subject, a knight said,
Why can't you shoot down one of those pheasants which be circling overhead?
Everyone looked up.
Those aren't pheasants, you idiot. You guys smell so bad they're buzzards. They think you're dead. Very funny, Sir Fancy Pants. Why don't you put your arrow where your mouth is and shoot something for dinner then?
Fine. Don't do anything I wouldn't do while I'm gone hunting. After he left, one knight said,
That won't be happening, since we are without the company of any women.
It was around the usual time when Olaf made his way to Tundra's side in the middle of the night to see for himself if she was still alive. As he stood there in silent prayer, immersed in memories of the princess, he was startled by the sudden entrance of Her Highness.
Olaf, is it not?
Clearly embarrassed, he said,
"Please forgive this trespass, Your Majesty."
He bowed and turned to leave.
"Stay. I would welcome the company of someone who cares for her so."
"You know,"
she laughed.
"It is my business to see that there are no secrets when it comes to the princess."
"I am merely an acquaintance. I have only been to her chambers on official business when summoned to unblock her plumbing or unstuff her flue. I can assure you, our relationship has been strictly professional. I know my place. My only wish is to be of service."
"You are here every night at her side about this time, yet I see no problems with any plumbing or chimneys."
Olaf stood rigid and speechless, with bowed head, not knowing what would happen next.
"For your friendship, the king and I are most grateful. It is not as though she has ever had any before. It may seem all we care about is finding a husband for our daughter so she can give us heirs, but she is too young to understand that the parking line will end if she does not wed and have children. If that happens, another power, even stronger, will seize the opportunity to annex this kingdom, and Tundra's life might become even more tragic. If she survives, that is."
The Queen held her handkerchief to catch the tears that started falling. Olaf felt helpless, knowing he did not possess the ability to offer any words of comfort to Her Highness. He finally mustered enough courage to utter,
"If there was anything I could—"
"I know you would. However, all we can do is hope those dolts the king sent succeed in bringing back the antidote to set her free from this accursed sleep."
"I did not know there was an antidote. May I ask about the knight's task?"
"They were given a map and sent west to journey to a land unnamed in search of the Halle Berry that will cause our daughter to thrive again."
Olaf became animated.
"With your permission, permit me to join them, that I may help them succeed. Please, I beg you, Your Majesty."
He made his plea on one knee. Ample considered the request momentarily, then, with a shrewd smile, exclaimed,
"Excellent! A backup plan, provided this is kept strictly between you and me. Agreed?"
"Absolutely. I shall leave immediately."
"Arise! I applaud your enthusiasm, but you cannot go off into the night like some madman. Take rest, and at dawn there will be a driver and carriage, with provisions to escort you to the edge of the kingdom. There you will make arrangements for further transportation."
Olaf bowed once again.
"I will do my best and succeed, or will die in the attempt."
"Pray it will not come to that."
She reached out and clasped his huge hand before he left. It was impossible for Olaf to sleep. His mind raced back and forth, anticipating what laid ahead. He wanted so desperately to be of service and ensure that the knights would find the cure. It seemed to him he had just shut his eyes when there came a knock upon his door. It was still early in the morn.
"Master Olaf, I am your driver with the royal carriage as promised. I am to take you to the kingdom's border by the Queen's order, when you are ready."
"Yes, of course. I will be with you momentarily."
Olaf ducked back inside to gather his belongings, not knowing how long he would be away. He left a note for Clarence, his assistant, to manage the company, until he returned from the journey. Inside the coach, he found a generous amount of provisions that would be transferred to a beast of burden that would be arranged for him. Scene 15. Due to the urgency of the mission, parking lot's knights had to travel swiftly. But even at that, they had to travel with enough provisions to provide for a serf for each knight to care and feed their steed, a cook for whenever they did eat, and on hand the Black Knight's R&B minstrel band for whenever they were able to jam. The guitar player was a cousin of Dizzy Lips, the king's royal band leader and trumpeter. They all agreed, for this trip, they would not take any women, which Galahad found the most disconcerting. The king had provided them with a generous amount of funds to hopefully get the task done. Money management, like everything else the knights touched, would quickly become severely mucked up. They never stopped drinking unless they passed out or the liquor was gone. The only sure bet, when they gambled, was they would lose whatever they had. Except for Jonathan, they all smelled bad. His obsession was fashion. He never travelled anywhere without huge trunks filled with clothes and accessories. He could have been the ancestor of Liberace, for more than one reason, presumably. His appearance and undetermined orientation were always a subject of discussion with the other men. They always engaged Jonathan very carefully, not wanting to offend the frilly gent, who could easily have vanquished all of them. While gathered around the campsite waiting on the venison, one of the men initiated the conversation.
"Jonathan," said Speedy cautiously, "you've been among us for a while now, and we know nothing of you except you favour fanciful clothes, are meticulously groomed, bathe daily, which seems more like a fetish to me, and smell fresh, like a daisy, or should I say pansy?"
"Yeah, that's right," said the Black Knight. "All's we knows is you're a mashed with a bow."
Galahad did ask,
"Why don't we ever see you wenching like the rest of us?"
Jonathan had sat there quietly stirring the campfire and listening. It was as if he was searching within himself, trying to make some sense of his life as well. "I can see you will give me no peace lest I tell you my story." The men focused intently on Jonathan, an exceptionally handsome, athletic young man in his 20s, with blonde, sandy light hair and complexion very fair. "I was born into a wealthy family in the town of Berglund, Uri in the Schachental. My father was twice the age of my mother, and I had 4 older sisters and no brothers. When I was only 8, my father passed away, and to survive, my mother married my father's brother, a man of peculiar desires, making the marriage more of an arrangement than anything intimate." The knights looked at one another with expressions of comprehension. "So," continued Jonathan, "I was raised in a house surrounded by females, who took great pleasure in dressing and grooming me constantly, in whatever manner they pleased. When I was allowed to do as I wished, I practised archery constantly with William Tell, my uncle. I will never forget the day he said to me, 'Lad, I've taught you all I know, and now you best even me with a bow.' Then I was sent off to school to advance my studies, and while at college I joined the ROTC. After graduating, I went on to night school, then fought briefly in a small campaign where I was wounded and had to spend a long time in recovery. Later, when I was able, I sought employment. How do I say this diplomatically? If the requirements to qualify as a knight at parking lot was the bar in the high jump, one could merely step over it. Having satisfied the men's curiosity, it was time to satisfy another need.
"Works for me," Laugh-a-Lot said. "Let's eat."
Scene 16. The messy knights travelled the countryside, creating problems wherever they did abide. Having been on the inter-kingdom highway I-88 for several days, they were becoming weary from the monotonous travelling. They did not proceed with any great sense of urgency, mostly because they had no feeling whether the princess survived or died. Their only interest in the mission was their commission. Unanimously, they did not believe there even was a cure, but was sure the entire matter of the Halle Berry was nothing more than a pile of manure excreted by the magician to save his own skin. They figured the king was so desperate he believed any crap the magician said to get his daughter back. Yet regardless of what they believed, they were more than happy to get away from the kingdom and see what kind of mischief they could get in. They were not averse to anything, no matter how perverse, or any kind of diversion with a bit of perversion sprinkled in to keep things interesting. As it so happened, just then, around the bend, a billboard prominently read, "Loss Farthing, 60 furlongs up ahead, where anyone with money is always welcome." The men became giddy with anticipation.
"Gentlemen, how fortuitous that our mission takes us through that location. And while I have never been to Loss Farthing, I understand it is there we will find everything we need to satisfy even our basest inclinations."
"I dunno," said Speedy. "Our standards are extremely low, you know."
"That's a fact,"
said the Black Knight, slapping Speedy on the back. Everyone hastened their pace, wanting to arrive before it was too late to participate in that evening's debauchery. Loss Farthing was an independent settlement lying right in the middle of several kingdoms' borders, so it employed a policy of strict neutrality, like Switzerland, minus the chocolate and depravity. With such a political strategy, it enabled the residents to generate generous amounts of money, and since most of it was from sources outside their town, there were no taxes on the residents' personal income. Without any regulations, there were no restrictions on offering gambling to anyone, rich or poor, with an infinite number and variety of games of chance, from roulette to craps. Those with more amorous interests could rent a room, already intimately furnished. Loss Farthing was especially recognised for its inexpensive buffets, designed to keep players fed and continually playing. Not to be overlooked were the performers booked with wide acclaim to entertain. Such notables were Wayne of Newton and the tremendously popular animal act of Sigmund and Freud, at only half the usual cost of admission, ever since one of the beasts ate a magician. While that was surely a tragedy, their shows had never previously achieved such high ratings. So much so, Sigmund wanted to make that part of the show. However, with each audition he would run out of applicants, and on a steady diet of humans, the animals were getting fat. When the knights reached the edge of town, they were immediately mesmerized by all the sights and sounds. They would each go their separate ways and leave in a few days, depending on how wasted they all became. 3 days hence, at the stables where the knights' horses were kept, the men met.
"Dread,"
the Black Knight said,
"y'all look like I feel, and I feels real bad."
While each regaled in their foggy recollections of the last several days' escapades, It was then when Jonathan walked in. Immediately the others stopped talking and faced him with sheepish grins. "All right, gentlemen, what sort of mischief have you gotten yourselves in?" Laugh-a-Lot, who was laughing not, replied, "Well, Jonathan, you know how it be me who holds the money from the king to support our trip. Already I do not care for the sound of it. Would you believe I was ambushed and robbed by a vicious horde of 50 Mongolians racing through the town on Arabian stallions? No, I would have a tough time believing something like that. Would you believe I invested all our money in a timeshare development in the hills of El Segundo? No. Then would you believe I pissed all the money away on cheap whiskey, cheaper women, and gambling? That I would believe. Are you telling me you lost all your money? No, not exactly. What Laugh-a-Lot is trying to say is that he lost all our money. I don't understand, said Jonathan. Would you believe... Spare me and just tell me the facts. I lost everything except the clothes on our backs. We have no horses? No. Wagons? None. Armour? Nope. Weapons? Nada. You gambled away my trunks filled with all my outfits? That's about the size of it. Jonathan was visibly shaking. No one looked directly at him for fear he would take vengeance on them. Since I still have my personal money on me, I will repair to my room at the inn to meditate upon this situation. What about us? Galahad timidly asked. I will arrange for your room and board as well. Cheers rose from the knights. That's right. I will arrange with the stable master for you to stay here tonight to sleep. Tomorrow you will repay him by shoveling manure for your keep. Jonathan then left them. Scene 17. When Olaf arrived at the quaint village known as Middleborough, he acquired a huge mule he named Molly. She was especially chosen because of his weight, which even for oafs was great. He had to have a donkey as well to carry his supplies, which he named Ollie. Anxious to get an early start, he chose to sleep in the stables with his animals to guard his supplies. In the morning, before the rooster crowed, he was on the road. Though he had no map nor guide, he would have to have been blind to miss the trail of trash those messy knights had left behind. Olaf talked to his furry companions as he rode along. I am fortunate to have gained the Queen's permission to go on this mission. Apart from the serious nature of this quest, I am in an opportune position to make new friends and advance my business. After all, it is my goal to see to it that every man, woman and child one day will have a privy they can call their own and no longer have to squat in the woods. It was close to sunset when Olaf entered a small hamlet. Miller's Bend be the name on the sign hanging overhead. Good day, stranger, called an old man who was sitting on the trunk of a fallen tree with a pipe in his hand. Kind sir, can you direct me to where I can water my animals, find food and a place to rest? The stable is at the other end, and the inn is in the middle where you could get refreshed. Olaf turned his head to look at the other end. But I wouldn't recommend it, my friend. If you were wise, you would turn back and leave this place as fast as you can.
I've already come a long way, and soon it will be dark. May I ask why I would not be welcomed here?"
"It's not for our sake, but for yours. You should go away. You see, 2 months ago, a band of bandits took over, and when they are not about pillaging and plundering the countryside, they return here to Miller's Bend to hide. They would surely relieve you of all your goods and money, possibly your life."
"How many brigands are there?"
"I've never seen more than 5 anywhere."
"Are there not enough able men in this hamlet to overcome them?"
"My good fellow, you do not understand. We are peasants and farmers of the land. We are not trained with weapons."
"Fair enough, but this will require much thought."
"By whom?"
"By me."
"By you?"
"Why not?"
"No offence, but I thought that was something oafs were not very good at."
"If it were my siblings, I would agree with you, but let's see what I can do."
"We would be forever grateful."
"Good man. I will go back down the road some 200 paces and turn off to the right into the woods to make camp for the night. In the morning, send to me secretly your leader. Tell no one else I have been here."
As Olaf turned to go, the old man wanted to know,
"Do you really think you can help?"
Olaf looked thoughtful.
"I surely can't hurt."
After a fire was made to warm Olaf for the night, he turned to Molly, in whom he would always confide.
"I probably should have told the old man I could not stay, for I have a princess to save. However, while I don't believe in starting a fight, I have never run from one in fright. These poor townfolks need protection. I see it as our duty to help them. Are you with me, my friends?"
Molly and Ollie just continued chewing grass. Olaf had already finished his breakfast when he heard a rustling in the forest. A short, round, middle-aged, red-faced man emerged.
"Hail, stranger. I thought I might never find you, or you had changed your mind. I am Squire Albert Millwright."
"I am Olaf, of Olaf's Ye Olde Heating and Plumbing Service. How do you do?"
"I apologise for our inability to properly house and feed you."
"Squire, I have had ample time lying under the stars to formulate a plan. I believe working together we can solve your bandit problem."
"Do say."
OK. What I need before evening is the following: animal skins, green paint, mane and tail from a mare, a knife and a saw, 2 human skeletons, and 3 slaughtered pigs, with their blood in jugs."
"Goodness, I thought you were going to ask for something tough."
We will also need an empty cottage near town to set the stage. Every man, woman and child will have to cooperate."
"We will do as you say."
The squire hurried off to tell the others of the scheme afoot and gather the goods. In the meantime, Olaf made what preparations he could. Everything had to be ready before the bandits returned, which was certain, though the exact time was undetermined. It was just after sundown when the squire and a few townsfolk returned with the provisions. After everything was unpacked, it was asked if anything lacked.
"As a matter of fact,"
Olaf's face lit up,
"I could use 3 roasted chickens, an apple pie and a jug."
"How are you going to defeat the bandits with 3 roasted chickens?" I'm not. I was hoping to defeat my hunger and have them for dinner."
The men were still laughing as they moved back into the bushes. One of them returned within the hour with a jug of wine, a fresh-baked apple pie, and 3 chickens, which were delicious. Scene 18. Jonathan spent the morning still contemplating all the ways he could exact revenge on his companions, but conceded it would violate the code of chivalry. He turned his thoughts to more productive ones. After making only a few inquiries, he learned who was in possession of all his finery. He purposed to meet with them, to get his ensemble back again. The knights woke up after their night in the stable, and with no money for breakfast, had to take a shovel and begin their task.
"You know, this ain't right. We're men of noble birth, and it ain't fittin' to be shoveling what horses have been."
Speaking of which, where are our serfs? They should be here doing this.
We gave them time off, remember?
Why did we do that?
It's in their labor contract.
Yeah, they get a week off with pay every decade.
Don't forget they get the whole day off on Christmas as well.
Hell, unless one of you know of a better maneuver, we'd better start shoveling this manure. The sound of complaining, murmuring, and grumbling continued all day as they shovelled away. Upon entering the Double Flush Casino, Jonathan was led to the owner, Salvatore Lazy-Eye Portofino. "Good day, Squire. Thank you for meeting with me on such short notice. I am Jonathan the Merry from Parking Lot, on a mission for our king to find a cure for his daughter."
"Yeah, I heard all about that. We've been taking wagers on if the king would ever get her wed. The house was giving odds of 1,000 to 1. Since her mishap, we had to call off all the bets. You know that ain't good for business."
"I understand that my companions gambled away all of our possessions, not to mention our travelling funds, and most especially several trunks of gentlemen's clothing and accessories."
"Oh, those. When I looked through those trunks, I wondered who would wear such silky stuff. Now it's easy to see you are unarguably a knight in white satin."
"That I am. I am most anxious to get my possessions back, intact."
"While I'd like to oblige you, since no men around here has any need for such dainty things, and I would have a problem passing them off as ladies' apparel, except maybe the undies, your companions did run up a huge tab with all their drinking, gambling, and womanising."
"That is why I wish to propose a proposition I believe you would be interested in."
"Say on, then."
"What if your establishment were to set up an archery tournament and offer an enormous prize for the champion? Require a reasonable entry fee that will cover your expenses and invite anyone to participate. On the side, you would make bets on the contestants. You would clean up."
"Yeah, that sounds very lucrative. But I'm no fool. What's in it for you?"
"I intend to win the tournament, and all I require from you is the return of everything my men lost as well as my trunks. You must agree that is a real bargain." Portofino stood there stroking his bearded chin.
"I will need a fortnight to prepare."
"That's fair. I have one more request."
"Yes?"
"Until the tournament, would you employ my companions in your establishment, at no charge, to perform the most unpleasant tasks you can think of, to keep them out of further mischief, sort of a form of community service? Portofino grinned.
I will be happy to do that. They can even keep the tips if they manage to get any. Come by for dinner tonight as my guest, so we can discuss this tournament.
Jonathan spent the 2 weeks practicing archery secretly, relaxing, eating and reading, while his men laboured away in the kitchen, bussing tables, mucking out the privies or plucking chickens. Scene 19. It was late in the afternoon when the gang returned to Miller's Bend, having ransacked a hamlet and robbed several noblemen. They rode in, seeing no one as they came to the inn.
"Something ain't right. There ain't no one in sight,"
said Egbert Bad Breath Odorous.
"Could they have banded together and planned to attack?"
William the Moron asked.
"What should we do about that?"
asked Doofus' son.
Keep searching,
commanded Oric the Bandit.
And if you find the peasants involved in mischief, make them pay with their life.
The ruffians looked for any sign that would shed some light on what happened to the citizens while they were away pillaging.
I say it was the Black Plague,
declared Billy the Idiot.
"Are you daft? Where are all the bodies at?"
mocked William the Moron, Billy's older brother.
"They were abducted by demons,"
explained Richard the Unbathed.
What would a demon want with those ignorant peasants?
Doofus' son quipped.
"You silly twit."
Quiet, you nitwits,
demanded Oric. The band went from house to house, finding no one, making them extremely nervous.
"Maybe they moved away to start over in some other place,"
offered Richard.
If that were the case,
said Oric,
they would have taken their possessions, which are still here with nothing missing. Expand your search.
"You mean you want us to go into the forest?"
asked Odorous.
There is nothing to fear but fear itself.
Yeah, that's what Winston said, just before a creature chewed off his head.
What kind of coward are you?
A live one, and that's the way I wish to continue.
Fine then, we will all go together.
They extended their search to the outskirts. The bandits came upon a lone cottage in the forest. A candle was burning in each window, which were shuttered, so no one could look in.
Go see who's inside, Billy.
I'm no hero. You're our leader. Why don't you go?
I'll cut your throat if you don't do as you're told.
The reluctant young thug opened the door with a drawn sword. He screamed like a frightened woman, which made the others come running to look in. There, chained against the wall, was Squire Millwright, drenched in blood, with both legs gone. The room looked like a slaughterhouse, filled with entrails, gore and human remains strewn all over the floor.
See if the squire is alive.
One man nudged him with the tip of his knife. Millwright slowly came around and gathered his strength.
Save yourselves. For me, it's too late.
Why must we flee?
Go, before the ogre returns. He's already eaten my family, and see,
looking down to his bloody stumps,
he is slowly eating me.
Surely the ogre is no match for the 5 of us. Let's wait,
said Richard the Unbathed.
Make that 4,
said William the Moron as he headed for the door.
I don't plan to stick around to become an ogre's smorgasbord.
He's right. We don't need to risk our lives,
cried Billy.
All right, we'll go back to town,
said Oric.
gather our booty and move to another locality."
They rode right to the stables. Inside it was dark as pitch. No one ventured in until their lanterns were lit. Each man gathered as much loot as he could. Oric asked,
"Who's emanating a smell like death warmed over?"
Out from a darkened corner came a humongous ogre, a creature 7 feet high with fierce glowing red eyes, dressed in nothing but animal hides, lumbered towards them. He had a club as big as the leg of an ox, with bloody spikes jutting out. His head was covered with wild, unshorn hair. 2 huge fangs shone bright in the lantern's light. His green mottled skin was spotted with fresh spattered blood.
He let out with a horrific roar, which shook the men to their very core.
When the ogre continued to advance, the thieves dropped everything, fleeing on horseback, empty-handed. They raced out of town and continued non-stop until dawn. Within the hour, a bell sounded from the church tower to signal the people it was safe to return to their homes after hiding in the woods all day long. The deserted town quickly transformed into the site of a celebration. Squire Millwright, again in charge, seized the occasion to recognise the oaf, turned ogre, for their liberation.
"Thank you, Master Olaf, for your brilliant ruse. To show our appreciation in giving us our village back, I offer you the bounty the bandits stashed."
"That is most kind, Squire Millwright, but all I really need is a square meal and a place to sleep. Tomorrow I must resume my quest to save a certain damsel in distress."
Everyone cheered, and indeed Olaf was provided the best food the town could muster. He could not remember having had any better. He ate until he was stuffed. For an oaf or ogre, that was indeed much. He was then shown to a bed quickly assembled to accommodate his size comfortably. No sooner than his head hit the pillow, he was fast asleep, dreaming once again of saving his precious princess. He envisioned the day she would look up at him with her adoring eyes and break into one of her enchanting smiles and say, "You are my champion." There he would remain by her side all the days of his life. He always woke up with a smile, and that is why. In the morning, Olaf was met by a small delegation bearing a mound of biscuits, eggs, and much bacon. His animals, already fed and watered, were outside waiting. The squire had prepared a few words.
"Thanks to you, Olaf, everyone has chosen to perpetuate the ogre myth by maintaining the cottage with all its blood and gore on display, in case any other undesirables come this way. We wish you success in your quest. Keep us in remembrance. Please consider this your second home, and we, a family of your very own. Visit us again as soon as you can."
Olaf, not good at making speeches, mumbled,
"Thanks,"
and shook a few hands. He did not stop travelling until it was night, when he set up camp by moonlight. Tears came to his eyes when he opened his pack.
"What a nice surprise! A dozen apple pies!"
Scene 20. The day of the great Double Flush Casino Archery Tournament was ready to commence. Hundreds of participants and spectators had arrived over the previous days, with the contestants hoping to be the best, walk away with a handsome prize and bragging rights. Since Jonathan was only interested in winning back his belongings, he entered the tournament dressed as a common merchant, which was very stressful for him, and assumed the name of Horace the Steady Greenleaf. The elimination matches began in the morning and proceeded into the late afternoon, narrowing the competition to the best of the best in each division. Even Portofino had not anticipated such a massive enthusiastic turnout, making him a hero in the eyes of the townsfolk. Due to commercial sponsorship from such companies as Sudweiser and Feudal Express, Portofino was provided with even more profits than he did expect. Profits to such an extent, win or lose, he would give back Jonathan's trunks, a healthy bonus, and then some, to show his appreciation. Just because he was a shadowy underworld figure dealing with questionable characters in activities that could delicately be described as marginally criminal, did not mean he couldn't be a great humanitarian.
Distinguished visitors, ladies and gentlemen,
the announcer shouted from the platform so he could be heard over everyone.
We have witnessed round after round of exciting, skillful archery competition, and by elimination, we have 4 contestants remaining. Standing in front of the platform, we have from Liechtenstein, Sir Fritz Tannhauser of the Teutonic Order, who is also an accomplished poet. For your entertainment, he will recite a poem he specially composed for this occasion.
The reading of the poem was met with quiet confusion, since no one there understood a word of German.
Next contestant is from Norway, a country very far away. Please meet Gunnar High-Jumping Hammereggebraten Wangerberger Dardetson, a hero in the Brennu Njau saga, whatever that is, who is an equally skilled swordsman. Third contestant from the British Isles is Sir Percy Hothead Henry Wellington III, knighted when he was just 13, and has chosen to make maiming and killing a career in the military. Last contestant, but by no means least, states his home is wherever he does roam. Presenting Horace the Steady Greenleaf, a merchant of ladies' finery and accessories. In his spare time, as a hobby, he enjoys embroidery and archery, entering tournaments when time permits. These are our final contestants. Please give them a round of applause. This will be the semi-final match where you may place your bets. The distance to the target has been increased to 1,000 paces. A pendulum swinging over the centre of the target was added to increase the difficulty. Each contestant has been given 3 marked arrows, and upon my command will fire them in succession. The 2 archers whose arrows are closest to centre will advance.
As the men took their positions and drew back on the strings of their bows, a quiet hung over the crowd until the signal was given. With rapid execution, arrows began flying past everyone in search of their target. The scene was electric. It was over almost as soon as it had begun. The judges were at the target inspecting the results, which were astounding.
Let me have your attention. As impossible as it may seem, there is a tie between Hammereggebraten Wangerberger Dardetson and Greenleaf. This means we must say goodbye to Sir Wellington and Tannhauser, who will be leaving with a bunch of lovely parting gifts, including a year's supply of Sudsweiser. The sponsor wants me to remind everyone to act responsibly and never drink and ride.
There was a brief intermission so people could make a wager on the final outcome of the competition, and to fortify themselves on snacks from the concession stands, such as savoury pickled pig's feet, barbecued turkey legs, deep-fried sheep balls, pigeon on a stick, as well as popped corn and twists of bread with salt upon it. Once everyone had a chance to visit the concession stands and relieve themselves, the tournament once again began.
This is the final round to determine the outcome and declare the winner of the Double Flush Casino, I am happy to announce, annual archery tournament, to now be held each year, so it shall be called. The winner, thanks to one of our sponsors, will ride home in comfort and style in a brand new 6-horse-powered Oldsmobile coach convertible with Corinthian leather upholstered seats, centre console with cup holders, and the latest shock-absorbing suspension guaranteed to be gentle on the rider's end. Gentlemen, you will see that the difficulty has been increased. Once again, when the signal is given, at the other end there are 2 pigeons, one dark and one light. As they take flight, you will run to the table behind you, take up your bow and arrows, and then turn, take aim, and shoot your assigned target before it flies away.
Good luck to you, Hammer, stumbled Jonathan.
Hammer will do. Good luck to you too, though I suspect it will take more than that. It would take a miracle for either of us to win, so let God choose between us then.
As you've said. They shook hands. The contestants signalled they were ready. The crowd murmured that such a task would be impossible at best. The odds of success were astronomical, as were the bets. The time was at hand. The audience was as quiet as they had ever been, with some holding their breath, depending on how much they had bet. The signal was given. Each man ran to their weapons. Swiftly, Jonathan seated his arrow and turned to aim at his quarry. Hammeregger Braten Wangerberger Dardetson fumbled and became flustered, as his chances of winning fluttered away like his pigeon. Jonathan hesitated, and everyone was convinced he too had missed his opportunity. Even so, he let go his arrow, which soared high into the sky, almost out of sight, then incredibly pierced the fleeing pigeon right through the eye, causing it to plummet from the sky. Gunnar, the high-jumping hammer, still holding his arrow in his hand, stood staring, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Before the folks could apprehend the champion, alias Horace the Steady Greenleaf, to congratulate him, he vanished into the background, not wanting to be found. The caravan from parking lot slipped out of town just before dawn with all their possessions and funds returned. Jonathan had only briefly checked on his trunk's contents and did not know that a very generous sum of gold was included in one of them by his benefactor, Don Portofino. Once they were a long distance from Lost Farthing, and at the end of the day's journey, the men stopped to make camp. Laugh-A-Lot, with the other men present, addressed Jonathan.
On behalf of all of us, we want to apologise for all the trouble we caused, and for all the times we've been less than tolerant of your passion for fashion. If it wasn't for you, we would still be stuck in Lost Farthing, and ultimately banished from Parking Lot.
He paused for a response. Jonathan said dryly,
As for all the trouble you've caused me in the past, I have a feeling this won't be the last. But we're brothers, so consider yourselves forgiven.
All the men grinned.
Go on, Laugh-A-Lot. Give him the present. Hold on, I was coming to that. We have a confession to make. When we learned there would be an archery competition and you would be entering, we gathered all the tips we'd made and even did extra work so we could bet everything we had on you right from the first.
That's right, said the Black Knight, 'cause we knows just how good you is.
As I was saying, said Laugh-A-Lot, needless to say, for a change, thanks to you, We made a very respectable amount of winnings."
He held out a pouch to Jonathan and continued,
"We want to share with you."
Jonathan was touched. That meant so much.
"Brothers, truly this gesture of generosity means more to me than the money, so keep it for yourselves, please. I have my clothes back. That's all I need."
Galahad took over and said,
"We kind of hoped you'd say that, so we have something else to present."
He produced a beautiful solid gold medallion on a chain, with an inscription in Latin, Princeps in nobis, which meant, "the leader among us." Jonathan's eyes misted as he placed the medallion over his neck, letting it rest upon his chest. After looking down upon it admiringly, he said with a wink, "As your leader, I say it is time I hunt you something to eat."
The men saluted, and Laugh-a-Lot said,
"Forsooth, I'm so hungry I could eat a moose."
"Very well, brother. Let me see what I can do."
Scene 21. Ever since the knights had begun their quest, the atmosphere throughout the palace had been hopeful, though sombre, more or less. No one knew if or when they would hear from their men again, which kept the king in a foul mood most often. Today was one of those days when Parking was especially suffering from a sour disposition, or should it be said instead, everyone else was suffering because of him. Tum-ta-ta-tum, ta-ta-tum-tum-tum, ta-tum. The trumpets blared, which jarred him out of his dour meditation.
"Your Majesty, the decoration delegation,"
the court announcer guy called from across the court.
"They wait without."
What?
Huh?
Wait without what?
Pardon?
What are they waiting for?
For you, I would suppose.
You don't know?
They want your permission to enter into your presence.
I have to give them presents?
No, sire. They beg you to allow them to enter into your court.
What would I want to do that for?
"Good Lord," protested the Queen. "Why are you being so ornery?"
If you want to make me merry, just bring me the Halle Berry.
"Truly, you know I would if I could. But what good does it do for us to stop living too?"
I cannot argue with you, but I am unable to forgive myself for the part I played in this unfortunate event.
"You only did what you thought best to make a better life for our loveless princess."
The court announcer guy timidly reminded,
Sire, they're still waiting without.
No doubt. Am I not the king? Let them be without until I am good and ready. Very well, my wife. I will do my best to be nice.
"Perhaps any day now we will receive good news that our men were victorious, and our daughter will be restored to us."
You have well said, and made my heart glad.
"So practice not being so contrary with me and the ladies of the committee."
What do you mean?
With wide-eyed innocence he looked at the Queen.
"For instance, by your insistence, everything must be painted or adorned in burnt orange and forest green."
As I recall, you are now in charge.
Ample eyed him suspiciously. He patted her knee.
Just remember who is financing your committee, sweetie.
The court announcer guy pleads,
"Your Grace, for mercy's sake, some of the heavier old ladies are about to faint."
"Fortunately, that is not my problem, but that of the Queen."
"Show the ladies to the small conference room immediately. See to them with refreshments, and I will be with them shortly."
"Very well, my lady."
"Since I will be engaged for most of the day planning the festivities, may I ask what sort of mischief you will be instigating?"
The king assumed a look of exuberance.
"Forsooth, I do not know when I last had a moment of my own. What activity would be fitting for a king?"
As the queen stood up to leave, she said,
"Why not summon your fool, and have him tell you what to do, as he always has in the past, without being asked?"
Shecky entered the king's study.
"Sire, you summoned me? Did you want me to lighten your mood with one of my amusing antics or jokes?" "Please, no. It most likely would end the good humour I am in. Since the Queen will be busy with her committee, this leaves me with time to do as I please. However, I am at a loss as what to do with such an opportunity." "And you are looking for wise and brilliant counselling to resolve this quandary?" "Absolutely, but as a matter of expedience, I will have to settle for your usual nonsense." "I will ignore that comment, knowing our relationship goes beyond that. Since you asked me, now would be an opportune time to introduce you to golf, an activity with growing notoriety, enjoyed by royalty." "Sounds interesting. Explain it to me." "My knowledge is very limited." "As with everything you say. But at least you are consistent." "I was saying, your rudeness, it is a sport of skill with clubs, whose origin goes back to the Romans, and is now prominent in Scotland." "How shall we begin, then?" "We need a golf course." "We have got to go to school. What next? I suppose after that I have to take a test." "It is not a course of study, your Majesty, but an expanse of land filled with holes and traps to collect as many birdies as you can." "Now I understand. Golf is a type of hunting. You have captured my attention. How shall we find this land?"
Shecky called for the yellow pages. A short while later, 2 young Chinese boys, Ying and Yang, were ushered in. Shecky explained what he was searching for, and the lads were able to draw simple directions to a golf course within a short riding distance. Parking and Shecky, along with a sufficient number of attendants, set out in the general direction given to them from the yellow pages. After travelling a significant distance into the wilderness, the caravan came to an entrance. The sign overhead read, "Circling Buzzards Golf Club, Members Only."
"Shecky, the sign states we must be members to enter." "Yes, Your Highness, but I suggest we proceed to speak to the club manager to ascertain the membership qualifications."
In a short distance, an impressive structure appeared up ahead.
"Is this the clubhouse where members meet, or is this the clubhouse where clubs are kept?"
"Yes," Shecky assertively said.
"Yes, what?"
"Both, I suspect." As soon as the pair stepped down from the carriage, an elderly gentleman with bright red curly hair spilling out from under a flat-type hat greeted them.
"Good day. I be Angus MacFloggan MacDougall, the course manager.
How may I be of service?"
Shecky spoke first.
"We would like to participate in golf, of which I have heard so much about."
"Aye, 'tis a bonny plan, my man, but ye canna play here, for members ye have to be."
He spoke in a deep Scottish brogue. Shecky was undaunted and wanted to impress the king with his negotiating ability.
"Pray, tell me, what is required then for membership?"
"Oh, 'tis nae gonna be as easy as that. Our membership is very restricted, and rarely there be any vacancies. Even if there were, ye canna make a request, but have to see who the committee selects. If ye were to receive an invitation, that would be your opportunity to join then."
"Are there any other courses nearby we could try?"
Angus shook his head. At that point, Parking was becoming restless, as his day of leisure was slipping away.
"McFloggan MacDougall, is it? I am King Parking of Parking Lot, and your golf course is situated within my borders, is it not?"
Angus did nod.
"So, what would you say if I were to return here again with a small army of men, burn down your establishment, and imprison the management?"
After a momentary pause, Angus exclaimed,
"What luck! We happen to have 2 openings. Yesterday, 2 of our newest members, Arnold and Palmer, tried to save a stroke by trying to chip out of the sand trap. 'Tis a pity. I should have mentioned beforehand. Our traps are made with real quicksand."
McFloggan MacDougall extended his hand.
"Welcome to the Circling Buzzards Golf Course, gentlemen."
Parking looked over to Shecky as if to say, "That is how you negotiate." The manager personally escorted the men on a tour of the facilities. His Majesty was outfitted with the latest fashion in golfing attire, from the spiked soles of his shoes to the Jackson wax cotton ivy cap that set atop his head. The ensemble included knee-high argyle socks, partially covered by a plaid pair of knickers, a sleeveless black and white checkered sweater over a collared purple polo shirt. Over lunch, Angus explained the rules of the game.
"The object of golf is simple enough, but 'tis hard to play. Our entire course is in the rough, and God help you if your balls land in Tiger's Woods. You have to hit them where they be, and you cannot touch them without a penalty."
Shecky complained.
"Golf sounds too morally restrictive, if you ask me."
McFloggan MacDougall continued.
"Each time you hit your balls with a club, you will have a stroke."
"Good Lord, man, I should think so," exclaimed Parking. "It sounds more painful than what goes on in my dungeons."
The manager ignored both and pointed to the map.
"But whatever you do, don't try to retrieve your balls if into the water they fall. There be creatures there that will gnaw you down to the bone before you know. The idea is to get to the green with as few strokes as you can, and then take out your putters to sink your balls into the cup."
"What?" exclaimed Shecky. The king said,
"This golf sounds more like a couple's retreat. I'm not sure if I want to know Shecky that intimately."
McFloggan MacDougall did not understand, or chose not to pay any attention.
"If ye have too many strokes, ye will be over par, missing a birdie or eagle, and have to settle for a single, double, or triple bogey."
Parking whispered to Shecky.
"That would be fine for me, if bogies are good to eat."
Now then, gentlemen, there be one thing that remains, and that will be to choose a set of clubs for each of thee."
The trio left the restaurant and went to the Circling Buzzards Ye Olde Pro Shoppy. Parking and Shecky were each given an empty golf bag.
"First, you will need to acquire a driver." "No need," said Parking. "I already have Mario at my carriage waiting." "I was speaking of a particular club to put in your bag. Let me recommend Big Bertha."
As the men turned in the direction where Angus was pointing, they found themselves face to face with a giant, though well-proportioned, mature Swedish maiden, with her hair in a tight blonde braided bun.
"If you want to see your balls flying high into the sky—"
The men just looked at her with open mouths and wide-eyed.
"Then you have to hit them in the sweet spot."
She stroked a huge block of shaped wood on a long shaft, sensually, which caused the men to feel funny and turn red. They pretended not to understand what she meant.
"In the rough, you'll be needing a set of irons."
Shecky mumbled to the king,
"Apparently there is a bit of bondage involved."
The king replied,
"Is golf a competition or an inquisition?"
"To finish the hole, you must take out your putter."
She paused expectantly. Shecky reluctantly went to unbutton when Bertha stopped him immediately. She showed them the club she meant and added that while she was confident that Shecky's equipment would be impressive, it would never be sanctioned by the PGA, even if he could learn to putt that way. She leaned down to whisper in his ear,
"If you are interested in some private lessons, I'd be happy to fit you in."
She gave him a salacious grin. Shecky stood there thinking,
"The area I would have to cover is so vast. If I were to take on such a task and start at her feet, I'd never reach her summit before dark. I would have to establish a base camp on her. Without help, there is no way I could scale those Alps. I would just have to make it through the pass before winter sets in."
He returned a suggestive grin. McFluggermadougal loaded their bags with balls, gloves, umbrellas and teas, basically one of everything. When Parking was handed the invoice, it amounted to a king's ransom twice. With a membership, proper dress and more than enough equipment, Parking was already fairly teed off even before his first lesson. Unfortunately, the sun would soon set, and it would be too dangerous to play around then.
"Sorry, gents, you've run out of time. If I was to let you tee off now, you'd no likely make it alive to the back nine. In the very least, you'd likely lose all your balls. You need to come back another time, and we will start you on our driving range, where you can practice your swing, 'cause with golf, it don't mean a ting if you ain't got the swing. How will that be?"
Parking was completely overwhelmed and bewildered.
"This game seems way too difficult for me."
"Wait till you actually start playing, Your Majesty."
Scene 22. The knights and their entourage travelled through villages, hamlets, farms and past castles without hassles until they misread the map. They were promptly apprehended by a band of man-hating, mammoth-sized warrior women who looked like they were Olympic weightlifters on steroids, assuredly. They were from the Amazon Kingdom, which specialised in mail-order merchandise. It was a united sisterhood that believed that all men were no good. Most of the male children upon birth were sold to distant kingdoms, keeping only enough for slaves and breeding with only the finest specimens. The men were bound and marched to the centre of their kingdom. Chained, they were paraded through the streets, lined by scantily clad buxom denizens that mocked and scorned the men on their way to prison. When they arrived, they were stripped and searched thoroughly. "From the looks of these fools," said one guard to another, "they must have come from the shallow end of the gene pool. As slaves they would be useless, as they are too soft and slow." Galahad asked smoothly, "Ladies, can we all just get along? I am sure that we can develop some sort of relationship before too long. What say we meet over dinner with a bottle of wine and work things out between you and I?" Galahad's charms had not made a dent, at least not like the one on the side of his head, where the largest Amazon had kicked him. He was propped up against the wall, drooling and mumbling, making no sense at all, or less than usual. Laugh-a-Lot thought a bit of humour would do the trick, so he tried to jest his way out of the predicament. "I must say, ladies, before I normally get to this level of foreplay, I've been treated to dinner and a play." He too found himself next to Galahad, with a matching dent on the side of his head. The rest of the men thought it best to just keep silent. "You interlopers have been found guilty of trespassing," shouted the head Amazon. "And by order of Queen Octavia, after a few days of torture, your heads shall be severed." The thought of such a death made them all a bit tense, until the guard explained it was not those heads she meant. They all commenced to cry like little children. They would have preferred death to such a punishment. There was no Chateaubriand steak or bananas Foster for dessert that night. The prisoners ate stale bread, in the dark, wrapped in filthy rags, lying on a cold stone floor, trying to sleep to a chorus of unmanly muffled sobs as rats scurried about. The cruel and unusual torture of these poor beleaguered souls began anew the next day. They were chained together and bound in chairs. For a warm-up, they each had their eyebrows plucked, then were dunked into a tub of exfoliates, where they remained all day until their skin was supple to the touch. An unforeseen side effect took effect as the knights began to giggle and gossip. "I don't know about you men," exclaimed Jonathan, "but I now have the silkiest skin." They were peeled, wrapped, scrubbed and hosed. No crevice or cranny was left unexposed. By the time they were returned to their prison cells, they were too tired or lacked the will to eat their bowls of swill. Breakfast began with another bowl of swill. Actually, it be the same swill from the night before, which remained still. Only now, for an added treat, there was an assortment of bugs that served as their portion of meat. Needless to say, they all passed, and hoped lunch would provide a more palatable repast. Once more they were all chained together and led to other rooms beneath the palace, where they continued to be tortured by various means of malice. They were made to lay on their backs, secured fast on tables with straps, left waiting indefinitely to see what would happen next. Women technicians entered in and commenced their inspection of the men, who had been roughly disrobed and exposed. Amongst the giggling and disparaging remarks about their subjects' physiques and accessories, it was announced that the day's event would consist of hair follicle elimination. As these men were woefully uneducated, they assumed that was to be some sort of athletic competition, which each looked forward to with eager anticipation. That was until someone brought in bowls of boiling wax.
"What do you plan to do with that?" Speedy asked.
"We are not barbarians," explained one of the lovely technicians. "So you will have a choice of the waxing style of your bikini area." The Black Knight cried with hysteria.
"Jump back, Jack. You isn't planning on pouring hot wax on that?"
He looked at his mighty sword that now shrunk down to barely armed. As the waxing began, the screaming could be heard throughout the land. Everyone knew it had to be coming from a man, for every woman in the kingdom was stouter than any one of them. When the procedure had come to an end, the hapless, hairless men were returned to their incarceration. Some had to be carried, for they had passed out, while others just shuffled along as they sobbed. On the third day, the knights were chained in a room and forced to witness something called the PU. There were 5 women arguing non-stop of matters they knew nothing about. After only a short while, the men pleaded to their captors to have someone cut their throats. The guard asked, "Theirs or yours?"
"It matters not," cried the knights. "Just make it stop."
They were then subjected to the cruelest torture known to man. Each prisoner was made to accompany a woman where she would shop at the mall for hours on end. Even worse, he was made to hold her purse. If any of them managed to survive this test, they would be taken to watch their woman try on shoes next. Mercifully, before that happened, all of them collapsed on the ground before all the shopping was done. Even the most callous guard felt a twinge of pity as the fallen fellows were dragged unceremoniously from accessories all the way through ladies' lingerie. Eventually, they were dumped back into their cell, mal-shocked, not sure if they would survive or not. On day 4, the knights were brought forth to Queen Octavia. The Black Knight inadvertently saved the day when she looked his way. From what I see, I may be acting precipitously." Immediately the Black Knight was taken away, and neither he nor the Queen were seen for several days. The others were locked away, but their food and treatment improved that very day. When they were finally brought back, Queen Octavia seemed much more relaxed. "I trust you gentlemen have had an interesting stay." Each man averted their eyes, but nodded their heads in an unconvincing way. "Can I assume, if I let you go, you will not stray this way again some day?" Together the knights exclaimed, "No way!" "Very well. You are free to go, then." The men turned and sprinted to their horses waiting for them. "Wait!" They all stopped, frozen. "I don't want you to think what I just said applies to you, my sweet chocolate man," cooed the sultry Queen. "You are welcome here any time you please." The Black Knight turned and approached, so only she could hear.
"Octavia, my dear, I'll be back. You can count on that."
The Queen was so pleased she gave Jonathan a generous supply of moisturizing cream for his thighs that got chapped during long rides. Her guards escorted the men to the edge of her kingdom to see them safely on their way. Once the Amazon kingdom was safely out of sight, the others demanded details from the Black Knight.
"A gentleman never tells. You guys will just have to buy a copy of my memoirs I plan to sell."
Scene 23. The night's caravan continued in a westward direction until they came to a stop at a troll booth. Laugh-a-Lot inquired,
"What is the fee for these men and me to cross your bridge so we can get to the other side? For the river is far too deep and wide."
"Yeah, I know. That's why there's a bridge, you idiot,"
grumbled the tired old civil servant. He pulled out an enormous book.
"In accordance with the DOT."
"Department of Transportation?"
"No, Department of Troll Regulations, and I quote, 'Henceforth the eating of travellers will be discontinued. The Surgeon General has determined that the overconsumption of humans may be attributed to dangerous levels of cholesterol.'"
"Pray tell, what is this cholesterol?" asked Galahad.
"We don't know, but it can't be good. Now, we trolls just eat fast food."
"What do you require for a fee?" Laugh-a-Lot continued.
"A riddle you must now solve for me."
"Ah, drat," Speedy lamented. "We're no good at that. Couldn't you overlook the regulations and just eat one of us on this occasion?"
"When was the last time any of you bathed?"
A long embarrassed pause took place.
"I thought so. I will go with the riddle. When is a door no more?"
The knights were stumped and could go no further, so they set up camp by the river. Around the evening fire, the men went over and over the riddle, hoping to unravel its baffling meaning. When is a door no more? This is insane, Galahad complained. This is giving my brain a pain.
"It's totally whack, Jack,"
the Black Knight said.
"I've a mind to ditch this gig."
"Come on, men," encouraged Jonathan. "Surely we're smarter than that old troll." "I don't know. Trolls are ugly, but they're smart enough to work for the government." "When I think, it makes me dizzy," said Speedy. "What we need is a drink to help us think." "Laugh-a-Lot, forsooth. You do tell the truth." A keg was tapped, and after a few rounds, the men believed they were on the verge of solving the mystery. When is a door no more, men? "When I kicks it in."
"Yeah, and commence to killing."
"Until there ain't no more within."
"That's right,"
exclaimed the Black Knight.
"Thank you, Sudswiser. The suds that makes one wiser."
They all cheered and continued to drink beer after beer. Having spent the entire evening doing more drinking than thinking, it was high noon before the men finished sleeping. When everyone was able to stand, they stumbled over to the troll booth. "Good morning, Master Troll. I believe we have solved the riddle," stated Speedy authoritatively.
"Then tell me quickly, so you can be on your way, as you are bringing down the property values the longer you stay."
Laugh-a-Lot explained. "A door is a door no more when we kicks it in and kills everyone within, so there ain't no more." The men grinned with jubilant expressions.
"Why am I not surprised, considering the source?" the troll drawled. "But unfortunately for everyone within smelling distance, you couldn't be more incorrect."
Dejected, the men shuffled back to their camp, with nothing to show for it but a wicked hangover, and no closer to solving the riddle than they had been before. "I say, it was a good start.
even if it wasn't what the old troll did want. Are you daft? We're going to be here until we are old men. Have mercy on us, Jonathan. We're only human. That's the problem. Where do you find an enchanted being to match wits when you really need one? Olaf had travelled hard, day and night, wanting to make up for the lost time. He had been riding along the river's edge when he spotted the knights of Parking Lot encamped up ahead. As he approached, Galahad did broadcast, "Look, men, 2 dumb beasts, and a jackass." Jonathan protested. "You should not talk about such noble creatures so." "I would gladly apologize if you could tell me which is which, for I do not know."
"Greetings, Sir Knights. My prayers have been answered. I have been travelling day and night, following your trail as best as I was able, so I could join with you on your quest to save the princess."
"I do not know how you came to know of our mission," said Jonathan, "but you have travelled all this way in vain."
"Yeah, that's right," said the Black Knight. "Like he said, we don't need no help, especially from some nosy oaf."
"Just a note, Nosy Oaf is my second cousin."
The men continued to deride and mock until they grew tired and stopped for lunch. They cooked and ate, while Olaf was left to just stand and watch. After they were done, Laugh-a-Lot said, "It is time to get back to that which has us sidetracked." The riddle was repeated over and over out loud all afternoon long, until Olaf interrupted them.
"I mean no offence, gents, but the riddle makes perfect sense."
"What would you know about such?" Speedy mocked. "Everyone knows oafs are dumb."
"And yet I am not the one stumped."
"So, tell us right away, without further delay," demanded Laugh-a-Lot.
"On one condition, please."
"What would that be?"
"Grant my request to accompany you on your quest."
"Absolutely not. Are you mad?" gestured Galahad. The others protested even more, not wanting Olaf to share in their reward.
"I merely want to see you succeed. That alone will be reward enough for me."
"If you solve the riddle, it matters not to me if you are among our company," Jonathan decreed. That put the matter to rest, and the others made no further protest. The troop trudged up to the booth, eager to cross. The old troll made a derogatory comment when he was woken up. "It has been said that trolls are slow, dim-witted and smell bad, but you louts make me look like an Oxford grad." Galahad said with clenched teeth, "I believe we have the answer you seek." "Are you sure this time? For you only get 3 attempts, after which I will be forced, no matter how distasteful, to eat one of you gents." "Olaf, you had better be right this time." The troll repeated the riddle. "When is a door no more?" Olaf replied,
"When a door is ajar."
The men held their breath, hoping for success. "Right you are. You may cross to the other side and take this sorry lot with you out of my sight. May I suggest you keep this oath close? You may encounter more troll booths, you know." On the other side, the Black Knight was asked to consult the map. He read aloud,
"Verily, verily, to find the Halle Berry, journey to where the sun comes to rest. Since you knights are not too bright, that means go west. I think we've been dissed by a map.
Laugh-a-Lot argued. I say we stop now and turn back.
You can't. Not when the princess needs you the most.
What business is it of yours, you crazy oaf?
I care very much for the king's daughter, and I'll have you know, Crazy Oaf is my brother.
Fellow knights, let's not fight. What do you say? It's a lovely day for a road trip, Jonathan quipped. And tonight we can roast s'mores and get ripped. A mound of earth the horses kicked up, leaving Olaf covered up to his hinny in a cloud of dust. The knights never promised to go slow enough for him, or his beasts to keep up. One knight asked another as they galloped off together, "What's a s'more?"
I believe it is a smoked moor.
Quickly they were out of sight, riding off into the sunlight. Olaf sighed and said to Molly,
I will continue in their direction, determined to see the knights accomplish their mission. I will not quit until once again I hear the voice of my beloved princess.
Scene 24. Olaf pushed himself and his beasts for several days, even travelling late into the night and very early in the morning, to shorten the distance between the knights of Parking Lot and himself, with no luck. He realised if he did not find a way to speed up the pace, he could end up losing them in the chase. The discouraged traveller made camp early, and under the stars lied looking up to the sky, searching the heavens for some inspiration that would help him accomplish his mission.
Molly, I apologise for driving you and Ollie so relentlessly, but I'm afraid if we don't catch up to the knights shortly, it will be too late. There must be a way.
He pondered the problem until dawn, when it dawned on him, as an enchanted being, he might obtain some assistance from the Fairy Kingdom. After taking an exit off the Royal Expressway, Olaf, Molly and Ollie had to travel another 2 days before they reached a settlement in the enchanted forest.
Molly, I believe we have arrived, for the cottages here are a mere fraction of our size. Be careful where you step. It would not make a good impression if we were to trample on these diminutive citizens.
Olaf had gone only a little way when he decided it would be better if he ventured no further. He hailed an awestruck bystander and asked if he could go and announce his arrival. Later, an elderly lady fairy met Olaf. She was not much bigger than a tiny baby.
Hello, Olaf.
Hello, ma'am. How do you know who I am?
I am your fairy godmother.
Are you sure you don't have me confused with Cinderella, and I am not looking for a handsome prince, since I am a fella?
Don't be such a silly oaf. I'm not her godmother. I'm yours.
Silly oaf?
She's your sister, I know. How are your brothers? Still lazy and crazy?
You know my brothers too? I'm so confused.
Your mother was my best friend. I was her maid of honour at her wedding. When you were born, I became your fairy godmother. Your mother and father loved you and your siblings very much, even if you were born an oaf and not as elves or such.
I always thought my father was disappointed I was born so abnormal.
He could not have been prouder. He often told me so.
That was a long time ago. I was left to take care of my family all alone.
As far as you know. Periodically I would look in on you and your family, not so you could see, but to ensure you had everything you would need. I am so proud of the way you have taken care of your siblings. I am sure it wasn't easy."
They do live up to their names, believe me.
"What brings you to our enchanted village?"
I am on a quest to help rescue a princess."
"Sounds as if you are also in the fairy godmother business."
"Well,
"That was a jest. I can tell you have special feelings for her as well."
Olaf blushed. His throat swelled.
"How can I help you? If it is within my power, I will."
I have fallen far behind the knights, my travelling companions, and without a map I fear I shall not be able to find them."
"Is that all, then?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"Wait here. I will be back as quick as I can."
Olaf let Molly and Ollie graze while he waited throughout the day. The fairy godmother finally showed up with a dozen fairies in the air, each carrying a huge sack on their back.
"Olaf, these are bags of pixie dust. I don't mind telling you the pixies were quite miffed when I asked for so much. However, when I gave them your dimensions and explained your mission, they finally gave in."
"What does it do?"
"You take a pinch or two and sprinkle it on your donkey, mule, and you. As you rise into the air, say the destination, and you will be taken there."
"Where?"
"Where were you going before you came here, dear?"
"West."
"I suggest you command the pixie dust to take you to the Great Divide. There you will find a fairy crossing to take you to the other side. If your knights continue in that direction, you will meet them at that intersection. Speak to Clementine. She is a friend of mine."
"Thank you, fairy godmother. You've been most kind."
"Don't forget to invite me to your child's christening. Remember what happened to Sleeping Beauty."
He turned back with a look of panic.
"Oh, relax," she giggled. "It was another jest."
Olaf made a mental note.
"If I ever do marry and have a child, I will absolutely make sure I invite my fairy godmother."
He made his way out of the village and waited until just after dusk to try the dust, as he did not want to be seen by folks with his hinny high in the sky, followed by his ass flying by. Scene 25. Olaf and his furry companions landed at the Great Divide in record time and learned from Clementine that the knights had indeed arrived just 2 days before. But since they did not have any written authorization for any mission, and mostly because the fairies did not like them, they had refused to ferry them. Olaf crept carefully into the wooded area to look in on his fellow travellers. They were huddled around a campfire, preparing to roast their weenies and toast their buns. This evening, as they did often, took turns leading the songs as the minstrels played along. They roasted marshmallows and drank way too much wine. Jonathan always chose musicals, since he liked to dance and perform solos. Just when he was about to belt out the final chorus, there was heard an unmistakable stirring in the forest. The men rose up alarmed, too frightened to fight. The Black Knight looked almost white. Galahad called out in a quivering voice, "I'm not kidding. Come into the light, all right?"
"Hold your sword, sir. No reason to be nervous. It's just me, Olaf, of Olaf's Ye Olde Heating and Plumbing Service."
Sure enough, it was Olaf who stepped into the light, all 360 pounds, piled 6 feet 10 inches high. He looked exhausted, forlorn and chilled to the bone. Laugh-a-lot, laughing not, demanded,
"What sort of mischief is this?"
1,000 pardons, gentlemen. It is true that I have been watching you, careful not to enter into your view, but merely wishing to rest near the light for protection from the beasts that hunt at night.
"You stupid oaf! You could have been run through for causing such a start. I should give you a taste of my blade for good measure. Nothing, I think, would give me greater pleasure," vented Galahad.
Stupid oaf is my first cousin on my mother's side.
Then you're a dumb oaf,
said the Black Knight.
Dumb oaf was my grandfather.
Whatever.
My apologies. I shall be gone and leave you alone.
Olaf sighed and turned away from the warmth of the fire and light to slip back into the cold, dark night.
"Fellows," Jonathan asked, "are you sure we want him to leave thus? There could be many dangers and mysteries yet awaiting us. Would it not be wiser to add him to our number? He could do odd jobs, since we don't need a plumber."
"It doesn't matter," said Laugh-a-lot, "since the fairies won't ferry us over the Great Divide, and it would take most of a year to journey around to the other side."
"That's right,"
said the Black Knight.
"Let's chill out, and in the morning make tracks for home."
Jonathan said they did not have to decide that night, and Olaf was called back to the campsite. He agreed to do any task they asked. He was welcomed by a warm meal and able to sleep, with both eyes closed once again. In the morning, during breakfast, prepared by Olaf himself, the knights urged Jonathan to make the decision to call off the mission.
"Tell us once again, Jonathan, how did we even get talked into this preposterous position?"
"Yeah, that's right,"
said the Black Knight.
"I feel like a jive turkey running all over the countryside."
"If you ask me," said Speedy, "this is no more than a boondoggle. We should table and go back to Lost Farthing and use our winnings to triple our fortune and then return to Parking Lot as rich men."
"I agree with Speedy, 'cause without the antidote we'll soon be broke, so at least we stand a chance to make up for the lost commission with his plan."
"First of all, your plan is lunacy, for you know very well when you gamble you always lose everything, and I don't see that changing. Secondly, what account shall we give to the king?"
"We'll tell him it was nothing more than a fool's errand, and we should know 'cause we are on it," said Laugh-a-lot.
"How would the king know we did not go where we should to find the Halle Berry, if we could, when even we do not know where we are going, and what we would see when we got there?"
"Just break it down for the man. All the talk of an antidote by Marvin was nothing but a scam to save his own skin, which the king bought out of desperation."
"You each make convincing arguments, and there never has been any evidence that the Halle Berry exists. Even if it did, our chance of finding it and returning in time to find the princess alive—" He paused to look at Olaf. "Well, the odds are most definitely not on our side." Olaf could no longer remain silent, as this could be his last chance.
I understand your frustrations, but you must consider the consequences. If we deliberately fail to find the antidote to revive the princess, it will be a violation of your code of chivalry. As for me, I have sworn an oath to the Queen to succeed in this mission, or die trying. I will be ferried across the divide this morning and continue alone if I must. My odds of success would be greater if we remained together. I beg you most ardently to continue your journey."
Each knight looked from one to another, and when no one offered any objection, Jonathan said, "We continue then. Let's get packed, gentlemen." The entire company was transported one at a time across the Great Divide, including the horses and wagons, with the aid of the heavy-duty fairies named Lulubelle, Bertha, Penelope, and Clementine. Scene 26. The knights moved slowly each day, with Olaf following. They were ever on guard against sulking beasts hidden in dens, or ravenous creatures circling overhead. They had gone far beyond the crystal waterfalls, peaks of ice, traversed the plain plains, and hiked over a mountain range. Descending all morning long, the trail ended at the entrance of the Valley of Death. At least, that is what the sign read, just ahead. Someone had added beneath, "And that 'tis no jest." Everyone ventured in, and happened upon a place strewn with charred and chewed human remains, with a horse or two mixed in. It was a most gruesome scene that caused the men's knees to grow weak. The entire caravan did an immediate retreat, led by Speedy, to a place a great distance away from the entrance to the valley. Once they felt safe, they engaged in an intense debate. Laugh-a-Lot led.
"The map does not show any other route we can take, unless we want to add to this trip an infinite number of days."
"You men may do as you please, but I'm not going to battle a fire-breathing, flesh-eating dragon for anything. Certainly not for a handful of trinkets from the king."
"Galahad," said Laugh-a-Lot, "you speak for me as well. I'm sorry for the daughter, but the king can go to—"
"Well, Black Knight, what do you say to that?"
"This is whack. I'm splitting this gig and turning back."
When everyone turned to see what Speedy would say, he was already several furlongs away. The servants, minstrels, and knights packed up. The map was tossed onto the ground as the caravan rode out. Olaf and Jonathan looked at one another, then looked at the ground, then back to each other, and did this over and over. Olaf finally said,
"Sir Jonathan, I am prepared to make the journey on my own, so I will not hold it against you when you leave to join your companions."
"Yes, I should go, I know, but not before you explain, so I can understand how you can be in love with the homeliest girl in the land."
"That has never occurred to me. In my opinion, she is lovely and sweet. I guess only I can see the inner beauty that is within her. When I am in her presence, it feels like I have been transported to heaven."
"It must be true, then."
"What?"
"Love is blind, or you're out of your ever-loving mind."
"Either way, I guess it is time to say goodbye."
Olaf held out his hand. Jonathan just stood there with an expression of indecision, then finally grasped it with a look of sheer determination. "Then let us be on our way."
"Wait. Why should you make it your business to risk your life for the princess?"
"Let's just say I can't resist a good love story, my friend, so I will have to go with you to see how this one will end."
"The end could be just around that bend."
"It always is. We just never know exactly when." Olaf nodded in full accord. Jonathan lifted his shield and drew his sword. Without another word, they moved forward, deeper into the Valley of Dread. Having sent their animals on ahead, They had to step carefully over the dead. When it was too far to turn back, they saw a huge red dragon circling menacingly overhead. The pair ran as fast as they could. Jonathan easily could have outrun the huge oaf, but chose to stay close. The sun was blocked as the creature dove to devour the helpless duo. Olaf threw Jonathan to the ground and used his body to shield him from harm as the monster was about to pounce with its razor-sharp claws. Just when the creature closed to attack, it stopped abruptly and turned back. As they got to their feet, Jonathan sighed with relief. "Olaf, I will never forget what you did back there to protect me. Consider me now and forever your loyal friend."
"Sir Jonathan?"
"Please, Jonathan will do."
"As for you, I may be slow, but I am not stupid, you know. You deliberately chose to stay by my side when you could have run and saved your life. You shall always be able to depend on me."
After a manly hug and a few pats on the back, they walked and talked about the fact that they were not attacked. "Olaf, I still wonder, why were we not torn asunder? Truly a mystery to ponder."
"At first I thought it might have been the sight of your bright white satin shirt and blinding pink tights that did give the poor beast a fright."
They both laughed at that.
Then I recalled, my mother being an elf and my father a goblin, both are members of the fairy guild, as is a dragon. As enchanted creatures out of professional courtesy, dragons do not eat oafs, you see.
"Well, I'll be. That is something I did not know."
"Sometimes it pays to be an oaf."
"I suppose. But now I suggest we leave this place with some haste, just in case there are other dragons around that are not so well informed." The pathways for Olaf and Jonathan was between difficult and impossible. Weather ranged from challenging to most cruel. To stay warm when the temperatures fell, well, better to not ask nor tell. There were times they had to go to sleep with nothing to eat, though that was rare. Olaf confessed,
"Jonathan, your skill with a bow is matchless, as you well know. You can down a deer running at full gallop several hundred yards away, or high in the sky, place an arrow right through a bird's eye."
"You're too kind."
"Though I must confide, many a night I've gone to sleep wishing you were able to capture an apple pie."
"For you, my crazy oaf, I'll see what I can do. If not apple, will blueberry do?"
"That is most kind of you, but I should add that crazy oaf—"
I know. Go to sleep."
Scene 27.
Without Jonathan to hunt game for them, the knights had to hunt and cook whatever they could, things that would make an ogre puke. The rugged, sparsely wooded wilderness lacked a Mac of McDonald's, nor even the remotest possibility of any eatery. The only fast food in this vicinity were the game that got away. "From this distance," Galahad broke the silence, "I can see trouble ahead, gents." "Is it a fire-breathing, flesh-eating, flying dragon circling overhead?" asked Laugh-a-Lot. "Worse, it's a troll booth."
"Shoot, we're never going to get home,"
the Black Knight bemoaned.
"Without the elf, we're going to be here till we's grow old."
"Nay, you knave. The three of us are more than enough to come up with a plan to cross." "Something cunning, ingenious, witty and such?" asked Laugh-a-Lot. "Yeah,
Good luck with that. Not if we each use our head. A surer bet is to have the troll just eat one of us instead.
What about this?
The Black Knight said.
Why don't we sneak up on the old troll and hit him on the head?
That's no good, Galahad said. If you hit him too hard, he'll be dead. Not hard enough, you'll only anger him instead. Since he works for the DOT, let's see if he's open to a bit of bribery.
We've nothing to lose.
Except our money, Laugh-a-Lot mused. They rode up to the troll booth and were met by a troll youth.
What do you three vagabonds want?
Well, the young troll interrupted Galahad.
I'm sorry. Was I too gruff? This is my first day on the job, and I have orders to be tough, but not too rough. Was that good enough?
Not bad, schmoozed Galahad.
Add a side,
added the Black Knight. What is the fee for the three of us to cross?
Gee, I'm not sure, since you're my first travellers.
What if we gave you 5 shillings each? How would that be?
I'm sorry, but according to the DOT, we cannot accept any gratuities.
Have pity on us. At riddles we suck. Just go on and eat one of us.
Ew, yuck. That's only done now by management. I do recall in Troll Booth School, for situations like these, there is an alternative available to thee.
Anything, pray tell, what would that be?
If you were able to guess my name, you could cross right away.
Without thinking, Laugh-a-Lot blurted out, Rumpelstiltskin.
Nope, but this is fun. Try again. My shift doesn't end until 10 p.m.
The 2 men kept shouting out names in vain, while Galahad stood there perplexed, wondering what to do next. He saw the shiny new name tag pinned on the troll's vest. He raised his hand, signalling for silence. He closed his eyes as if to meditate, and upon the youth he fixed his gaze. He spoke in a mystical tone. Your name is Harry Johnson, an intern.
That's totally correct. Are you some kind of wizard?
The young official asked. Yeah, sort of, I guess. Galahad knew better than to press his luck. OK, now if we cross?
I don't see why not,
the intern exclaimed.
Gee, this job isn't so tough.
The knights raced over the bridge, not looking back, until they were over the ridge.
How did you know that troll's name?
The Black Knight begged him to explain. Yeah, tell us the trick, Sir Wizard, Laugh-a-Lot did insist.
You should both realize I can read other people's minds. So, tell me what I'm thinking now, the Black Knight dared.
You're thinking about Queen Octavia, and what you plan to do to her when you get there.
Dang, you're right. You better watch what you think around this night.
I'll wager it was nothing more than a lucky guess.
After that, no more questions were asked. They just continued their journey in silence.
Scene 28. Olaf and Jonathan had travelled for 5 months, unwilling to give up, though unsure if they would ever find the cure. The map only read, "Go west," which made them fear one day they would fall off the earth's edge. It was only due to Olaf's love for the princess and his promise to the queen that kept him going. For Jonathan, it was his loyalty to his companion, plus his morbid curiosity to see how this journey would end, that compelled him. It was still early morning when the duo came over a rise to behold a most wondrous sight.
"Look there, Jonathan. Behold a village of a kind and size I am at a loss to describe."
They hitched their animals in a ravine before continuing. There were wheeled ox carts without oxen, structures that towered into the sky made of glass and iron, people of every sort in all manner of dress, speaking into little boxes that must have contained tiny people, they guessed. Everyone rushing about, not giving these strangers a second thought. "This place is mysterious, and the people most curious." Jonathan sounded serious. After a while, Olaf worked up the courage to stop one of the citizens to ask them a question.
"Good day, fair maiden. Might I trouble you by asking the name of this kingdom?"
The young girl was clad in a top that failed miserably in keeping her bosoms from bubbling up. A violent sneeze or cough would have surely caused them to tumble out. Moreover, she was girded about with only a minimum of skirt. Should she have had any reason to lean over without bended knees, her dainties would be revealed for all to see, if indeed she were even wearing any. Her face was painted with many colours, her body had drawings all over, her hair was purple, and there were pieces of metal piercing her skin. Yet it was she who seemed to think these visitors looked odd, and was highly amused at what they were wearing.
"Oh, I get it. You two are doing a promotion for a movie or a commercial, right? Is there a camera running somewhere out of sight? No problem, I'll play along. Just give me a second, I want to do this right. OK, I'm ready."
"Young maiden, I just—"
"No, really, I can do this. Watch and see."
"But—"
"The place where you now stand is known to one and all as Hollywood. How's that? Was that good? Here's my card. Call my agent so I can read for a part. See ya."
She hurried off, talking into a little box.
"Jonathan, surely this must be the unknown land that be named for the very berry tree we seek, don't you think?"
"I would agree, but we must find this berry, and this place is so vast we must find another to ask." They mistakenly stopped and talked to a cop, and were subsequently taken to the station and tested for suspicion of drugs or intoxication. The results were negative, so they were released under their own cognizance. The official determination was that they were most likely mentally imbalanced, but since this was Hollywood, that wouldn't really make any difference. They now knew better than to ask anyone who looked official, so they thought it safe when they happened upon a beggar holding a sign, "Homeless and hungry, willing to act for food." They hoped to join with him too.
"Good day to thee, poor soul," said Olaf. "What act must we do for food? For we too are homeless and hungry like you."
"This is my space. Go find your own place and give more attention when dressing for the part. You two look too medieval for Wilshire Boulevard."
The pair continued to wander the city aimlessly, looking for any clue to lead them to the berry. Growing weary, they happened to see a sign that said restrooms, and reasoned that was a sign for an inn. They were chased out of the ladies' room and rudely told to go to the room with the blue sign of a man. They could immediately see they were in a place of relief. Olaf squealed with glee, running around inspecting everything. Surrounded by porcelain, chrome and marble, Olaf was enthralled.
Jonathan, this is the kind of privy the likes I've never seen, not even in my dreams. Could this be heaven, possibly?
It is pretty, but I pray the good Lord has more in store than a fancy privy.
Look how it shines and gleams. With a turn of this handle, the water flows endlessly.
It took forever for Jonathan to get Olaf to leave. The night was coming, and considering the sights they'd already seen in the daylight, what they might encounter in the night gave them both a fright. They saw an establishment that beckoned to them, so they ventured in. The vast area was richly appointed. Jonathan approached a counter with attendants standing behind it. "Good evening. I am wondering if this be an establishment that has accommodations for the night for travellers, such as my partner and I." A uniformed young lady replied, "Certainly. It is not only public law, but our policy is to offer rooms when available to anyone, regardless of their orientation. Would you be looking for a room with a king-sized bed, or would you prefer 2 queens instead?" Jonathan had been the butt of many jests due to the way he chose to dress, so he already had an understanding of what the young lady was implying. He was, however, too weary from wandering all over the city, nor had the strength to explain his relationship with his companion. "A room with 2 beds will do." "Very good. I just need to see a major credit card to check you in." Jonathan looked at Samantha, the name on her uniform, with a blank expression. After a long pause, Samantha asked, "Is there a problem?" At that moment, Olaf joined them. "This maiden is asking for a credit card."
"Which must be some method of payment."
"No doubt, but where could we even obtain it?"
The tired oaf reached into his pocket and laid on the counter several large coins of pure gold.
"Madam, would you take this for payment instead?"
Now it was Samantha's turn to be speechless. After another long pause, she called management. An older gentleman, elegantly attired with a very colourful neckerchief that laid down the front of a crisp white shirt, asked how he could be of service. Samantha explained. "These gentlemen do not possess a credit card, but," pointing to the coins on the counter, "wish to pay with those." His eyes grew wide as he carefully examined the coins of gold. "I am Barry Accommodator, the hotel manager. Ordinarily, we would insist on a credit card, but since I am somewhat of a metallurgist, may I perform a simple test?"
"Be my guest, but I must confess,"
Olaf said,
"if it makes a difference, we're Presbyterians."
The manager disappeared for a few moments, then returned to announce, "Gentlemen, in all honesty, I would have to say these coins appear to be absolutely priceless." The men looked disappointed.
"Unfortunately, Squire, we have nothing else with which to barter."
"You misunderstand," Barry laughed. "I mean, their weight alone would accommodate a very lengthy stay, but it appears they were made in antiquity, which would make them very rare and costly. Their true worth is most likely beyond my ability, but would you be willing to exchange them for money, according to the current rate per ounce, and a generous amount beyond, including everything furnished, as our guests, for as long as you wish?" Neither Olaf nor Jonathan understood exactly what he had just said, but were very tired and wanted to go to bed. So he shook his hand to seal the bargain. Barry turned to Samantha and said, "Register these most distinguished guests into the executive penthouse and see that they are furnished with anything they need immediately." He gave them each a business card and said they should call on him for whatever they desired. A page came to lead the pair to their room. A silver wall opened in two, and the bellhop had to convince the men to step in. The opening closed, and it felt as if the earth moved as well as their bowels. They were relieved, figuratively, not literally, as that would not have been a pretty sight to see, when they were able to get out of the silver box. When they entered their accommodations, they were unprepared for the ambience. It was unlike any place they had ever been, except the interior of the king's palace, perhaps. The bellhop asked if they knew how to tune in to cable, and by their stare could tell they were totally unable. He took a magic box in his hand and pointed it in that direction. Instantly the blank wall came alive, with sights and sounds that did astound. The two stood enthralled over what they saw. "Excuse me, gentlemen, do you require anything?" He stood with extended hand expectantly, but did eventually leave. Each man went their separate way, exploring every corner of their suite. Jonathan found the hot tub on the private patio, while Olaf spent his evening enjoying the jacuzzi in the heavenly privy. Room service delivered an entire menu of their finest cuisine, compliments of the management. Scene 29. While breakfast was being served in the room to the oaf and his companion, the manager looked in on his special guests. "I hope you had a pleasant rest?" Jonathan and Olaf could only nod as their mouths were full of breakfast. "May I suggest, and I do not wish to offend, but would you not be more comfortable in a change of attire, gentlemen? We could have your theatrical costumes dry cleaned and pressed and returned this afternoon." Jonathan thought about it, while Olaf said,
"Since you mention it, I would fancy a suit such as yours, Mr. Accommodator."
Jonathan chimed in, "I too would enjoy a change of apparel, but I would require something with more, flair and style." "Consider it done, gentlemen. When you are ready, come down to the lobby, where I will have a limo waiting to take you to shopping. Here is my credit card, so you may purchase whatever you wish."
"That is most generous," Olaf said. "Here, take these several coins. We insist."
Barry was momentarily frozen and speechless. "Please understand, as I stated last night, your coins are a collector's dream, and you have more than adequately repaid me."
"Your honesty and fair treatment, then, has earned you a bonus."
Barry gratefully took them, and after he left, Olaf said,
"What do you suppose a limo is?"
"After everything we have seen so far, I wouldn't even hazard a guess." Olaf and Jonathan learned the limo was a long automobile. It took them to an enormous department store, and the driver would wait for them in the parking lot as they shopped.
"Look, Jonathan, a place that be filled with automobiles is named after our own kingdom."
"You're right. And look over there, at that sign. It be named for our king. Public parking."
"This is amazing. There be metered, limited, restricted, and general parking. And the list of the king's ancestors goes on and on. There must be some connection here to our kingdom."
The pair really enjoyed riding from floor to floor on the moving stairs. They were sprayed with cologne and handed many brochures, but when they went to a bar to get a drink, they were given raw fish and rice instead, which they spit out promptly. It was difficult shopping for Jonathan until he found a costume shop featuring the Elvis collection. And after adding a few items from Victoria's Secret, Jonathan's ensemble was complete. The limo had to take the duo to a big and tall shop for Olaf. They were fortunate to have enough fabric to fabricate several suits in his size, RL, ridiculously large. The pair returned to the hotel for a brief rest, then decided to resume their quest. They trudged up and down the lighted streets, continually encountering bizarre and bewildering scenes. A man urged them to enter his establishment, promising they could get a drink as well as some entertainment. Unwittingly, they had taken a table in a gentleman's club called Bottoms Up. Olaf soon found himself mesmerized, not having heretofore been exposed to the exposure of feminine accessories so graphically displayed, right there on stage. Jonathan was only surprised that such goings-on seemed commonplace. There should be a law against this somehow. Though he appreciated natural beauty in any form, this place for him was a bore. He took Olaf by the arm and escorted him out the door. "'Tis clear by your fascination of birds and bees you need an education."
"I know much about bugs and feathers, but I have not heretofore seen a damsel in her altogether."
"Has your father never had a talk with thee?"
"He always promised he'd get round to it eventually. Unfortunately, a tree fell on him before he could enlighten me."
"That is a pity. But while we are on this journey, there will be time for me to tell you everything you have always wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed."
Or maybe we can come back to the place we just left.
You do have a lot to learn. Those women swinging on those poles do not do so for their health, but to seduce you and obtain your wealth. I find it hard to believe in all this time you have not closed ranks with your female kind.
My kin are the only oafs in the region. I've always worked both day and night to support my family and haven't had any time for my needs, and lady oafs are rare indeed. I never even had a friend until I met the princess. Since I am an oaf and a working-class peasant, she is not only human, but royalty, so our friendship is rather inappropriate."
Yet that apparently has not stopped you from falling in love with her anyway.
"My feelings are merely, that is to say, I am simply a loyal subject."
It's useless to protest. You forget I've gotten to know you well in our months of travel. I should only hope to feel the same for someone someday as well. But if, as you say, your relationship is inappropriate, what is to become of it?
"One day she will meet a prince, most handsome, who will take her to his kingdom. She will bear many heirs and live happily ever after, without me."
Why, then, are you so intent on risking your life to save a girl that is to become someone else's wife?
"'Tis true, I don't know much about love, but I think the best is when it is given to someone who needs a friend, who asks nothing in return from them."
For an oaf, you're one of a kind. Let's change the subject before I get all teary-eyed. Come now, let us focus on the business for which we have come, and get it done.
"Yes, but it is late, so we should begin again in the morning.
Scene 30. It had been many months since the knights departed from parking lot to find the antidote that Marvin, the black mediocre magician, had sworn on an oath would restore the princess. The agony each day of not knowing whether the knights would be successful or not was beginning to wear on the royal couple, especially as time was running out. Queen Ample had become a recluse, refusing to leave Tundra's side for hours at a time and days upon end. She tried to convince herself there wasn't any change, yet anyone who looked upon the princess could see she was ashen and wasting away.
My good wife, I thought perhaps I would find you here. Any improvement, perchance?
Ample just sadly shook her head. The king stood and put his hand on her shoulder as she was seated next to the bier Tundra laid upon. The air was richly fragrant with the flowers visitors and well-wishers brought each day.
Court is about to convene. It is important you make an appearance. The citizens are concerned, and rumours are starting to swirl as to our ability to rule this kingdom in the future.
Very well, but I am returning right after you find your subjects guilty.
I might surprise you and show some clemency.
That I would like to see.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. The Royal Court of Parking Lot is now in session. All who have cause to plea, draw near. You shall be heard, unless the king becomes weary, or has to take a pee. God save this kingdom, the king and his family. Good morning. The first case on the docket, Your Majesty, would be Peter versus Peter.
Proceed.
Peter Pumpkin Eater had a wife but couldn't keep her. He put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Peter Pumpkin Eater had another and didn't love her. Peter learned to read and spell, and then he loved her very well. Your Majesty, before you stands Mrs. Frida Peter, who is bringing a complaint against her husband, Mr. Peter, who is standing beside her, and on the other side is the other wife, Mrs. Rowena Peter.
Whoa, you mean to tell me this man has two Peters?
Matrimonially speaking, that is correct, Your Majesty.
Is that why you are known as Peter, or is it due to some physical abnormality?
The Queen asked hopefully.
My parents are to blame for my name, the first and last being the same. A lack of imagination is the likely reason.
Mrs. Peter.
Both women answered,
Yes, sire,
in unison. The king's frustration was beginning to match his irritation. To ease the tension and lighten the situation, Shecky interjected a small dose of levity.
My lord, do you know what the penalty is for bigamy? No, please enlighten me. It is having two wives.
Peals of laughter rippled from the gallery.
Shecky, that was actually funny.
Not if you ask me,
the Queen said dryly. The first Mrs. Peter seized the opportunity to plead to the king.
Sire, I beseech thee to have pity on me, and force my husband to set me free.
You wish to be divorced from your husband?
Not exactly. More urgently, it is a key that I need.
What do you mean?
Then, without warning, Frida Peter lifted her gown up to her belly button, revealing a belt of iron, with a lock thereupon. The king was speechless. The Queen said, highly miffed,
"I thought such a thing was a myth."
Shecky was desperately trying to think of something witty to say, but was failing. Parking was determined to resolve this situation expediently.
"Peter, Peter, produce the key immediately for this poor lady."
"My liege, I would gladly obey, but back in the day I put it away, somewhere safe. But it has been so long, specifically after my second wedding, I can no long recall the place." "That certainly had better be the case for your sake,"
Mrs. Rowena Peter did state. That evoked laughter from the gallery. Desperation was beginning to show upon the king's face, now wet with perspiration.
"Mrs. Peter."
Both ladies answered, "Yes," in unison again.
"Frida Peter, since in all practicality you are essentially the former wife, and your husband, by his testimony, has all but abandoned your garden, what now is the urgency that has brought you here before me?"
"In principle, I would agree, but the trouble is I have had this on for so long, 'tis become rather rusty. See?"
She pointed to her private, now public, vicinity. The king sat there intently staring, quizzically, and absent-mindedly mumbling,
"Rusty, you say?"
"The belt, your majesty, not me. Though it has been ages since I've had a proper shagging. I'd be in no position to offer any resistance to the gentleman who were to free me from this predicament, should he elect to take a romp in my garden. Why, I'd have no objection if he were to bring a friend."
Howls of laughter exploded from the gallery. This case was more entertaining than Shecky.
"Mrs. Frida Peter, if you should be so kind as to lower your gown, I think the king can clearly comprehend your problem now, and your exposure is keeping him from regaining his composure." "Oh, sure."
The king's face turned red.
"Madam, I will have the royal locksmith attend to your predicament and set your personage free immediately. Based on your previous statement, as to what the gentleman can expect once he frees your private's imprisonment, a word of caution. Our locksmith is 78, so be gentle and take a slow pace, for such a man would be difficult to replace."
"Oh, thank you, your majesty. 'Tis a pity you happen to be married, or I could have thanked you in a more tangible way."
Since the king was seated next to the queen, he knew nothing he could say would not risk physical injury.
"As for you, Peter, I believe justice will best be served, as Shecky has said, by leaving you bound to both women. Case dismissed."
Scene 31. After deciding to take their breakfast in the dining room, Olaf and Jonathan planned to spend the day being chauffeured around in the limo to accomplish whatever it was they needed to do. Jonathan stopped and asked the concierge, "You wouldn't happen to know where we could acquire the nectar of the rare and precious Halle Berry, possibly from an apothecary?"
"Unfortunately, that is not familiar to me," said Benson. "But instruct your driver to take you to Chinatown. When it comes to strange cures and potions, that is where it could be found."
When Olaf and Jonathan arrived at their destination, they set out to conduct a thorough investigation. It had been hours of going door to door, making inquiries, but had not come any closer to finding the berry. Even Olaf had to sadly admit it was hopeless, and agreed it was time to quit. On the way back to the limousine, they happened upon a tattered, elderly, bearded gentleman who looked like he knew these streets intimately. In any case, Olaf purposed to give the man a helping hand with some of the dollars he had on hand. Out of desperation, Olaf asked him,
"Sir, we are seeking the nectar from the halle berry, and wondered if you know if it can be found in this town."
Maybe. What's in it for me?
"What is your fee?"
$50.
Jonathan took over the negotiation. "It would take too long to hunt that many deer, and I haven't that many arrows, I fear. What say ye to a gold coin and a jug of wine?"
Deal. Go down this street for 6 blocks until you see a sign that says, Ye Oldie Spirit Shop. If the stuff you're looking for is still around, Gus, the owner, will know where it can be found.
The Ye Olde Spirit Shop was very old and antiquated. It looked more like an apothecary from the Middle Ages. The owner behind the counter looked like a wizard from that same period.
"Good day to you, kind sir. Would you be Gus, the proprietor?"
That I am.
"This is Sir..."
Jonathan, and you are Olaf.
"How could you know? We have never been here before."
I know more than you gentlemen think. I know why you have come. The halle berry that you seek is both rare and unique. What you do not know is the berry is only part of the cure. It must be touched to the lips of the afflicted by the hand of one who is brave, unselfish, and whose love is pure.
Jonathan patted Olaf on the back. "Fear not, this oaf is more than all of that."
Please come and feast upon all the wine, bread, and cheese, and anything else you see. You are my guests. Do come and eat.
It had been a while since they had eaten, and had not yet seen delicacies as these. They gorged themselves on pizza, hamburgers, onion rings, and fries, until they thought it would come out of their eyes. They also consumed way too much wine. When they were about to bust, and a bit drunk, Gus said,
It is time to finish the task for which you have come. Olaf, to prove yourself worthy to possess the halle berry, you must pass just one simple test.
"Does it involve math?"
You must stand with this apple upon your head,
"I can do that."
while your companion, with bow and arrow, continues to draw until he hits the fruit, or you're dead.
"Oh,
Do you consent?"
well, I guess,"
mumbled Olaf. These travellers, now soused, started snorting and giggling like a bunch of drunken sorority girls. They knew, with Jonathan's skill, whether drunk or sober, he would dispatch that apple in short order. Behind the store they took their places, standing apart 100 paces. Olaf stood with the apple in place, doing his best to stop weaving. Jonathan was doing the same as he went to take aim. "Don't worry, Olaf. At this distance I could do this blindfolded."
Wait,
shouted Gus.
did I forget to mention? Jonathan must be blindfolded and shoot from twice the distance.
Olaf looked concerned.
"What say we don't give this gentleman any more encouragement, eh, Jonathan?"
Now,
said the older man to the pair.
you may proceed if you dare.
"Do we?"
Absolutely,
Olaf answered his friend.
Then, said Gus, strike the apple instead of the oaf, and the helly berry will be yours. Olaf, you've become a dear companion. I cannot do this. Tell me you understand. I lack the skill to guarantee I will hit the apple instead of thee.
Jonathan, we may be drunk as monks, but I'm willing to lay down my life for Tundra, whom you know I love, and I place my life in your hands, in whose skill I trust.
You are indeed a crazy oaf.
Jonathan called out once more to his trusting friend.
Where are you? Tell me true.
I'm right here, and may God guide you.
If not, you'll see him soon.
Jonathan pulled back on the bow very slow and held his breath. He let go. The arrow flew straight and true. It sailed through the air and split the apple in two. After the shouting, hugging, and pats on the butt, the old man handed Olaf an odd-looking jug.
Inside is the nectar of the precious halle berry. You will find at the edge of town, where your animals are bound, some provisions for your trip home.
We are in your debt, Jonathan said, saluting the gentleman. Come, Olaf. We will return to the hotel and rest, then check out early to begin our journey home again.
Godspeed to you men,
Gus shouted after them. Not even waiting for the complimentary breakfast, Olaf and Jonathan gathered their belongings and bid farewell to Barry. They made their way back to the ravine, where their animals were waiting. As they rode over the hill, leaving behind the wondrous city, Olaf was the first to speak.
By the way, did I fail to mention Crazy Oaf is my brother?
Fortunately, teased Jonathan.
But then, as the realisation of what I did yesterday is beginning to sink in...
Yes, my friend?
What if I am crazier than my brother?
They laughed on and off until supper time, when they made camp.
Thanks to Master Gus, who, without charge, supplied us with this odd-covered wagon with U-Haul emblazoned on the side. It contains everything we could think or imagine, and with what you will hunt and catch, we will dine like royalty, no less.
Olaf felt as if he would cry as he inventoried the supplies. He found a vast trove of cupcakes, cookies, and apple pies.
These must have been made with magic,
Olaf supposed.
How do you know?
Gus said they will last many months of our trip due to something called preservatives.
Scene 32. A sum of months had passed, with no word as to whether the mission to find the halle berry had succeeded or not. Hope was fading quickly in parking lot. It had become especially difficult for Tundra's father and mother to look upon their precious daughter, wondering how much time was left before she succumbed to death.
"Hail, my wife. Has there been any change today?"
See how gaunt and pale. I realize now how she has all but wasted away.
Considering her former enormous proportions, would it be such a bad thing if she was half the size she used to be?
Not if the antidote arrives in time. Otherwise, I fear she will come to naught. Surely that is not what you want.
No, of course not. I would gladly have her back with all her braces, pimples, and fat. Even if we never gave her hand in marriage,
she would still be ours to love and cherish. She is our only child, all we have of any worth in this world. All I ever wanted was what anyone would expect befitting that of a princess."
"Never before have I heard you speak so. This is a side of you I do not know."
"As I grow old, family becomes more important, more than power or gold."
"Now I am worried. Are you indeed the same man I married?"
"Mock me, but when you reach my age, you will see things in a different way. I just pray I will live long enough to bounce a grandchild on my knee."
The Queen, in a rare gesture of intimacy, rested her head upon his chest.
"In that I will agree, and add my prayers to thee."
The knights went their separate ways, careful to avoid any danger or delays. They steered clear of the horny toad swamp, as well as the kingdom of Amazons, except, of course, the Black Knight, who had been invited back for an encore. They had vowed to meet at the outskirts of Parking Lot. They would camp deep in the woods that were there to the east. Laugh-a-Lot was the first. He set up camp and passed the time away by whittling, whistling, sleeping, and drinking a lot. Galahad, after a small search, found the camp by following the stench.
"I thought I would find a herd of swine, but all I see is you. Phew! What's the matter with you? When was the last time you bathed? After you were baptized as a baby?"
Laugh-a-Lot scowled.
"Since you read minds, great wizard, you should already know the answer and have no need to ask." "I need only count the flies on you to complete that task." "Stick to seducing women and leave me to the jest."
It was another week more while Sir Laugh-a-Lot and Galahad were sitting around the campfire. Their attention was drawn to the sound of someone approaching. The men drew their weapons.
"Greetings, gents."
It was the Black Knight who rode into camp.
"Have you been putting in overtime with Queen Octavia?"
"Among other things,"
he replied with a sleazy grin.
"We thought perchance you had surrendered to her charms and took up permanent residence."
"It was a thought I had."
Holding his nose.
"You guys really smell bad."
"Don't look at me. It is this night, Sir Stink-a-Lot,"
accused Galahad. With a wink of an eye, the pair dragged the smelly fella down to the creek and threw him into the deep. In the process, the other two fell in as well, also improving the way they smelled. Later, as they sat naked around the fire trying to dry their attire, they recalled their journey. It was agreed that after the Amazon kingdom, the rest of the trip had been a delightful romp, if one overlooked the attack by the giant horny toads when the men took a shortcut through their swamp. The men had been attacked from behind, a most unfortunate position. Once those frogs got a firm grip, it was impossible to remove them. They made a solemn pact never to speak of that. While they ate their supper, they rehearsed the telling of the tale of their fight and flight, which was mostly a fiction in their minds. Each account of what took place had to agree with what each other would say. If they were to be caught in a lie, the king would surely make them pay with their lives.
"We could say we lost our way and ended back at Parking Lot," offered Laugh-a-Lot. Do you think the king would be amused by that, or have us tortured on the rack? Galahad asked.
I say we give His Majesty some jive about how we fought and barely survived, said the Black Knight.
Yeah, that's the ticket, said Laugh-a-Lot. It will be such a great consolation for him to see we have returned safe and sound.
He will be so grateful for our attempt. He won't hold the death of the princess against us.
The only outcome more perfect would be if she had succumbed and was already buried.
That's right, said the Black Knight. I'll drink to that.
You drink to a dead rat.
That made them all laugh. They broke out a keg to help them think of a version of their journey that had the greatest degree of believability and success, should the king put them to the test.
Laugh-a-Lot asked, Is there any reason to believe Jonathan and that obnoxious oaf are still living? Even if by some chance they got through the Valley of Death, the odds of them ever finding their way back again, with or without the antidote, is so remote it's a joke.
Yeah, them being still alive. That's what I call jive.
Let's break camp in the morning, said Galahad, and return to our kingdom so we can get back to our usual routine of doing nothing once we have turned in our overinflated travel expenses and collect our reimbursement, gents. And Laugh-a-Lot?
Yep.
When we see the king, you will do the speaking.
Why me?
You know the king always liked you best, and we need all the help we can get if we hope to keep our heads. When you put it that way, it does make sense.
Scene 33.
Tum-ta-ta-tum, ta-ta-tum-tum-tum, ta-tum.
The trumpets did blare. The court announcer guy appeared at the entrance, breathless.
Your Majesty.
Out with it, you dope, and quit smoking so much rope.
Your Majesty, it gives me great delight to inform you that the men of the Order of the Knights Most Sober at the square table with the big round lazy Susan in the centre, whom you sent forth to bring back...
Enough! I know all that crap. Did they bring the antidote back?
Beats me.
Agreed. Guards, take this rope-smoking dope to the dungeon and work him over thoroughly.
My husband?
Yes, my queen.
Do you not think that was a bit mean?
You do not think he needed punishing?
Certainly, but calling him a dope was rather insulting.
Remind me to apologize if he should survive.
Your Majesty, announcing...
Who are you?
I'm Court Announcer Guy too.
I can already tell I like the other guy better than you. Go on if you must. What do you want to announce?
My lord, it gives me great pleasure to present those gallant, intrepid, courageous, noble men of the Order of the Knights Most Sober at the square table with the big round lazy Susan in the centre, who have returned from their perilous journey.
Hey, Court Announcer Guy too.
Yes, sire.
Did you write that dribble, or did someone hand it to you?
Well, as a matter of fact, it was given to me by Sir Galahad.
I thought so. If you utter one more word, you're going to have a career as a Court Announcer Guy without a tongue. Now, if you dare, go on.
The court announcer guy, too, motioned furiously until all the knights stood before the king. Upon cue, each in his turn bowed one knee, touched his hand to his heart with such great choreography, something only knights would do because it looked really cool. There was Sir Laugh-a-Lot, Galahad, and the Black Knight. Speedy, by this time, was probably well over the border, running a ranchero or bordello, or who knows, maybe both.
"Congratulations on your safe return. I pray you fared well and brought back the antidote to make my child well."
Laugh-a-Lot, because he was the favourite of the king, was the first to speak.
"About that, would you believe—"
Galahad tapped him on the back and shook his head.
"What I mean to say, you are looking quite regal today." "Nice of you to notice. Go on."
"Did you know you are renowned throughout every village and town for your mercy and grace, which I trust will be abundantly displayed here today?"
"Possibly."
"Good day to you, my queen. You look as lovely as can be." She turned to the king with a look of great impatience. He took the hint.
"Get on with it."
"When you commissioned us, we did journey past other kingdoms, icy peaks, crystal falls, creatures lurking in dens, and other mystical stuff. As we had a tendency to get lost, goodness knows we barely made it out of a certain swamp when we were assaulted by a horde of horny toads, which I am sure you do not want to hear about."
"Without a doubt. Did you succeed or not?"
"Oh, your grace, our travels led us to a place known as the Valley of Death, strewn with charred human remains everywhere we stepped. How proud you would have been to see us men fearlessly march in without wavering, as we braced ourselves for a bloody fight against the ravenous creatures circling in the sky. And when they descended from overhead, we engaged the prey with swords drawn, hacking away. We battled long into the night, never giving a thought for our very lives. The only desire coursing through our veins was to live another day to serve you, our understanding king. It was your leadership that inspired us to keep on fighting."
"Fine. It sounds as though you had an exciting time. But there is only one thing I have on my mind. Do you have the antidote?"
"On that note,
all I require is a simple yes or no."
"Unfortunately, no matter how valiantly and tirelessly we fought, we could not overcome the vast forces arrayed against us. Furthermore, in the heat of battle, Olaf, of Olaf's ye olde heating and plumbing service?" "The very same, my queen. And Sir Jonathan, you know, one of those knights in white satin. Undoubtedly, they were both lost when they chose to separate themselves from us. We suspect they lacked the courage and decided to retreat." "Although we searched everywhere," offered Galahad, "there could not be found so much as a hair." The Black Knight added,
"We figured they'd become barbecued dragon food."
The queen looked crestfallen. "I have heard enough, my husband. I go now to join our daughter." When the queen left the court, the king continued with the report.
"That would be a fitting end to anyone who acted with such cowardice. But did you succeed?" demanded the king.
So it is with much reluctance I prepared this report.
Guards, go over to Laugh-a-Lot and stand. Be ready to cut out his tongue upon my command. Now, Sir Motormouth, let us take it from the top. Did you get the antidote or not?
Laugh-a-Lot dared not utter a word.
Your silence tells me you returned as empty-handed as your head. So my poor daughter still lies suspended between life and death.
Yup, said Galahad. That's about the size of it.
Why did you not just say so? If I wanted the oldie soft shoe, I would have sent for Sir Prancelot, who is a much better dancer than you.
Galahad continued. To make this report complete, it should be conveyed we buried what looked like Sir Speedy's remains. And one other item of interest, sire, ventured the Black Knight. You should be pleased to know I did my utmost, and then some, to establish a firm relationship with Queen Octavia from the Amazon kingdom. I do hereby offer my services as an ambassador whenever there is a call for any foreign relations with her. Parking already knew in his heart, when the men entered the room, it would not be good news.
It was indeed a fool's errand from the beginning, and my only consolation is that I certainly chose the right men. I will have to take some time to weigh the events and sort out the facts from the fiction. With regard to compensation, it will take some time for the calculation, and do not bother to put in for overtime. However, I will agree to 7 pence per mile, and you can expense your meals if you have your receipts.
He sat there, morose and sullen. The assembly filed out of the court quietly. King Parking entered the sanctuary, where his wife was quietly praying. He took no comfort as he looked upon his daughter.
Do you recall how Tundra did dash about, knocking things over, or bumping into one person after another?
She never could accurately judge her girth.
Such an enormous girl.
That made them both slightly chuckle.
Look, my husband, at our darling now, so frail, so small.
She amused us with such imagination and wit.
She had a pure soul. Sad we did not appreciate it.
I do hope somehow she knew how much we desired for her.
Perhaps we tried too hard to make her marry.
And because of her appearance, made her feel unworthy?
No doubt we are guilty of that, but all that matters now is to have her back.
He thought to himself,
After today's events, my poor child has little time left. Can death be kept at bay, or will the trance persist until she passes away?
He said to Ample,
All the former hopes and aspirations I had harboured were thwarted because of Tundra's uncomely appearance. Now it all seems so petty when I must face the reality of losing her.
In that I am to blame as much as you.
It causes me a sharp pain in my heart when I realize I have never told her I love you out loud. Of this I vow, Ample, and I decree it now. Should she be returned to us, happy and healthy, I will do whatever in my power to treat her with much kindness and favour."
His wife moved to his side. He put his arm around her.
"As will I,"
she said softly. She fell into his lap and cried, something he had not heard her do for a long, long time. He said to comfort her,
"Perhaps I will commission another mission, but for now my heart is filled with too much sorrow to even think about tomorrow."
Scene 34. Olaf and Jonathan rode day and night like madmen, now that they had the antidote in hand. They retraced their steps on the journey back. When it came to pass through the Valley of Death, they decided to go through in broad daylight, so any dragon could easily see that it was an oaf travelling beneath. Thankfully, there was no incident with any fire-breathing beast, and of that the pair was relieved. They continued their way through the cold, the heat, and the rain. Just when it seemed as if the worst was behind them, they rode between the petty kingdoms of Jerkshire and Dummington, who were warring again. They could not move forward or back without being attacked. They took cover in a stand of trees in hopes the hostilities would soon be ending, and they could continue with their journey. It has now been a week with nothing left to eat. If it had not been for that small brook running through these woods, we would have died of thirst.
"Yes, Jonathan, I do fear the worst. If we surrender to one kingdom or the other, we could end up rotting in a dungeon forever."
Olaf, surrender is not an option. With my bow and arrow, I could create a diversion, allowing you to escape.
"Your selfless sacrifice I deeply appreciate, but you know I'm too slow. I would be captured before you know."
I would say it be not so, but I have seen you run, and you are that slow. It was all they could do to keep from laughing loud.
"Jonathan, you take the jug. I will create a diversion, possibly something to scare them. I have had some previous experience."
Unfortunately, I must agree, but I am not ready for you to be sacrificed to save the life of the princess. There must be another way. What about the ending to your love story?
"If you do as I ask, there will be a happy ending for Tundra, except it will be without me."
There is no more food, and the armies are getting closer to our position every day. I hate to admit it, but there seems to be no other way. At least we do not have to act today. They each sat in reverential silence, hoping for some sort of divine guidance. Dr. Benedictine had just finished his examination. He went to see the King and Queen to discuss their daughter's rapid deterioration.
"Please,"
gestured Parking.
"Come, stand by my throne, so your report will be heard by our ears alone."
Your Majesty, my lady, I wished I had good news for you today.
"Please,"
pleaded the Queen.
"Spare nothing."
Each day in the trance, the princess has grown weaker, but by some miracle she had not expired even quicker.
"So there is still hope?" asked the King.
"Unfortunately, none that I see. Even if you were to commission another mission, and they were successful, at the rate she has lost weight—"
"Yes?"
the Queen urged. "It wounds me to say, she has less than another day. Her breathing is so shallow, and her heartbeat is so faint."
"There has to be something."
"I am so sorry, my lord, but we have already consulted every wizard and physician in every kingdom, and no other cure could be found."
"Thank you, Doctor. It is understood. You have done all you could."
The doctor bowed and left them alone. The nobles present knew the physician had just delivered sad news. Without being told, they quietly left the room, many sobbing softly as they walked. Public reached over and took Ample's hand. They just sat there, stunned and numb. The silence was deafening, save the sound of a father and mother's heart breaking. Scene 35. Olaf and Jonathan were startled when the roar of war quickly advanced all around them. It would only be a matter of minutes before one of the combatants would break in.
"Well, my dear friend," said Jonathan, "it seems like we will have to go with your plan. I will do my best to make it through to save the princess for you." "I would be eternally grateful."
"But I promise, after that, I will come to your rescue."
"Do not feel as though you must. Must. Dust. Dust. Dust!"
"Steady, Olaf. Now is not the time to lose your head."
"You don't understand. With any luck, there will be just enough dust to deliver us."
"That's good, Olaf. If they believe you are a lunatic, they just might let you live." Olaf moved swiftly as he tore through his packs. He collected a huge handful of a strange substance.
"Jonathan, my friend, mount up and hang on."
Olaf proceeded to sprinkle the pixie dust on everyone. The men and the animals began to rise quickly, higher than the trees. Olaf shouted,
"To parking lot, if you please."
They sailed through the air, bringing the warring soldiers to a standstill. Their mouths fell open wide while staring up into the sky to see people, horses, mules, and a U-Haul flying by. When Olaf spotted the west tower of parking lot in the distance, he commanded,
"Please set us down this instant."
They floated down to the ground where almost 11 months prior they had started out. It had never occurred to Olaf until now whether Tundra had recovered or was no longer. He smacked his hinny to pick up the pace, desperate to know her fate. When Jonathan and Olaf rode into the city, the townsfolk began shouting and cheering. Children threw flowers, women hugged and kissed them. Soon the entire kingdom turned out, creating a tumultuous tumult throughout. The heroes were seized from their mounts. They were carried on the shoulders of the exuberant crowd. The guard in the west tower on the castle wall rang the bell to sound the alarm to all. The king, dozing on his throne, jolted and yelled,
"What the hell?"
Several dozen heavily armed guards rushed into the room. They surrounded the monarchs to protect them with their lives, more or less. They were to hold their position until the situation was assessed.
"I demand to know what is happening,"
roared the king. "The peasants are probably revolting."
"Probably,"
exclaimed the king.
"Have you smelled them lately?"
Despite the gravity, the men laughed at the king's levity.
"Hear that, my wife? I got more laughs than our fool Shecky. Maybe I should take his place."
"If you are deposed today, you may get your wish." The captain arrived, ready to remove the royal party, as the mob was almost at the palace.
"My lord, a righteous throng has entered the castle gates. I must remove you now for safety's sake."
The king just sat there.
"Your Majesty, it is time to flee."
Parking got to his feet.
"I am royalty. I do not flee."
"What if they have come to remove your head?" his wife said.
"Why? Oh, because I made an innocent jest that the people should eat cake
if they have no bread?"
"I told you it was politically incorrect," she added. "Maybe you should let your fool write your speeches for you."
Tum-ta-ta-tum-ta. The court announcer guy too burst in before the trumpets were through tum-tumming and shouted at the top of his lungs,
"Come quick! You guys ain't gonna believe this miraculous event."
He ran back out before the king could ask him what the commotion was about. The royal pair scurried across the floor as gracefully as they could, surrounded by 24 heavily armed guards. Upon the steps of the palace, their incredulous eyes did see Jonathan and Olaf being carried upon the shoulders of the townsfolk and deposited at their feet. As they proceeded to bow, the king bemoaned,
"There is no time for that now. Tell me you have brought back the Halle Berry that will set my child free and raise her up to her mother and me."
"Your Majesty," Jonathan exclaimed, "I am proud to report we have the antidote." The king ushered them into the sanctuary, where Tundra had lain ever since that terrible day. Galahad, the cad, someone unscrupulous or dishonourable, took command of the jug right out of Jonathan's hand. Undoubtedly, he thought if he were the one to bring the princess around, he would gain favour with the crown. All in attendance stood motionless. With great pomp and circumstance and too many theatrics, he opened the jug. He poured out some nectar into a mug and placed it to Tundra's lips. All present just stood still and held their breath. After a while, it seemed both silly and sad when nothing happened. The room filled with grief. Some of the people started to leave. Suddenly, Jonathan wailed,
"I know why the antidote failed."
Everyone there breathed a sigh of relief, as if the princess had been granted a last-minute reprieve.
"Say on," demanded the king.
"It was administered to the princess by a shameful, cowardly jerk. That is why the Halle Berry didn't work."
"Explain," the king demanded again.
"The shopkeeper said, 'The Halle Berry you seek is both rare and unique. Furthermore, what you don't know is that the berry is only part of the cure. It must be touched to the lips of the afflicted by one who is brave, unselfish, and whose love is pure.'"
The king exclaimed,
"Who, then, in this kingdom could possibly be worthy?"
The people just stood there with their heads bowed. No one dared make such a claim, especially after the miserable failure by Galahad, who slithered out in shame.
"My lord," pleaded Jonathan, "you need not search any further. There is one here more than fit to press the cup to your daughter's lips."
"I demand to know who this person is."
"There!"
Jonathan pointed to Olaf.
"There is your daughter's champion and her only hope of salvation."
Everyone was stunned. No one would ever have considered him. As the king began to comprehend, he walked directly to Olaf and stood in front of him. He cast a glance at his daughter, then looked up into the eyes of the gentle giant. He held up the cup of antidote with a trembling hand and a pleading look. Olaf took the mug and walked slowly to where Tundra was. In such a loving and gentle way, he lifted the princess up, and to her lips he lightly pressed the cup. As the nectar touched her mouth, there was a warm glow. She began to stir. Her colour returned. She breathed slow. Her eyes opened to behold the big dumb oaf, the one she cared for so, now standing over her with that familiar dopey grin he always wore when she was with him. That gave her the strength for an embrace. She whispered slow,
This is becoming a habit, you know."
The room burst into jubilant cheers. The news spread swiftly to every area of the kingdom, igniting outbursts of pure happiness running wild. The king and queen rushed to embrace their child. Dr. Benedictine arrived on the scene, and eventually, when he was able to conduct his examination, he preliminarily pronounced Tundra sufficiently recovered. However, for safety's sake, he insisted she receive more sleep. He gave her a sedative that did the trick, and before her parents left her side, she had already closed her eyes. Scene 36. When Tundra awoke, she lied very still, trying to determine what was a dream and what was real. Meredith was hovering over her, just as she had always done every morning, with her craggy face and cheerful grin.
"Good morning, my precious. Did you have a peaceful rest?" "I am not sure. The last thing I remember was taking a sip from my cup at the annual ball, held each year, so it is called. But now I am in bed, and feel very strange instead. Did I drink too much, or hit my head? Tell me, what have I missed?" "Oh, my dear."
The nurse had to stop to wipe away her tears.
"You wouldn't believe the half of it. I am not sure I even know where to begin." "May I suggest you begin at the beginning? But after breakfast. I'm famished."
Meredith was clearly embarrassed and ashamed of herself. Here the poor gal had not eaten for most of a year, and was clearly now underweight, and there she was prattling on like nothing was wrong.
"For goodness sake, of course, yes, right away."
She commanded the servants to have the chef immediately prepare a warm cup of broth and some weak tea.
"Mum, I was thinking more like slices of ham, biscuits and jam, eggs with sausage and some candied yams."
All the servants just stood there, waiting to hear what Meredith would say next.
"Honey, there have been a few changes since your last breakfast. What you don't know is that it took place many months ago."
Tundra just lied there with a puzzled expression, carefully studying her nanny to gain some comprehension. Meredith proceeded to explain all the events that had taken place, while Tundra intently listened.
"So, it wasn't a dream. Olaf was holding me just like the way we first met. Everyone in the room was cheering, and my parents were hugging me. We thought we'd lost you, until Olaf and Jonathan came to your rescue."
Tundra sat up to sip on her cup of broth, and after she was finished, Meredith helped the princess out of bed and into a bath. Her legs were still a bit weak, so she had to be carried, something that before would have been impossible without a dozen servants or more. It was then that Tundra realized she was less than half the girl she had once been. She mustered the courage to have a full-length mirror brought in. She just stood there in shock and awe over what she saw.
"Is this really me? How can this be? It is as if I am looking at someone else. I am as small as an elf."
She stood there bare in front of the mirror for so long, admiring herself, Meredith was afraid she would take a chill and fall ill.
"My dear, you must put something on. You will have ample time later to study your form. Which reminds me, your mother is busy designing for you a whole new wardrobe."
Tundra was so fatigued that news did not even upset her in the least. In fact, she was rather pleased. The Halle Berry had done more for Tundra than just help her recover. It corrected her vision, cleared up her complexion, made her curvaceous in all the right places, and additionally, she was lightly tanned from top to bottom permanently. Yet the most obvious enhancement from the trance, having had nothing to eat for those many months, was the loss of all her excess pounds. After she was dressed and placed into her wheeled chair, she was taken to the garden for some fresh air. Scene 37. The king made good on his promise to reward. Jonathan, with all its privileges, was elevated to lord. Though Olaf tried to refuse, the king would not take no, and he received his weight in precious stones, silver and gold, thus proving there are times when it is good to be packing a few extra pounds. As the facts came out about the knight's phony fight and cowardly flight, they were most grateful when the king spared their lives. He may even have been the first to reason, in his time, good help is hard to find. The errant knights were assigned to a year at the royal stables, to shovel manure, since their performance before the king had done more than demonstrated their high degree of proficiency. With his newfound status, Jonathan immediately returned to Hollywood to get into the movie business. He was anxious to sample some more hamburgers and to purchase for himself the latest in Hollywood fashion. Olaf was naturally anxious to visit with the princess, but waited patiently each day for a trouble call, so he could come to her rescue, unstop her flu, and dine with her on critter stew, as he had been accustomed to do. Yet day after day the call never came. Only the news of her extraordinary beauty and increasing fame. Olaf confided to his assistant, Clarence.
It is rumoured that since Tundra's recovery, she has become the fairest in the land, with unrivalled beauty.
Aye, that is what I understand.
To me, she was already as wonderful and lovely as could be. Sadly, I must now reconcile myself to the reality that she no longer has any need for me. I have been rewarded generously for my part in her recovery, though I must confess I would give it all back to once again be in her presence.
Master, you have full access to the palace. Why not just go to her chambers, even on some pretence, and speak to the princess?
Clarence, I spend every minute of the day fighting that very temptation, but I am nothing more than a boorish oaf, who knows nothing more than chimneys and commodes, and I have no right nor intention to intrude upon her without being summoned.
Surely.
No, I have made my decision. Soon she will have a bevy of suitors, and select the one who suits her best. Since she has always had her heart set on marrying a handsome prince, which of a certainty I will never be, I must be content with her finding happiness, even if it no longer includes me. I must accept that our friendship, during her time of unhappiness, was most important then, but now she will be living happily ever after, and have no need for me whatsoever. I must get on with the business of bringing indoor plumbing to every man, woman and child in the kingdom, and if possible, beyond. I must strive to provide a seat for every butt when that moment comes for a movement.
Scene 38. As each day Tundra's legs grew stronger, and she could walk longer, she loved to stroll in the garden. The radiant sunlight on her long flowing blonde hair made her a most breathtaking sight. She was the epitome of beauty, elegance, and charm. She was also completely naive and unaware of what new demands would be placed upon her. While King Parking impatiently waited for her recovery, it gave him time to deliberate on his daughter's fate. He summoned her so he could announce his decision. When she appeared at the entrance, her parents paused, still unaccustomed to her transformation in many more ways than one.
"How elegant you look, my dear, especially in one of the gowns I had quickly designed."
"I have waited patiently for you to recuperate,"
her father did state, while her mother rolled her eyes.
"And now that you have regained your strength, it is time for you to choose a mate. A prince, presumably."
"That is, unless, of course, you would prefer a duke, a count, or even a king. Do not set your sights too low," encouraged the Queen, "now that you are such an enchanting beauty. Do you not agree, my husband?"
"Absolutely. I may even be able to save a few farthings on her dowry."
"I have always longed for this day, when I would find my true love and marry, but now I must admit the prospect seems rather scary." "I was only 12, Tundra, when I was promised to your father, though we were not wed until I turned 14. Soon you will be 16, so old to be getting married. You must act now while you are still in your prime to attract a husband before you run out of time, not to mention before all the good ones are taken." "By the way, Mother, on the matter of the wedding night, you haven't explained what goes where or why." "Oh, my! Is it time for that discussion? I think the most difficult part is where to start."
The king interjected.
"If you ask me, it is not necessary. Your husband only needs your cooperation. He will take care of everything."
"And what if no one has taught him?"
"My wife, that is the service that trollops provide. They teach young men what they need to know for the wedding night."
"I hardly think, my husband, that prepares a young man to properly court and please his wife."
"Please his wife? Don't be filling our daughter's head with such nonsense. Have you been reading Cosmopolitan again?"
"This is why, my husband, you will never win any award for your performance."
"I could be wrong, since it has been so long, but I do believe it takes two to perform a fugue."
Ample gave him an exasperated look.
"Tundra, dear."
"Yes, Mother?"
"Let us wait until you find your mate. After you set the wedding date, I will set you straight on what you can expect to take place. I am afraid if I tell you now, you may not wish to take any vows at all. But your father has something to announce."
"I have arranged for you to go on a quest, travelling throughout all the land, to meet eligible suitors for your hand. I suggest you skip the ogres, fairies, and Amazon women, since that is not your orientation. As for the rest, spend a week or two to get to know the nobles. Let them know you. When you are through, we will discuss whom you will choose. Naturally, I would prefer a marriage that promises the most benefits, but your mother and I care about your happiness. Who can say? You might even marry for love, accidentally, though that rarely occurs for we royals these days."
"That is very gracious of you, Father. Most monarchs would not show such a regard for their daughter."
Tell your mother, who is of the opinion that I am nothing but a heartless tyrant.
Mother, tell your father it will take a great deal more evidence to convince me he has changed. Father?
What about you, my queen? I cannot recall you ever bending over backwards, nor forwards, for that matter, to ever please me.
Now that is the side of you I am used to. Crude, rude, and completely uncouth. This, however, is not the time to display our marital discord, lest our daughter think such a union bears no reward.
What benefit?
Becoming parents.
Oh, yes, a daughter. Keep in mind how badly I wish to become a grandfather.
Is it okay if I first find a mate, or did you want me to give birth today?
Careful, young lady. Do not dilute the good mood I have been in of late.
Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I was hoping, now that I am not so loathsome, you might not pressure me to marry so relentlessly.
You are right. I apologize.
A look of shock came on Tundra's face.
You shall leave in 2 days hence, with a full complement of men, for your protection, you understand.
Which men?
I'm sending you with my best knights.
Tundra rolled her eyes.
All right, I am sending you with the ones most sober. For your virtue you need not fear. They are most partial to sleep and beer.
I love you, mother and father.
That made her parents smile.
But if matrimony is anything like your marriage, I can only hope you have provided me with a very slow horse and carriage.
Tundra, in her former homely condition, had endured much humiliation and affliction from her ladies hardly waiting, including snide remarks made within her hearing. Unable to defend herself, feeling ashamed and self-conscious, she had suffered all her life from a severe lack of esteem. Fortunately, as she was gaining strength physically, she was growing stronger emotionally. A burgeoning sense of self-worth was beginning to develop, which was causing her to become more assertive, something no one would expect. It was time to resume the weekly scheduled tea with the so-called ladies, who were given to dalliances with anyone wearing pantaloons. Tundra met with them in her sitting room. The young women were seated awaiting Tundra's entrance. They had not seen her since the day they were in the chapel after her collapse. They had heard mention of the princess's transformation, though they were dubious and needed to see for themselves. As Tundra was about to enter, she stopped to listen to the ladies' chatter.
Her attendants say the Halle Berry has turned her into a rare beauty.
There is no magic strong enough to fix that wreck. It will take a miracle, if you ask me.
Even if her appearance has become tolerable, she still lacks the grace and charm expected of a noble.
She simply has no personality, at least none I can see.
Certainly. She could never assume the throne. She has no will of her own, no backbone.
I must take exception to that. Without a backbone, she would not have been able to stand with all that fat. That made all the women cackle like hens.
At least the king may finally succeed in marrying off that beast, and in the bargain save a few farthings. Once she's married, she will be carted off to her husband's kingdom. And we will no longer have to tolerate her inane banter.
Tundra had heard enough, and decided it was time to enter.
Good day, ladies.
Her appearance took them by surprise, completely.
"So good of you to join me for tea. It has been a long time indeed."
When the women could finally speak, one asked,
"Is it really you, Princess?" "Yes." "Your appearance rendered us speechless." "Unfortunately, not permanently."
Once all the refreshments had been gobbled up by her guests, the princess informed them of her plans.
"Ladies, I will be going on a 6-month-long quest at my father's request, and since I will be absent, you will not be needed to keep me company."
"Such a pity," interjected one of the ladies dryly.
"So, I have arranged something special for all of you."
They looked one to another with guarded expressions.
"You will be enrolled at Mortification Manor. It is a finishing reform school run by Matron Penance the Unsparing and her squadron of militant nuns. There you will remain until you graduate."
One gal did faint, and the rest turned pale. Fear showed in their eyes as they realized it was the princess who would have the last laugh, at their expense.
"You're dismissed,"
Tundra said, with a faint smile of satisfaction upon her lips. She thought, as she watched them exit contritely,
"The looks on their faces almost makes up for the cruel and callous way they treated me. Not really."
Scene 39. It occurred to Tundra, as she made preparations for her 6-month quest, that she had not seen nor heard from Olaf.
"Better not stop up my flu, thinking I would get a house call from you-know-who. Olaf has become so suddenly famous and successful. He apparently, or so it would seem, has no time for me. He has not made any attempt to visit since my recovery. He obviously is more interested in his company and making money than my company. So, I suppose if I want an audience with that oaf, I need to go where he works. I will go in person to thank him for all he has done. I owe him that much."
The royal carriage arrived, and the driver helped Tundra down in front of Olaf's Ye Olde Heating and Plumbing Service, in a small but impressive little building. Tundra was immediately greeted by the clerk at the front desk when she entered in.
"My lady, this is such an honour. My name is Clarence. May I say, without stepping out of place, the claim of you being the fairest in the land is most justified from where I stand." "Well, you are a most articulate and charming gentleman. Possibly you could teach Mr. Olaf how to speak like that to me."
Her laughter filled the room as a lovely melody. Clarence quickly understood. The princess was not there to have her privy unplugged.
"I'm so sorry, but Master Olaf is away on business, setting up branch offices in other kingdoms. Is there a message you wish me to give him?"
He could see the disappointment in her expression.
"No."
She turned to go, but paused.
"Tell him I'm being sent on a quest, and shall be gone for about 6 months, I guess."
She lingered at the door, feeling as if she needed to say something more.
"Well, I just wanted to say goodbye and—"
"Yes?" She was at a loss for what to say next.
"Princess?"
She rushed out the door before the clerk could see the tears flow. Alone in the carriage, she said,
Maybe it is best I go on this quest to sort out my feelings, especially about Olaf, since he has been the best friend I ever had, the only friend, as a matter of fact."
The sun rose upon the covered carriage, with driver, coachman, as well as the knights and servants already waiting outside the steps of the stately palace. Tundra had joined her parents for breakfast, but was too nervous to partake. After a tearful goodbye, the procession proceeded past the sentries onto the cobbled street beyond the gate. Tundra had dismissed all the ladies hardly waiting from the court, which she had the power to do, having packed them off to the reformatory charm school. She immediately replaced them with young girls, some of common birth with common looks, yet with good personalities, who treated others the way they should. One in particular had stood out, a diminutive, mousy sort, Jane Ann Worthington. Nicknamed Plain Jane because of the lack of attention to her appearance she paid, looking more like a tomboy and unaccustomed to wearing feminine apparel. She was also visibly uncomfortable surrounded by royalty. Tundra learned that she had lost her father recently and was in sore need of money. She took pity and decided to place her under her wing as her handmaiden and travelling companion. There had not been time for her to visit her family to say goodbye, but arrangements had been made for her wages to be delivered to her mother, so her family could get by. After leaving the boundaries of parking lot, Tundra rode in silence, gazing out at the countryside passing by, until she noticed the tears flowing from her handmaiden's eyes.
"Why are you crying? Are you sick? Do we need to turn around and delay this trip?" "Oh no, my lady. These are tears of joy. I can scarce believe I have found such favour to be your handmaiden. If, however, you will permit me to say, I am somewhat afraid, having never been this far away." "Gee, now that you mention it, neither have I. This would explain why I too feel like I could cry."
Jane broke out in a grin. Tundra noticed Jane wasn't plain at all when she was smiling. She would see that she gave Jane such a reason more often. During a stop to allow the girls to relieve themselves, Jane asked,
"Do you know where we will go first?"
"No, but now is as good a time as any to ask." Tundra called to Sir Elton of John.
"Tell me, please, where are we bound?"
"Goosedown, a small town within your father's realm, but it is on the border, so today we will go no further."
"Why is that?"
"Come dark, we would be required to make camp."
"What's wrong with that? Can I not bathe in the river and make my bed on the ground? I do not need to be treated with partiality just because I am royalty."
"Certainly, and I would agree with thee if there was truly a necessity. Why not choose the comfort and safety of an inn, and leave the outdoors for when there will be no other choice then?"
"Well said. From what I have heard, your singing is even lovelier than your speech. Promise you will serenade me sometime on this journey."
"It will be an honour. But now, please, let me help you back into the carriage, for we still have a long way ahead of us."
He gave orders for everyone to mount up. The king had put him in charge of Prancelot, Ulysses, the White Knight, who would ensure everything was clean and bright, and a new hire named Sir Humphrey, a recent graduate from night school. That was his second choice, as his grades were not sufficient to become a king's fool. Tundra turned to Jane.
"I'm becoming partial to the thought of some adventure. What about you?" "For me, it is still too new. but I agree it will be good to have a change of venue.
Scene 40. Goose Down was a quaint little town with a fair number of peasants. The townsfolk had been foretold of Tundra's visit. They turned out to greet the princess properly. While some had travelled to Parking Lot, formerly on kingdom business, most had never ventured beyond their county's border, and never thought they would live to see, let alone meet, royalty. It was a special day indeed. The menfolk were anxious to see if the princess was the fairest in the land. They were not prepared for such stunning beauty. The young women idolized her immediately, while older women wanted to hug and kiss her cheeks. Tundra was unaccustomed to such a reception. People could barely tolerate her presence in her former state. Not sure what was expected of her, she just did her best to treat them as she would like to be treated herself. She moved through the throng, letting her hands be clasped, kissed infants, smiled and waved until her face ached. Jane followed behind, collecting the gifts and trinkets conferred upon the princess. It was most exhilarating, though the young women were relieved when they were rescued from the crowd and escorted to the squire's house to dine with him and the town's elite. What the food lacked in presentation was compensated by the savoury country freshness, with some local favourites the young women had never tasted before. After the meal, Tundra took her leave, and was shown the best room in the town. She was so tired she needed help from Jane to get into her sleeping gown. When she lay down upon the mattress of Goose Down, and covered with a quilt, hand-sewn, she was so cosy and warm, she immediately turned into Sleeping Beauty. After Jane completed her preparations for the next day, in the same room on a smaller bed she laid her head. She smiled and quietly said, "Truly, my mistress is as lovely on the inside as outwardly. I am so fortunate she has chosen me. I vow here and now, if anyone or anything threatens my lady, they will have to deal with me." Jane rose up before the sun and set out breakfast of fresh cooked eggs, cheese, and toast with marmalade. Tundra had to be pried out of bed and helped into her dress for the long ride ahead.
"Jane, I have known only a solitary, sheltered, though pampered existence, but I feel I am developing a bit of wanderlust."
The maiden continued to brush Tundra's long golden locks and said,
"Rest assured, as you wander, I will be at your side to protect you from the lust." "I do not understand."
Jane said with affection,
"I know. That's the problem."
After 2 more days with stays at wayside inns, the royal party arrived at Mutton Ham, which was known for its special breed of savoury pigs and sheep. A messenger had been sent ahead, so the princess's arrival had been well publicised. Peasants and tradesmen lined the street trying to get a peek inside as the carriage passed by. Tundra was starting to perceive she may in fact be the fairest of the fair, a truth for which he was still unprepared. She depended more and more on Jane, in whom she would seek advice to keep from becoming like one of those ladies who hardly waited, whom she decried. In a respectful way, Jane did a very good job keeping her mistress straight. After the customary greetings and ceremonies, Tundra was allowed to rest until that night's festivities. Jane had overheard that suitors from all over the land were present to vie for Tundra's hand.
"That is something," Jane thought, "I will not mention, for the princess is nervous enough as it is. It is not that I am jealous, but I can't imagine what it would be like to have dozens of dashing, amorous suitors pursuing."
That thought made her flush. She scolded herself.
"Enough of this nonsense. You need to get back to your tasks."
The audience in the huge banquet room momentarily fell silent when they beheld the rare beauty of the princess as she made her entrance. Standing at the top of the winding steps, she could see her hosts had spared no expense. Everyone's eyes were locked intently on her, making her feel as if she was some sort of freak of nature, like before.
"It is times like these," she whispered to Jane. "I would be more at ease if I were my former size 25. At least then they would quickly stop staring, and I could spend all my time in the buffet line."
The music began to play once more. Dozens of dashing men dashed across the floor. Each hoped for a chance to have a dance with the princess. All evening long, Tundra was waltzed and romanced by one suitor after another until she thought she would collapse. In a nice way, for a change, not like when she tripped on her dress.
"As I said, Jane, normally at such events, I would be camped around the buffet as my only form of comfort. Now I am being pursued the same way I would an apple tart. From the way all the gents kiss my cheeks and hands, you would think I too was on the menu."
Jane grinned and said,
"You're having the best time of your life, I'll bet." "True, this is the evening I have only dreamed about," Tundra sighed. "Though I just don't feel whole without my oaf."
"Oh,
is there something about this being I should know?" "All I can say for now is that Olaf, the oaf in question, has been the one and only friend I have ever had."
That caused Jane to look a bit sad.
"Now that you are my companion, I hope we will become good friends."
Jane was filled with emotion over the notion that she, someone so common and ordinary, would even be given such an opportunity. She simply curtsied out of gratitude and humility. Jane proved to be more than a mere handmaid. She kept track of each suitor's name, their domain, and who should be considered by the way they behaved. That had left no time for her to enjoy the event, but was most flattered when several men had asked her to dance. With so many eligible suitors present, Tundra extended her stay as guest of King Cured and Queen Sautéed goodness. They were such gracious hosts, who happened to have 2 sons of their own, Beau and Pete, whom they hoped, one of which Tundra would accept. Neither girl lacked for attention, surrounded by so many unattached gentlemen. Eventually it would have to end, but for now Tundra was thoroughly enjoying the company of the king and especially the queen. She had not known it was possible to have a civil conversation without all the fighting and yelling, the likes of which she'd only ever known with her own family. Tundra was in no hurry to leave. She had finally found peace. Scene 41. The time had come to say goodbye. It was all Tundra could do not to cry. While she had become good friends with Beau and Pete, she had truly fallen in love with the king and queen. They must have felt the same way, for they were not willing to let her go until she promised to come by Mutton Ham on her way home again. During the next months, there was more travel than stops to reach the uttermost kingdoms. One most memorable visit was at the vast Kingdom of Family Entertainment, where Tundra was fortunate enough to acquire tickets for that night's performance at Medieval Times Dinner and Tournament Theatre. She was astounded to see that the auditorium was large enough to seat over 1,000. In the centre, There was such pageantry with beautiful horses and riders clad in radiant apparel. During the intermission, Tundra remarked to Jane, "I have made a decision. I want to learn to ride, and I will ask my father for a horse of my own when I return home."
"You have never ridden a horse?"
"It is a sad fact that I have been too obese to sit upon any beast, least of course a horse." "I'm sorry, I did not know." "Indeed, there have been many things in my young life I have not tried." "But you are so beautiful and young." "And high time I have some fun." "Not too much. We are, after all, on a mission." Tundra bought tickets for everyone in her party. They were all very merry, dining on garlic bread, tomato bisque soup, oven-roasted chicken, spare ribs, herb-basted potatoes, pastry and non-alcoholic beverages, which made the nights very sad. It seemed like such a silly thing to do, but the announcer requested a number of times that they should remember to tip their waiters. Thus the knights did flip both waiters upside down, then set them down on their feet so they could fetch more tea. For 1 shilling, Tundra got a portrait of her entire group that she would use to start her scrapbook. Besides the portrait, they each got a souvenir mug with medieval times painted on the side. Prancelot got a T-shirt. What a wonderful night! Everyone strolled around the grounds before settling down. The knights found a pub and had round after round until they passed out sometime around dawn, on the lawn. Midway through the journey, Tundra's travels took her to the kingdom of Bargains, a castle surrounded by a vast urban sprawl of mall after mall. Those with money could come and stay at luxurious inns for weeks on end, to shop till they dropped, and spend the evening dining and drinking. Ruling over the realm was His Majesty, Fantastic Quality Bargains, who was currently unmarried, and lived with his 2 sons, Prince Charmer, who was 21, and from another marriage his toddler, Prince Fabulous. It was rumoured that Prince Charmer, as a bachelor, was the most sought after. The caravan was met at the steps of the palace. Jane stepped down from the carriage first, and as she extended her hand, it was clasped by a tall, elegant, distinguished gentleman. "Welcome, my lady. I am Fantastic Bargains. Welcome to my kingdom. I was told I would be visited by a most beautiful young woman, and I must agree with them." "My lord," Jane gushed, "far be it from me to disagree with your majesty." Jane was giddy. "But I must. You were told of my mistress who is still in the carriage." Tundra emerged, and the king took her hand, and as he helped her down, he stood slack-jawed with his eyes fixed on her. It caused Tundra to feel a bit uncomfortable. Jane came to the rescue. "Your Majesty, this is the one you have heard so much about. May I present to you Princess Tundra of Parking Lot." Bargains recovered sufficiently to speak. "Pardon me. It is just that you remind me of someone I once knew. It is indeed a pleasure to welcome you. Please tell me personally if there is anything I can do for you." Tundra thought. "For a start, you could stop staring at me like I was a ghostly spirit." The women were escorted in and allowed time to refresh themselves before the evening's festivities. Tundra and Jane were led to a grand banquet hall, where all eyes fell on them as they entered. The surroundings were the most eloquent they had seen so far on the quest, even surpassing her own palace. The food, music, entertainment was the best she had so far experienced, and she had already experienced so much. As usual at such affairs, she was waltzed and courted from one end to the other, until Jane, her faithful companion, always knew when it was time to rescue her. She joined King Fantastic, while Jane brought her some refreshments. "Are you having a good time?"
"Oh, yes, Your Majesty. I am being sincere when I say it is the best welcoming I have had on my journey. Everything is so beautiful and elegant."
"I am so pleased to hear you say that, though when it comes to beauty and elegance, it is you who are unsurpassed." He kissed her hand. Tundra blushed and became flushed. Until now she had been courted by young men of little experience. King Fantastic was a powerful, sophisticated leader who could easily sweep her off her feet. When she was able to catch her breath, she said,
"You are a most charming gentleman, not like the over-eager, inept young men whom I have met."
She was afraid of the feelings beginning to stir inside of her, and felt it best if she changed the subject.
"I was told you have a son, Prince Charmer?"
"You are correct, and I did so want him to be here to meet you, as I understand you are on a quest to select a husband." Tundra, now embarrassed, said,
"Yes, that is the mission my father has sent me on."
"Would it be fair of me to ask if you have already met a man who has captured your affection?"
"Whether 'tis fair or not, I have not chosen any man yet to give my heart or my hand."
That made Bargains glad. "I understand, and I just hope there will be an opportunity for you and my son to meet."
"I agree. Don't you have another son?"
"Yes. Would you like to meet him? I promised to say good night before his bedtime."
"Certainly."
As Tundra and the king left the party, Jane, who had been watching like a hawk from a distance, thought it best she join them as a precaution, she reasoned.
"Hello, Jane. Are you having a good time?" "Yes, my lady." "His Majesty is taking me to meet his son." The three of them walked down a long corridor, through the king's master bedroom, into an adjacent room, abundantly furnished as a nursery. There, Prince Fabulous was in the midst of his bath when he saw his dad. He climbed out of the tub and jumped into his father's arms. Tundra was a bit embarrassed, never having had any siblings, but Jane, who grew up with 3 brothers, was completely comfortable and found him utterly adorable. The lad looked at Tundra and Jane with curiosity. "I'm Fabulous. Have you come to play a game with me?"
"No, son. They are my visitors, and I just came to see you before you go to bed, just like I promised."
"Can you tell me a story?"
"I would love to, but I really must return to my guests. It would be rude of me to be absent." Fabulous looked so disappointed.
"Sire, with your permission, I'd be happy to tell a story to Fabulous and tuck him in."
"You would not mind?"
"Not in the least. That is, if Fabulous would allow me."
"What do you say, son?" The child just nodded his head and grinned.
"Then it is settled. You both are free to rejoin the festivities, while I get this young man bathed and into his nightgown. How does that sound?"
Fabulous leapt into Jane's waiting arms. As the king and Tundra left to return to the banquet, he observed Jane and Fabulous carrying on with the bath, splashing water and making a mess. He realized in that moment that his son's need for a mother outweighed any other. He turned back to Tundra and asked, "How do you feel about children?" Scene 42. Tundra and her party had first journeyed to Muttonham by way of the Fourth Kingdom, over 7 hills, taking the bypass to avoid the Ogre Kingdom. However, being downwind, the stench still found them. There was a short stay at the Crystal Palace for a bit of gambling and a low-cost buffet. The knights, of course, gambled away all their money. Fortunately, as they travelled, they did not have to go far before they came to a white castle, which provided a hearty meal, provided one consumed an entire sack of those tiny squares of bread and meat. Jane lost her mind for the onion rings, while Tundra was most partial to the chocolate shakes. The Wild Kingdom, where all the college youths went for spring break, was somewhat deserted and sedate. Apparently, Tundra and her party had arrived too late. However, that made it suitable for everyone to relax and meditate. Everyone but the knights, who were locked up by the sheriff for having parted too hardy. All night they were yelling and hanging from the hotel balcony, wearing nothing but their Bradley, Voorhees and Days, better known as BVDs. Everyone, that is, but Elton of John. He was the one who had to bail them out. The mysterious kingdom, with all its mysterious goings-on, where the mysterious knight Malevolence came from, who was probably still sore and cursing, was taken off the list due to the dire warnings to avoid it, which they did. Their ruler, it was later rumoured, was highly offended and vowed to exact vengeance. That would be another tale, at another time to be written. The Magic Kingdom was saved for last on the list, as a great way to end a quest with many attractions and amusements. If every kingdom that had been visited was mentioned in agonizing detail, the novel War and Peace would not equal the telling of this tale. It felt like home when Tundra arrived back at the gates of Muttonham. She had greatly missed the royal family, even if the courting by brothers, Beau and Pete, at times proved tiring. She wanted to give both young men every chance, as they were so handsome and gallant. "Welcome, Princess Tundra. It is most kind of you to grace us with your presence again." "My liege, my lady, your hospitality was the finest of all the realms, so it is my privilege to be here with you again." "See, my husband, how sweet she is." Tundra started blushing. "Yes, I agree. But you are embarrassing her. Young lady, I am sure you could do with some rest. Rather than a reception tonight, relax. We will have a small gathering tomorrow night to welcome you and your maiden right." Queen Sotade said slyly, "You should know, waiting to welcome you are 2 eager beaux." "Pete and Beau." "They have some refreshments prepared for you. They wait in the private dining room." "By your leave." "Certainly," said the king. When the ladies entered the room, where the brothers were waiting, each bowed and kissed Tundra's hand, while they gave Jane a brotherly embrace. They chatted as they dined on a fine spread of ham and mutton that was excellent. "How long is your visit?" "I just arrived, and already you want me to leave?" Tundra teased. Beau sputtered and tried to recover, but that gave an opening to his younger brother. "It would please me immensely if you have come to stay permanently." Now it was Tundra's turn to falter for a retort. Jane just sat and listened, taking everything in, a talent of sorts. So later, when the 2 girls talked, she would be able to give a good report of which suitor best suited her. Beau jumped back in. "Princess,
Would you like to go riding with me in the morning?" "Oh, that would be lovely, but I have to confess I do not know how to ride."
"I'm surprised," Pete exclaimed. "I thought all young ladies by your age were well trained in equines."
Tundra thought, "I bet if these gents had seen me before my little accident, there would be little doubt neither of them would be vying for the hand of a 450-pound maiden."
"That is not a problem. Since you are as light as a feather, we can ride together." "Then, brother, it is only fair that I be the one to escort our guest to the evening's affair, to welcome Princess Tundra, the fairest woman in the land." He once more kissed her hand. Jane made a face only Tundra noticed. It was a gesture that meant she felt like she would throw up. It was all the princess could do to stifle a laugh, for she did not want to wound the feelings of the amorous lad. "So, our plans for tomorrow are made," Pete proclaimed. The brothers escorted the women to their chambers. The girls giggled and chatted until late in the evening.
"I remember you said you wanted to learn to ride, mistress." "Yes." "Please be on your guard tomorrow for any horsing around by your escort." "Once again, I do not understand." "Just make it your plan to keep a good accounting of his hands." Things continued much the same each day, with Bo and Pete orchestrating events in which each could compete for Tundra's attention. At times, she thought it was fun being sought after so amorously. She often thought about the times in her life she despaired, thinking she would never find herself in such a situation. However, there had been a few incidents which she found too intense. It caused her to think, what would the future be like if I were to choose one brother over the other? At a daily tea, held between just Tundra and Queen Saltade, the conversation turned to Bo and Pete. "It has been such a pleasure to see you dashing about these halls." "Thank you, Lady Saltade. I hope we have not been too loud." "Not at all, dear. I wished it would never end. It is no secret that both my sons are earnest in winning your hand." "That is what I have come to understand." "Do you mind if I know if you favour one brother more than the other?" "I do not mind, though I cannot say I prefer anyone especially." "They are fine young men, would you not agree?" "Truthfully, they have impressed me more than any." Delight showed across the Queen's face. "May I ask you a question, Your Grace?" "Of course. But before we go on, would you do me the honour by calling me Mum?" Tears began to form in Tundra's eyes. "Mum." What a beautiful sound. The Queen reached out and the two hugged. When Tundra was able to calm her emotions, a question she posed. "What do you suppose if I were to choose one brother over the other?" "Is that what is troubling you? Consider that no further. They are brothers." "Meaning?" "When they were babies, they fought over everything. When they were boys, they fought over toys. Now, as young men, they will fight over women. Later, when the time comes, they will fight over this kingdom." "I see." "I wished I had a daughter like you for my very own." The Queen stood up to leave, and Tundra did embrace her again. "As much as I love my mother, I too wish I could have been your daughter." They laughed and hugged some more. "I do not want to wear out my welcome." "Nonsense!" "Nevertheless, I should return to my kingdom, if you and the king will grant me leave. Sadly, I think it best I leave tomorrow, early. We will be sad to see you go, especially Pete and Bo. I know. Regardless of what is decided between our kingdoms, you will always be welcome. Please come and stay with us again. You have my promise, Mum.
That started them crying and hugging all over again. Scene 43. Olaf had travelled all over the realm, stopping at the most significant villages, promoting the advantages of indoor privies. Generally, he was met with cautious cordiality, and with the orders he received, his company would soon become a monopoly. With such initial success, he promised himself he would have to repeat such a quest biannually, no less. At the entrance to his establishment, Olaf's ye olde heating and plumbing service, he was met by his assistant.
"Welcome, Master Olaf. Did you have a successful trip?"
I did. We must commence hiring and training immediately if we want to meet all the orders I have brought back with me. Do you have anything urgent to report?
Just the usual day-to-day business, of course.
Then it would seem you have taken care of everything while I was away.
I did my best to serve you faithfully.
Once I have settled in, I will give you more than words to show my appreciation.
You are most considerate, Squire.
I will be in my office and then retire.
Olaf made himself comfortable at his desk.
It is good to be back, but I must confess I have no real interest in beginning any task. I cannot help but wonder where Tundra is at. I suppose I should have at least tried to say goodbye before I left. Now that she possesses such beauty, she has assuredly forgotten me entirely. Even now she could be married.
He sighed sadly.
Life just won't be the same without my privy-plugging friend.
He rubbed his eyes with his hands to keep any tears from forming. Just then Clarence entered.
Master, I should mention, Princess Tundra did stop in.
Olaf jumped up with exuberance.
She did?
It was just after you departed on your trip.
Drat! What did she say?
That she had to go away.
What else did she say?
She wanted to say goodbye before she left on a quest that would take 6 months or less.
Olaf thanked his clerk. Clarence closed the door, but not before he heard Olaf cheerfully whistling while he worked. Scene 44. It had been almost half a year to the day when the carriage bearing the princess re-entered the gates of Parking Lot, just short of Tundra's 16th birthday. Preparations were already underway to celebrate. The king and queen had spent the time most anxiously, waiting to know how she had fared.
Tum-ta-ta-tum, ta-ta-tum-tum-tum, tum-tum,
the trumpets blared. The court announcer guy proclaimed, for a change,
Your Majesty, Princess Tundra returns, and even now is ascending the steps of the palace entrance.
I am pleased to see you taking your court-announcing duties more seriously.
And I have you to thank for that.
So, those daily beatings across your back with a razor strap, while being stretched on the rack in the dungeon, seems to have had made quite a difference. I am so glad. I was afraid the class on how to encourage your employees would not be very motivating. I believe you would really benefit from the new course by Franklin of Covey, Leadership Techniques by Flogging, if you should happen to survive it.
Tundra entered the court, approached the throne, curtsied low, then climbed the steps to embrace her parents. The king said low, "I just want you to know, I love you." Tundra instinctively knew better than to overreact to her father's intent to be more expressive. She just kissed his cheek and whispered back, "I know. I love you too." When the nobles finished with their cheers and blessings for the royal family, the king turned to face the assembly and proclaimed proudly,
"Listen, one and all, mark this day special, for not only has our princess returned to us safely, but tomorrow is her birthday. There shall be a grand celebration in the grand hall. That is when it will be announced to whom she will be betrothed."
The throne room exploded in loud hurrahs and applause. All the citizens knew that Parking Lot's future depended on strengthening its ties with its allies. "Father, there is something I think you should know."
"No doubt, my child, but you have ridden so far this day. Retire and take some rest. I am sure your news can wait until breakfast."
"Honey, listen to what your father says. Go to your chambers and get out of those dusty clothes. When you are refreshed, please try on the very special dress I had made for that most important event." "Mother, will you ever tire of designing my attire?" Tundra light-heartedly inquired. "After all, I'm neither a little girl any more, nor a large one either. If you haven't noticed, I can now buy off the rack." "Good Lord in heaven, why on earth would you want to do that? When it comes to fashion sense, you must remember—" "I know. Mother knows best." Tundra's rooms, since she had seen them last, had remained untouched pretty much, except for the missing portrait that hung over the mantel. It was the one of Prince, or should it have been said, the one and only artist formerly known as Prince, but now represented only by a symbol that cannot be pronounced. It was his lawyers who demanded his likeness be removed under threat of a copyright infringement. Jane set about unpacking the trunks, ensuring everything was put where it belonged. "Jane, you do not have to do that now. Come, sit down." "You are so kind, my lady, but I need to do my duty. I can rest in the morning when you go to meet your father and mother for breakfast." "Thanks. I was trying not to think about that." "Why so sad?" "You know the first question they will ask is to whom I will give my hand." "I have been dying to ask you that very question, but I know it would not have been proper for someone in my position." "There you go again. You have not only been my steady companion, but I have come to regard you as a close friend." Jane was overcome with emotion. Tears of joy flowed freely. When Jane was finally able to continue the conversation, she said, "Have you made a decision?" "I have been unable or unwilling to bring myself to that position." "May I make a suggestion?" "You have my permission," Tundra said, teasing. "In this situation, it is best to ignore your head and just go with your heart instead." "Jane, that is very smart. I believe you will go far." Scene 45. Though the weather was cool and crisp on this early spring morn, at least the sun was rising and beginning to warm. So it was on the terrace that the royal family chose to meet and take breakfast.
"I trust you had a good rest."
Yes, Father. It was good to be able to sleep once again in my own bed.
Tundra,
Yes, Mother.
in all of your travels, did you ever happen to end up in a bed not yours instead?
Mother, is that any question to ask, especially in front of Father?
I was just wondering if the gown I had personally designed was an acceptable colour.
What you really want to know is if the gown which happens to be white will be right for a wedding dress.
Well, yes.
Maybe I should leave you to wonder if I have played the harlot.
"What?"
Her father, who was drinking coffee while reading the Village Herald, was only partially listening and began choking.
Since I know you can't help yourself, Mother, relax. The colour is purely correct.
Thank goodness for that, sighed the Queen. Do not scare me like that. By the way, you have not said how you like the dress.
For once, I must confess, it is the most beautiful gown I have ever seen. I will be proud to wear it for my wedding.
Oh my, I think I am going to cry. I never thought I would ever hear you say you approved of one of my designs. So, you do think I have good taste?
Geez, Mother, it is just a gown. Please try to settle down.
"So,"
interrupted her father,
"can we now put the issue of the dress to rest? Make me wait no longer. Who is the lucky man who will have your hand?"
Now that you have posed the question so, there is something you should know. I did my best, looking high and low, to find the one to whom I should be betrothed. I met a number of dashing young men who seemed eager enough for my hand, but I felt no more for them than I would a friend.
"That does not sound like a problem."
Hush, my husband. Let her go on.
Yet there is a friend to whom I owe my very life, and if he would have me, I would be his wife.
Are you insane?
the King and Queen shouted in unison.
Oh, darling, I understand, the Queen explained. There was a time we thought Olaf might be your only chance for romance, which is why we did not discourage. Certainly, he is a fine young... whatever he is. But now you are way too good for him, so beautiful, so slim. You can have any man in any kingdom and far beyond.
What is wrong with Olaf?
It was her father's turn.
Have you gone mad? Should I have an oaf for a son-in-law? I suppose it would please you if I had him call me Dad?
What's wrong with that?
Pursue this lunacy, young lady, and not a farthing will you see from me.
I'm old enough to do as I please.
She turned and proceeded to leave.
Do not defy me, shouted the king. I can make that oaf disappear without a magician.
Scene 46. It had been a long time for any necessity nor opportunity to summon Olaf to unplug the plumbing or unstop the flue. Now, due to Tundra's meeting with her parents, she was in such a snit, she found it highly therapeutic and provided much pleasure in plugging every privy in the palace, thus filling the place up with a really big mess. It was so bad, Olaf had to bring every employee he had. It was hours before he was able to finish and visit her as he had done in the past. Yet there, as usual, was a table set for two, lighted candles and more than an ample sampling of critter stew. When he looked up from the setting, he beheld Tundra standing there, looking extremely alluring. He thought,
"Unarguably, she is indeed the most physically beautiful woman I have ever seen, though it does not make me feel any differently. To me, her beauty has always transcended her appearance, and it is her inner beauty I have deeply cherished. What hasn't changed is my inability to express to her such feelings, since I am nothing more than an awkward, boorish being."
"Olaf, are you all right? You have a distant, far-away look in your eyes. Are you not happy to see me?"
"It is just that I have not seen you since the day of your recovery. I was not prepared for how you have changed physically."
"Is my new appearance not pleasing?"
Olaf stammered and stuttered, hopelessly trying to express his feelings. The best he could manage was a nod and his usual foolish, boyish grin. While they dined together, Tundra told him of her adventures, and Olaf shared his success with his bathroom business.
"Olaf, after all my experiences, I keep returning to how much you mean to me as a friend, how you risked your life to save me, and well, though it would cost me my inheritance, I would forfeit it if you were to ask for my hand in marriage, for I would accept."
He sat there, stunned, slowly chewing his stew, carefully considering what to do. After forever, he cleared his throat and looked deeply into her eyes.
"An oath, such as I, would never, nor should ever, consider themselves worthy to be joined to someone like you in matrimony. Your destiny is to become a wife to a prince, and one day become a queen. To be great is your fate, while I must stay in my place."
"How can you turn me away like this? Is my devotion something so easily dismissed?"
"Surely it will be the hardest, most painful thing I will ever do, but I must think about what is good for you. Could there be the possibility that what you are feeling is not love, but friendship and gratitude?"
"I have never heard anything so insulting and rude."
"I do not mean to—"
"Are you going to marry me or not?"
"Even if I were to concede, your father would never agree."
"That is a certainty, but what should that matter to you and me?"
"One day, when you look back on this, you'll know in your heart I only tried to do what was best."
"Possibly, but right now in my heart all I know is that you have broken it."
She left a hurried kiss and a tear upon his cheek, not looking back as she fled the scene. Olaf said after she left,
"If I had ignored my head and done what my heart did beg, I would have held her close and never let her go. Now I am left with the pain of never seeing her again."
Epilogue. Tundra waited with her ladies-in-waiting along with Jane for the festivities to begin. Her father would certainly make good on his promise to announce her betrothal to someone she may not even know.
"Tonight's celebration is to celebrate your birthday and to announce your engagement, yet you seem so emotionally far away."
Tundra said to Jane. "I always assumed anyone with looks such as mine would never have to endure heartbreak of any kind. Has someone hurt you? Is it someone I know? I never expected to be rejected by a stupid oaf." That made Tundra laugh. "I can just hear him now. Stupid oaf is my aunt, or one of his other relatives I have never met. I haven't felt this unwanted and unloved since before Olaf and I met. My lady, I wished I'd understood the relationship between you and him, but from what little you've said, it sounds as if you were more than friends." "Apparently not, according to him." "Did he give you any reason?" "Something about how I had to marry a prince and become a queen, and how he wasn't worthy of me." "This may not be of much consolation in your present situation, but I believe love will find a way, even when there isn't one."
Tum-ta-ta-tum, ta-ta-tum-tum-tum, ta-tum. The trumpets blared. The king stood up to address everyone in attendance there. "Welcome to my daughter's birthday celebration. As I promised, this is an even more special occasion. I will now announce the name of the man to whom I will give my daughter's hand. Let it be known it is none other than Prince Charmer from the Kingdom of Bargains."
He waited for all the cheering to stop.
"Aside from all the obvious benefits such a formal alliance will bring, surely there will be grandchildren," he said as he gave Tundra a wink and a grin. "There will be plentiful opportunities to obtain goods and services, all at a healthy discount."
This caused much cheering until the king motioned for them to stop.
"The date is to be determined, but for now, let us drink to the future couple."
That started the cheering and hurrahs all over. The trumpets sounded for the dinner to commence. Tundra was too heartbroken to argue, and it would be of no use now that it had been announced. It was unfortunate that they had not met, though his father, the king, had been a most cordial host, even if at times she caught him looking at her in a manner not necessarily the way a future father-in-law should be looking at a daughter-in-law.
"My lady, you should be happy, for I hear Prince Charmer is the most handsome and sought-after bachelor in the region." "One prince or another, what does it matter, as long as I produce an heir for my father? Oh, perhaps once we are married, we will live happily ever after. However, for now I will turn myself to more pleasant matters. How fond I have always been of events like birthdays and balls, especially the banquets, where I can freely stuff myself with little plates of food without drawing any attention at all."
Her expression became a mix of determination and resignation.
"Should I start with the side of beef, or a dozen chickens, followed by an attack on the lamb in the rack? I could take vengeance on the venison, and no doubt by the time I clean off the dessert cart, I may no longer feel this pain in my heart."
Jane could see her mistress was in a deep depression.
"I'll wager, my lady, if you eat everything, what you will be feeling is indigestion."
Even Tundra couldn't help but laugh at that as she gave Jane a hug. As Tundra heaped a mountain of food upon her plate, she did state to Jane,
"I would gladly exchange my beauty to be that homely, plump, pimpled princess again, who thought she had finally found true happiness when I believed Olaf really loved me."
The end. Methinks not. This has been The Princess and the Plumber in Beast to Beauty, Volume 1, written by M. David Lutz, narrated by Bill Allender. Production copyright by M. David Lutz.